It's starting. It's finally time. One and all, welcome back to EGC TV for the Elite Classic 3. We had the qualifiers, we had our fun, we figured out who's going to be here for the party, and now it is time to rock and roll throughout the entire weekend, several weekends. Of course, KP joining me as always, the wonderful Crackety, and we have got a cracker to start off. We were just chuckling behind the scenes about this because for a lot of people, this is literally just tuning into a Dumu stream. It's Louis MT versus Dumu makes up like half of his games these days, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, those two clash pretty much like these are like the two players that play the most often, like on stream, on the ladder. Like they meet each other so many times, it's insane. Much to the dismay, of course, he'll have to play on India.
Yes, in pubs, but luckily here we just let them choose a server. Usually, I think for this type of showdown, it'll be the American server, so probably East Coast or West Coast. But we've got a stacked day. I mean, this is the first set of the day, but guys, we've loaded it up with the good stuff. Of course, it's going to be the first major tournament return of a certain Spaniard, joined by his compadre brother. We've got Louis MT Dumu open the day, but we're going to follow it with Beastie versus Vortex, Wham versus Lucifron, and then rounding out the day with Marine Lord versus Anatand. That last series in particular has me interested, Crackety, because I don't know if they've been, from what I can see, they have still been scrimming together a decent amount, but Marine Lord's always a little bit more secretive. You know he's always got someone else in reserve, because out of all the players we've got here at the Elite Classic 3, Marine Lord is always the one publicly you don't really know what he's been doing.
Yeah, that's the point exactly, right? Like, this guy plays so many custom games, you don't even know, like, you don't even remotely know, okay, from one tournament to the other, it might be that his playstyle or, like, his meta strategies just completely change. Yeah. If you're not one of the people that actively scrim against him. And even then, because he plays with so many people, it can be kind of tough.
And then, like, even thinking about the other sets, the fact we've got BC versus Vortex, scrim partners in the last major tournament, but maybe a twist this time. I mean, there's no denying BC probably is looking weaker this time around, considering he's been busy with a subathon non-stop. So practice is hard to squeeze in. And then you've got Vortex's brother back in the affair. And I mean, you saw Lucifron's games in like the midweek musters. Some of them, I imagine, like
well, he's been playing a ton. Like not just in the midweek musters, but he's been actively like putting the time in, not just in the custom games, but also on ladder. Like he's been actively playing the game for I want to say like a good 2 months again, and already like he's got so many games under the belt. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, you wouldn't actually think that he took an extended leave. You wouldn't believe that he'd like potentially quit and wasn't coming back. Like the guy looks fierce. I think he's a top runner. The big question mark, of course, there I think for a lot of people be, you know, Wham, Poppy Paw, has the NA Alliance come back online? Can they hit that stride? Don't know how you're feeling about the current patch. I think like with the changes in season 10, with the nerfs to Pro Scouts, etc., I do think maybe the Canadians got a little bit buffed. I also think players like Louis MT probably are big fans of the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine. Louis, he's one of those players that have excellent macro when it comes to going for food transition, going for farm transition, like the slow and steady farm transition. Louis is definitely like one of those players that has kind of like mastered the arts of doing a farm transition while having uptime on your army create, like on your unit production, and just overall making it so smooth. Like there is never that one time where you see him like, okay, there's the cut, he ran out of food, he's got to do a farm transition. No, it's always a smooth, steady curve of unit production for him while doing the farm transition. That's also something that Demu is incredibly good at. So, like, these two players, macro-wise, definitely, like, neck and neck when it comes to their execution, when it comes to their farm transition.
Absolutely. I've got to agree. Like, Louis MT is on another level with some of these civs as well. Like, China comes to mind. We were just talking behind the scenes about the Ottoman pick. He's probably the scariest monster you're going to find with that pick right now. Even potential for some Knights Templar and House of Lancaster down the line. But it's going to be kicking off here. Sacred Grove, Shuffle My Tie. Big shout out to Caillou for bringing this map to life. We tested the KPMM. My feeling was, even though it seemed like it was good for Pro Scouts, the way the Deer won the central ramp created a lot of contest. And I think with the nerfs to Pro Scouts, this is going to be a real exciting map to see with some of the best in the game.
Yeah, for sure. Personally, I haven't seen Sacred Grove too many times just because it's not on the ladder. It's great that we have it in some other tournaments, so definitely something where the players can sort of like already get a feel for a map. So definitely very nice to have that one in the KPMMs. And yeah, overall, I mean, it's just one of those maps where you get the game, you get the map segmented into like different points where if you want to attack on one side, it actually takes quite a long time to change your direction to suddenly start try and attack from another side.
Yeah, like you have enough room to get around the TC, but the concept is that your move will be revealed. So if you want to be more secretive, you have to take a wider arc. And I don't know, the idea basically came from my roots as a MOBA player. You know, like if you understand MOBAs, you understand that that map is 3 lanes. It's dead brain simple. So commit to a lane. Please don't spend too long in the jungle, and make sure you try to win for your team. But I don't know. I think it's about time to get this show on the road. We've got a long, busy day, and this is the type of set that could easily go 5 games, and each of those games could easily go an hour apiece. We've got Liquid Dumu up against Team Elephant's Louis MT in a best of 5 here in the Elite Classic 3.
Man, KP, I'm always so excited. Now that we're at that stage of the game where, at the stage of the tournament, I think the minimap is slightly too big.
Yeah, I think I know what happened here. Yeah, so this tricked me. We recently had an update to Capture Age, and it meant that my graphics were the incorrect size as well. So we'll see if you can find a size that fits. But unfortunately, this wasn't mentioned in the Capture Age patch notes because we got a lot of cool additions.
There we go. The map. Yeah, the map finally. Yep, almost.
Middle
almost.
size.
Medium.
Yep, medium.
Yeah. Now the pants fit. There we go. All right.
Had to breathe in a bit, but we got there.
I'm so excited now that we're past like the qualifier stage and the like this is the main event now. We're in the main event, and I'm so excited because this is what the players are always practicing for. Personally, I know a lot of us might not have that much time to spend on Age of Empires 4. Like, we got a full-time job, we got IRL commitments to take care of, but these players live and breathe Age of Empires 4. So it's really exciting to see just exactly what they've been cooking up with their civilizations, with their strategies, depending on the map, and where they've been expecting this matchup to take place. And we see Louis here opening up with Dark Age Wheelbarrow. We're not opting for that. Makes a lot of sense for Louis, since French, you know, they place that mill, they save a little bit of wood on that one, they can spend it on that wheelbarrow. That's not something that Demu could afford with Jeanne d'Arc. So we already see like these small differences between these variant civilizations kicking in here.
Yeah, and the other thing to kind of consider here is like whether we're actually going to get the Pro Scouts on Pro Scouts meta. You'd think with these two civs, it's just going to be a go-to, but I gotta say, like, you know, the way that French has the cheaper mills, also the proximity of that deer, it might be a temptation for Louis to kind of forgo Pro Scouts to get more tempo.
Yeah, you forgo Pro Scouts, but instead you get more Knights out. Definitely could be a choice here. Louis hasn't started with the age up yet, though. Is going to pull 5 villagers for that, and we do see the Scout actively luring some of the deer towards his TC. So very nice play there. If he's going to be able to pull this off, mind you, that Demu should be able to see this through the fog of war, but his Scout is kind of far away at the moment, so I'm not sure if he's going to be there in time. But if he's able to pull this off, that's like an additional 2,000 food safely underneath the TC from Louis.
Yeah, 2450 for the full pack, but even if you just get 3 or 4 deer, like if your sheep pool's good enough, you can pull off the no PS builds and then just kind of delay play. It is a bit dangerous on this map, so kind of design concept with Sacred Grove when we were cooking it up is we wanted to have the safety of the tree line with Gorge, but a lot of insecurity on the next step out. Similar to Gorge, but also like it feels a little bit more divided and maybe safer beyond that point. You know how Gorge is where you spread wide and you're like, oh god, I need to wall the whole thing. So like with this one, you can see you've got a lot of resources for your base in the open. So that's probably like the most difficult point in the game, I want to say. Early game, in theory, quite easy. Late game, reasonable. But the mid game is really where your opponent's going to get opportunities to punish you.
Ooh.
And nicely
done.
There
we go. Demu scouts it. He's going to be able to deny the full push in. And even kills him in a little bit of a wider arc. So Louis is definitely going to be incentivized to go Pro Scouts here at the end of the day.
Like, maybe if I just push them a bit closer together, we can finesse this, but
I think this is fine if he goes for a mill now. Yeah, I mean, he tried, but I mean, I think this is still fine to go for a mill. He's already got wheelbarrows, so his villagers are going to be really, really efficient when it comes to that. Yeah. And I like that Louis pulled the 5 villagers here for the age up. Means that he actually matches the age up time from Demu. So both players now just going to start massing up those knights.
Yeah, and that's the thing, by the way. Like, if you go wheelbarrow, I don't think you ever want to be going for Pro Scouts. Like, the whole point, when you look at the Pro Scouts meta, is we saw heavy delays to wheelbarrow timing because it pretty much contradicted the other tech. Like, you know, if you're bringing deer to one location and the villagers aren't moving, why would you need a movement speed tech? It just kind of defeated the point. But the interesting part here is that Dimu looks like he can actually mirror the knight situation, right? He's not going to fall behind at all. Usually with Jean, there's an easy growing risk that you end up 1 or 2 knights behind French because of the tempo and the extra villages they have early on.
Ooh, Scout could block the charge. Charge, oh, doesn't get blocked, but also doesn't go off in the first place.
And now your Scout won't be able to help you anymore. So Dimu will have to back away. He has got a slight lead on timing on the knights coming out, but the problem here is he just lost a villager. Jean's ready to level up.
Yeah. So Jean is going to be going for the archer variant. It should be, because that's usually... Yeah, there we go. Hunter Arc is coming in. That way you'll be able to snipe out the weaker knights once they get to low HP, since it does do true damage, so it doesn't get blocked by any armor. Means that Jean, if she's able to like snipe 1 or 2 of those weak knights, she gets a lot of experience, and also means that those knights are not going to be able to heal back up.
All right, I'm going to dotify this because we already talked about this being MOBA inspired. Jean in this matchup is basically Sniper, who is a glass cannon type hero with an assassinate ability that he's only threatening if you don't jump on top of him. And Jean in this matchup fulfills that description perfectly. She has to be very careful about positioning and also timings here, because if Louis just even remotely outnumbers you, you will end up losing her.
For those League enjoyers here, she's pretty much Caitlyn.
There you go. Yeah, that works too. If they gave her a bubble shield, she could have been Lux, you know?
Could be. The stun is kind of missing, but then again, we also don't have traps.
True, but we do get, like, you know, the
You lose
equivalent
some
of
and you lose
sniping
some
people.
more.
Yeah, we gotta pick our fights. Okay, I kind of want a unit that does what Pike or Pudge does. You know, I want to be able to hook people in.
Ooh. Imagine, like, displacing unit. Oh, that could be too strong. Imagine just putting the units underneath the keep with boiling oil. That could be devastating. But we don't have that here. Something to take note of at the moment. Demu did go for pro scouts.
Yes.
And he does have double scout. He's got at least 1 scout actively, like, bringing back the deer right now. The other scout's just with his army, making sure that he's always going to have that little bit of extra vision. But it is going to mean that he is going to fall behind. No, might he actually uses both scouts to hunt right now.
Huh. So the thing is, does Louis actually realize it? Because I got to give a lot of credit to Dumi on the way he played this. It wasn't just immediate greed into pro scouts. He essentially masked the play by spamming knights at first, and that may have made Louis a little bit paranoid. And there we go. We do have the play out. So this is the trade-off. Like, you don't have pro scouts, but you're gonna have to have outposts. So 100 with a pop versus your opponent just popping 450. Ooh. It's a pretty good exchange.
Speaking of masking the play here, Louis, he went all the way around the outer side. But I think one of his scouts might have just been a little bit in line of sight. Nope, he doesn't know. He's unaware. Those knights, they're going to hit the gold mine, and there's nothing left there to defend. No outpost, nothing. Demu's kind of unaware here.
Louis, he does come in from the closest side, though, so he needs to pull away there. Yeah, and we'll still find some kills, though. So painful in this situation when you know the French are going to scale an eco lead anyway. You need some vengeance. The problem, though, this is what happens when you get pro scouts. That knight count doesn't look that threatening. There probably could have been 2 more if he didn't commit to that play.
Yeah, Louis, he did go for the outpost. Demu doesn't have an outpost on his gold, so he doesn't have any way of keeping those villagers safe.
Yeah.
Needs to go around back there, but I mean, this is all vital time.
Well, this is also like a catch-22, because if you get idled here, you can't build more knights, so it becomes even harder to defend. The lead builds even bigger for Louis. And look at the big thing that's on the way. You know, the one upside that Jean can have is effective HP through healing. Louis is already priming Chivalry.
Yeah. Chivalry on its way. Main army from Demu is now coming in, but with the same movement speed, after the charge runs out, Demu isn't really going to have any tools of catching these units off guard.
He's trying to save it.
Trying to go for a surround, though.
It never acts the way you want it to. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you guys just need to charge in that direction, and then in 3 seconds, you'll intercept. Why are you guys following behind them?
It rarely quite works the way you want it to. Oh, Weak Knight is getting pulled back. Oh my god, the charge. Beautiful.
That was sick. That was
Louis actually getting the kill there.
Yep. Doesn't even lose the scout. That was crazy. And Dimu, by the time he'd intercept here, the reinforcements will arrive. And he sees the Chivalry now. He knows the healing's happening. This is where it just gets frustrating.
Yeah. Louis once again sending the next couple of reinforcements out to the gold mine again. I don't think we've got an outpost there yet.
They could even find John at this rate. No scout with them. Dimu does have double knight. That should be enough to hold this back. Oh, again, he slivers one in there.
Now the reinforcements from Louis. Yeah, Demu's getting pushed back time and time again.
Can he snipe one? No. Okay, that is an expensive 24 XP, though.
Yeah. Using 2 of the arrows? That's a long cooldown associated with it.
Yeah, this is like an interesting matchup as well, because I feel like in the very beginning, if there's one small slip-up, Jean can dominate because you can snipe like one knight. And then you reach a long phase of French being better due to the extra villages. And then I want to say like deeper down the line, around like 15, 20 minutes, Jean can feel a bit better because of the creeping XP, but also the efficiency of building knights. And, well, that is not an efficient fight right there. The problem is that whole idea of like 15, 20 minutes where Demu could be better, I don't know if Jean survives until then at this pacing.
Yeah, this really hurts now, not having that outpost here with the line of sight. And now, oh my god, Louis is in 3 stables now. He's got almost 10 more villagers at this point in time. He's out on the deer as well. He's just kind of hovering around with his reinforcements there as well, so it's very hard for Demu to try and get any picks off over there. He is still actively pro-scouting, but he's not really getting a major benefit here. Might even lose those 2 scout there.
Yeah, like, the thing that
drop the deer.
Oh. He'll be able to get away. The thing to keep in mind here as well is like, is every 2.2 minutes you're building a villager lead as French, right? Because they produce villages an extra 3 seconds faster. It stockpiles quickly in games like this. And you don't want to have to go spears, even though you know you're at a disadvantage. And I think in some ways that can make Jean desperate. You know what I mean? Like, it's very obvious what you have to do.
Yeah, and she's nowhere near to the next level. And right now, Louis is just pulling back on one side, and at the same time, reinforcements go attack from the other. And the second Demu wants to direct to that one, you can already see on the minimap, the first army once again starts moving in.
But I've got a knight. He'll hold them back. Yeah, I mean, that guy's gonna have to be. That's gonna have to be Zhang Fei on a bridge in a Romance of the Three Kingdoms tale. 2 more villages down. This gold vein is killing him.
Louis is so good at getting these kills in. He's not losing anything out there to like bad pathing or anything like that with those knights. Same time, looks like Demu.
Please kill that knight.
Almost able to.
Please.
Yeah, he gets him.
Slam dunked.
That was actually far enough with the arrow that Jean didn't get any experience out of it.
I've mentioned this before to the devs. I think they just need to give her a last hit indication. I think if Jean does the final hit, she should get it at any range. It feels like you just get robbed sometimes. Oh. Yeah. I think this is also...
Louis 6 knights ahead.
Do you think this exact matchup and this exact scenario is why the devs have been talking about, like, you know, changing Jean, right? Because you had the interviews with Winston where he mentioned they're looking at reworking Jean as a faction. Do you think they've just watched this too many times? Like, yeah, they're just going to build knights.
This specific... Yeah, I don't think it's this specific matchup, but... I mean, in general, Jean is just kind of weird, right? Because he's just trading out bonuses that the French civilization has baseline passively for putting it out there on a unit at the end of the day. So it's not like too different. The gameplay at the end of the day, when it comes to the units, the type of units that you make, it's still very similar to base French.
Yeah. I think it'd be cool if they... I was saying that the other day, that it'd be kind of cool to see them, maybe if she didn't have French knights at all, and instead her unique units were in Feudal Age. Like, change their stats a little, but they were, like, accessible early on. Extra tweaks on top of that, but, like, actually make it truly unique. Because right now...
Yeah, I think definitely, like, an approach would definitely be... Yeah,
I was about to say, right now you just feel like a worse French. So apparently Jean wanted to join the better French, and we know how that went down historically. She's gone.
Yeah. Oh, and now Rachel as well. He's going to move on to the boar next, taking all the resources out on the map. Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, Louis, he just didn't have any downsides, really, to not getting pro scouts other than a little bit of movement, like walking time from the villagers.
Exactly.
But you want to be out on the map anyways when it comes to the follow-up. After the deer, you want to start taking the berries.
And also the boar. The boar is the biggest deciding factor. So, like, if you know the game is going to go long feudal, it's a game of who has more food. And funnily enough, in this situation, it was never going to be the guy who went pro scouts. So yeah, just a sick read. And... oh man, it's like sometimes I feel for Jean in this situation. Yo, do you reckon there's like one or two Demu fans that when Jean died like that, they're like, it's a strategic buyback move so you can defend the gold? Because now Crackety, Jean was immediately back in the base.
Yeah, except she's already back on the left side as well.
Okay, but it'll be now when the dive comes in on the gold, He can force feed her, and then it's a strategic buyback to kill one of these 20 knights.
Oh man, this is not gonna be anything like that. This is just gonna be a complete surround now. Louis is completely outmassing Demu here.
Wait, he's pulling him
And
away.
Look at, he's pulling him away.
He's pulling away.
Single
The
time.
goal.
Dude,
He doesn't
Louis
realize.
so good at this. Louis is so good with this every single time. With every
It's wave
Civ
after
he
wave.
does that.
The second one's now coming in. It's going to be an absolute massacre. And there's no troopers here that can stop this happening. Goal now denied once again. Eco lead now up to 16. Make it 17.
18.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, forgot. French TCs produce quicker as well. Oh,
It's not
Jean.
gonna get better anytime soon for Demu. Yeah, it's just gonna get worse and worse here. Now, time for another boar.
In fairness to Dimu, there is a comeback point in this game, believe it or not. He knows this after his infamous series of Miyamaika. If Louis just builds about 120 knights, miracles can happen.
Yes. Yeah, but Louis is also the first one to age up now. With a good lead when it comes to knights. Getting veterancy on them, and then on top of all of that, royal bloodlines. There's a timer ticking for Demu, but Louis, he's done such a great job of keeping all of these outer resources protected with outposts. That way he buys himself enough time to have his reinforcements come in on those sides.
Yeah, and it's not just about keeping the villagers safe, it's the early warning that makes it even worse. I mean, Dimu is a pro scouter with one scout. It's not like he could really split off, have 3 different groups of knights with scouts at this point in the game. And I've got this funny feeling like, you know, Dimu, he's at least in a good position that the game doesn't need to end the moment the tech up completes. The problem is, veterancy is going to be there a lot quicker for Louis, and we're talking about cavalry. It's going to reach his base before he has veterancy.
Off age up now coming. Demu not having clicked up yet, cancels the knight, goes for force drop off. Almost able to click up himself. There we go. Age up could be coming in now. Royal Institute
That's slow.
coming in from Demu as well. Only 8 villagers on it at the moment. Yeah, and there's no food remaining underneath the TC. Most of it is out there on the berries where he's at right now, pulling a couple more villagers over, but I doubt that his upgrades are going to be in time. And I mean, he sees the force of Louis approaching his base now.
Elsie, they maybe they're camoed against the trees. It's very hard to see sometimes, but it's going to become apparent quick. And, you know, Cantor Saddles was cancelled. Louis thought about it for the quickest hit, but he realized he wouldn't be able to get that. So instead, look at the timing. Royal Bloodlines will be there before veterancy will be in for Jean.
24 villagers now trying to get that Royal Institute up as quick as possible. Demu, he knows he needs that upgrade for that fight. Or at least needs veterancy for that fight. But now, Louis is already there. He's finding the gold villagers. Demu's going to have to evacuate all of those villagers. It's going to be so much idle time just walking right now. Royal Bloodlines in queue, veterancy in queue, but it's not in time. Louis already here.
And the villagers, where are they running?
And
Oh,
the
no.
villagers! Oh my god.
Careful, son. You're playing with fire. Wait, no. That is
No,
disgusting.
he's going around the side again.
He's
And now
got his
Royal
9 Royal
Bloodlines
Bloodlines. He's actually going to take it away from him. He has to fight. Veterancy to just kick in. Royal Bloodlines now
And but
complete.
Royal Bloodlines.
Louis,
Now he can turn around. He can turn around. There it is, the turnaround.
the clash he needed. And the villagers are even running through to try and get to the berries. But this is going to be a bloodbath. Game number 1 in the palms of Louis' hands. Level 3 Jean cannot change that outcome. And nothing about this game can stop the Dimu ship from sinking.
Yeah, Jean, she's reached level up, but she's also dead at the same time. Unable to buy her back as well. Not enough gold. Villagers going down everywhere. And that is gonna be GG. Game number 1 going over to Louis MT.
Oh, so, French kill Jean. Starkly accurate. I think like we're
Yeah.
It's like I mean we knew this. I read books.
Kinda. Yeah. Like Burgundians. They're French.
I mean I read books, Cracky. You know that? Like I mean they're my
You
daughter.
do?
Yeah, they're my daughter's books, but like I get forced to read them. It's horrible, but they get read. But yeah, this one, the story's kind of been written a dozen times. It's not that Jean can't get wins, but honestly, whenever I watch it, it feels like Jean has to do something to outplay. It's not if you just play even Stevens. French just seem to be in a very comfortable position, even more so with the Pro Scouts nerfs now, I think.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? Like, getting those cheaper economy buildings in as well with the Pro Scout nerf. I mean, we saw it perfectly here on a map like this where the deer weren't even far away, and with the arrow, Louis was very comfortable with just moving out to the deer. No Pro Scout needed, and that just allowed him to get more knights out, pull Demu's army apart into different directions, and then go for the raids wherever the army wasn't present. And we can see it right here in the replay. Whenever Demu tried to chase the army from Louis, he just started attacking on the other side with his reinforcements.
Yeah, I wonder how different this game would have looked with, say, an outpost on that gold. Because, like, credit to Demu, the opening I think was very creative. Just not rushing pro scouts, but delaying it, getting a few knights in, looking like you're playing one TC, no pro scout all in. But this area, I mean, this screen,
yeah,
I imagine Demu's thinking it back, looking back. If you just spent 100 wood, how different the outcome of this game could have been.
And he had the wood as well. He had it there. It's just. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just don't think about it. Sometimes you're like, okay, I know where my opponent's knights are. But then you might just be slightly underestimating that, okay, French might have a couple more knights up their sleeve. You went for Pro Scout. Your opponent didn't go for Pro Scout. He used those resources to get a couple more knights in, and there they were in the end.
Yeah, and for anyone wondering, like, why wouldn't you build spears here? Oh my god, like, what a noob. Look at all these cavalry. Just stab them.
Nah.
You do nothing, right? Like,
Too slow.
Exactly. Like, yes, he's stuck in his base with knights, but if something goes right for him, he then immediately has the opportunity to do something. If he has spearmen, they pat each other on the back. They go, "Good job, boys. So back to bracing because they'll be back again."
Yeah. And also, like, French, they don't mind like making a couple of archers. It's just a scaling as well. Like, once something happens, as you mentioned, like, you can't react to an opportunity play like you would be able to with the knights, and knights just scale so well in mass. Like, when you have a lot of knights, it doesn't matter if your opponent has like mass spearmen. As long as you have more knights, you still win that fight easily. And as French, like, if you've got the micro, if you're like from StarCraft, like, you have the APM for it, you just pull these weak knights back and let them heal up later on.
And I think that's the big part. Like, feudal healing is, in my opinion, still like OP. Like, any unit that has access to feudal healing is a huge advantage when used well. Then you've got the fact that, you know, if you go into Spearman and I see that, I have two great options. I either build archers to counter you now, or I just keep poke raiding so you can't come out your base. And like you mentioned, that tech up, you get things like Royal Institute into Royal Bloodlines. Spearmen aren't going to carry you through at that point. So yeah, it's like a catch-22 with this matchup. Whoever stops building knights statistically loses.
It's going to be interesting, though.
It is, yeah, because we're just a few seconds away. And you are seeing a rose for Demu. Someone loves him because it got through the banning phase. We are going to be seeing something wholesome here. That's right. It's Lancaster time in the Elite Classic 3. Demu has got his hands on the new Civ, but Louis MT is going camel crazy with the Ibids here in Lipany.
And Ibids, they're one of those civilizations where when you know how to play a lot of matchups, suddenly they become really strong in, like, most of them even. Like, I don't know, sometimes I feel like whenever I play Ayubids and you're not used to a matchup, you play, you might lose, at the end of it you're like, wait, there are so many better ways to approach the matchup. Like, Ayubids, they're so flexible. They're so incredible flexible when it comes to the paths that they can choose, depending on the matchup.
I agree, and I think that's something that devs have definitely improved upon. Like, we recently saw some buffs. For example, Master Smiths now gives the Military Academy buff. You've then also got the things like the Industry Wing allows you to build structures quicker. When is someone going to do a fast castle drop in the enemy base? The point is, though, like, they've done a really good job of creating robustness there, which means before, you know how it used to be. It was Desert Raider, Growth Wing. Every single game. And then for a little bit, it was Growth Wing into either Advancement or Growth Wing into Dervish. I feel like we have...
Or just in general, Dervish and Feudal Age with Desert Raiders, because Dervish are
the most recent one.
Yeah.
Yep. And then now...
I mean, Dervish are just obnoxious.
We just talked about it. I just said the words, Feudal healing is OP, and like the Dervishes might be the biggest extreme of that. And that's where I think this is going to be an interesting matchup, because you'd think with how greedy Lancaster are, the Dervish Desert Raider player would be OP? I don't know if it's good enough to really dive mana spam.
Yeah, I mean, mana spam is really potent. Just in general, having the ability to scale your economy giga-passively without, like, really investing... I mean, you're investing into it, but it pays off so quickly that I wouldn't even call it investing. Like, 2.5, like after a nerf, like 3 minutes for it to pay off completely. Manners with the Lancaster Castle are also incredibly tanky. They got an arrow slits emplacement. It's like scaling economy with 0 downsides.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
It's like I've talked about this extensively over the last few weeks. Like anyone who's been crying about Yeoman, all these other things, like they are symptoms of the cause. At the heart of like what has frustrated people with Lancaster, and maybe some just don't even realize it, it's the mana system. And this landmark is truly where it all begins. It is.
I'm not sure if that's accurate. Like Yeoman at the beginning were genuinely broken because their synchronized shot was able to like one-shot with low numbers. Nowadays, it's been nerfed to a point where it doesn't one-shot your backline anymore instantly, and I think that's like where the main strength used to be, because like now you can actually realistically survive a shot and still be able to continue a fight. Meanwhile, previously, if you didn't dodge a fight, you'd be dead immediately.
They kind of look borderline pathetic a lot of the time when I see them now, yeah. But to the point that I was getting at is because, think about it this way, right? Like, I agree they were overtuned, and I never, like, this is what I said to people. I think they, yeah, I could see a few nerfs coming, but like at the heart of it, the manners cause it, because anytime in a RTS like Age of Empires 4, you have something macro economy that is so powerful, it can make anything busted. You know what I mean? Like how people felt about Fulani at one point with Malians. Like they have crap units, but they zerg so many it's overwhelming. And obviously Lancaster, you have some really good units in there mixed in with some questionable units, but you have so much economy so early on, and it's so unharassable. As we're going to
something
find
that we have to mention as well is just this spawn of Demu here.
Yeah.
Right? Like gold,
jackpot.
stone, right next to each other. You get the Lancaster Castle in between. Now we're going to see the Manors coming in. They're going to help defend the buildings, like the economy here as well. And I mean, sure, the wood lines are forward, but you're getting wood passively through the Manors. Like 6 Manors, you get like 150, like more than, you get like 300 wood per minute passively in with 6 Manors.
Yeah, isn't it?
It's kind
like
of crazy.
Is it? I think it's
Like
270
45
or something. Is it 45 per? If I remember correctly. Like, it's a
Yeah.
lot. It's ridiculous. It just starts paying for itself. They go 45 wood.
45. There we go.
I mean, that basically lets you
105
spam
resource
the
per
Omen.
minute.
And like, here's the other crazy thing as well. This build, the other thing that scales really well about it, and I think it's kind of sleeper sometimes. You have to really just put the lens on it. Is the rallying from the Lancaster Castle. The 2 options.
Yeah.
That's what was making it so insane. Still is. The fact that you can get so many cavalry out like that, and then follow it up at max manners with 16 yeomen immediately, and it be profitable, is exactly what we're usually seeing people suffer with. So I am curious to see how Louis Razor wants to try and address this. It looks like it is an FC build from him, just trying to get ahead of the tempo of what Dumu can get. One thing to highlight, those Demi Lancers were nerfed, or Demu Lancers in this game. They have been like crippled slightly because for some reason they had substantially higher charge damage in Feudal Age than was intended. So maybe that will be less painful. Yeah, I still found that hilarious. Like, we've been upgraded, but for some reason our Lancers don't work very well anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Sometimes these kind of things happen, right? Like you look at numbers all day, and sometimes you just start turning blind to them. I think that's probably what happened there. But KP, you're a proper Brit. What exactly is that mechanic called? Is it Levi? Is it Levy?
Levy.
Or is it Leviosa?
It's Levy Brosa, because we bring out like our own little Broman, you know? But yeah, it's oh god, like I was watching, so Moo has started like playing Age of Empires 4. Like not the Moo you know, the real Moo. The one that like played Dota 2 and made almost $1 million playing Dota 2. And
That's some money.
I can't remember what Levay or I can't. There was something he pronounced so wrong. I was like, I don't. Even Americans would apologize for this pronunciation. I don't. He'll learn. But we have got that logistics wing, by the way. So yeah, I quite like this one. Growth into Logi is a little bit underrated. Definitely slept on because most people, I feel like, just don't really do growth anymore in Feudal unless they're attacking.
It's an interesting play here from Louis. So he's able to get a villager lead early on with the economic wing growth, and now with logistics, he's able to get the passive income as well. Getting 5 relics in, that's 400 gold per minute. If you're also able to get the sacred sites in, you're going to be looking at roughly 700 gold per minute there, just completely passively. With that, you're pretty much able to contest the manors with that passive income. Granted, it's only gold. I say
Yeah.
only. Gold is pretty nice to have.
Yeah, but there's the strategy, isn't it? We just stand on the side, we build manganiques, and we blow all these nicely clumped together
Yes.
buildings, because Dimu's been spending way too many hours on City Skyline recently, clearly. Up.
That's true. Manganiques, they're threatening. They're threatening. If you get like 3 in front of your base and you're not able to immediately counteract, they take down buildings fairly quickly. And he's going all the way to 9 manors in Feudal Age. That's pretty greedy.
Okay, I'm going to say it. This Civ makes me
Say it.
wish they didn't nerf clown carring. Right? Right?
I wouldn't go quite that far, KP.
You don't
That's pretty
think-
far. You're going pretty far.
Okay, I am going new, but you don't think they... Like, you've played against land cards. Sometimes you don't feel like they deserve to be clown card.
I'll just go second TC, and I think, okay, I'll just die in 20 minutes instead of in 5.
The problem with going second DC is when they build the Lancaster castle next to your base.
That's true. That
What-
can be an
what now?
unfortunate situation.
It is, like, I was talking about the Masters as well. It's kind of crazy, because you pay 300 for a mana, but in terms of for an outpost rush, an outpost costs you 100, fortification costs you 100, and slits cost you 75. So you can either pay that for a full outpost rush, or you can just buy a
Or you
mana
just go... Yeah.
that pays
Let's
you
just
back.
say it is probably difficult to, I want to say, burger rush House of Lancaster with this many emplacements.
Yeah. I mean, the
They do
trade-off...
also 8 damage instead of 6, right?
They
sure.
do 6. I think it's 6, and then Lancaster Castle does 12. So if we go on a mana, we'll see.
Can we check?
Look, a house that shoots you. Only have to wait until Castle Age
Can we
for
select
this.
a manor? There we go.
Select
No,
one of
that's
them.
too many.
Darling, please.
Just one, please.
Here we go. Just
No, not 9. Just one.
He's panicking. Crackety, calm down. You're upsetting him.
I'm not mad. I'm just.
Just click once.
Okay, we're looking at the tiers.
There
There we go. It's 8. Look at that.
Oh, yeah,
it's
it's
8.
eight. Why
damage.
is
Yeah,
it
you can't
8?
burger
Oh,
rush
God.
them. You can't burger rush them.
I mean, the funny thing
They
is,
shoot through your armor. No problem.
they have more DPS than the castle.
I mean, with all of them, yeah.
No, like individually, because I think they attack almost
Wait,
twice
what?
as quickly as the castle. The castle.
Oh, you mean
4
then the
seconds.
Lancaster? Okay.
Yeah,
you
no,
mean the
not
Lancaster.
a normal
Yeah,
castle.
no,
Calm down, you.
Not a normal castle. Yeah, you're putting ideas in my head there, KP. I don't like them.
You know what? They actually like are more powerful than a standard castle in Castle Age, if you're playing Japan. That was a dig at
Yeah.
Japanese players for not having them. We do have King's College, by the way.
Castle in Castle Age.
Yeah, like what the hell? Like you build an Imperial and they look fancy. Like I don't know how you feel about King's College. I almost feel like if it was just the discount, it would still be a decent pickup as a landmark.
I don't know, but just a
15%.
discount then would feel, it would feel really underwhelming.
I mean, the alternative is a castle.
Yeah, but the castle that spawns 3 units.
It's true.
AP, that's value. 360 resources immediately that you save. And they also do more damage.
Yeah, and the Olsguard that they
They're faster,
spawned
too.
also trained with Leonidas from 300. Have you seen how hard they throw those daggers?
They throw them very hard.
Like you could just they almost just need a voice line like I'm not going to even say the vulgar stuff they say, but it needs to be like, you know, typical yob guy in an English pub who's about to get into a fight when they tell those, because they're powerful. 6.5 tower range on those things, but we're not going to see them.
Yeah.
Because Lancaster really is going through its early day runs like every English player back in 2021 did. What is gold-based units when I have food and wood?
Yeah, Louis is the complete opposite to that. He's gonna go for mass camels and archers here.
Against
And I think that's pretty good.
against Billman Yeoman?
Yeah.
Okay. One thing
Yeah.
that scares me here, by the way, and I know Louis knows about it because Louis has been trying to do it a lot. I don't know if Dumu's been experimenting yet. Is Hobilars with King's College and the comp Louis is doing?
Charge is crazy.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking is if Louis gets roped into too much archer spam by all the spears, you can just switch like that because that hill forts tech is crazy. If we go on the King's College, you'll see it. it basically
The
turns...
stats are kind of insane.
It is, because it affects bonus damage as well. So your charges on your pony do like 22 damage. And on top of that, like the hill fort, what it does is it doubles production rate. So you just vomit out Hobolars, these cheaper horsemen, instantly.
The thing is, they also do a lot of bonus damage with their charge as well. So the charge against an archer pretty much does like 56 damage in Castle Age.
It does half their health, over half their health. It's
Against
crazy.
Siege as well. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a very stark contrast compared to their normal baseline attack, which is worse than like a normal horseman's. Like Hoblars in Feudal Age, they do like 7 damage compared to 9 from a horseman, and then in Castle Age they do 9. And then their charge suddenly is like 3 times that.
Yeah, I just realized as well, mathematically, how's the Lancaster Knights counter Camel Lancers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do bonus damage with
Yeah,
the upgrade. Yeah.
and you can't debuff that, so you lose 5 damage from the Camelones and gain 6, and have more health.
Louis doing it again.
Options.
Splitting up his knights.
Yeah, but there's no point splitting up when there's going to be all these arrows shining down. Look at that synchronized shot on the way, and we do have the Shire Levy, so that is going to be an additional 16 yeomen about to be birthed
We're
out
at
so
38
quickly.
Military.
Yep. And
Now it's gonna be.
if you go,
Now it's gonna be more than 38. Now we're at 56.
I would not want to be
Barely
the
even
count on Sesame Street trying to keep up with that. Good lord.
Oh wait, yeah, never mind. For a second I was like, oh no, the Camel Lancers, they're gonna get stunned. Never mind. This has been in since release. Camel Lancers do not get stunned when they charge into a brace from Spearmen.
Yeah, because like horses are cowards and camels are manly. Like,
Camels are chats, yeah.
yeah, I don't care.
They don't care.
Like they've seen things.
Witness me. Are we
Like,
also getting the Demi Lancers in now? Good couple of cavalry units as a front line.
Yeah, just
Never
what,
gonna say no to
11
that.
of them. Yeah, just 11. Not many. Good old Demi Lancers.
Just a couple. A little bit of HP. A little bit of front line.
And Louis has done the right thing. He's prepped for this, by the way. We've got walls on the wider flanks because these are best used at this stage as raiders. I wonder, does he maybe actually just use them for all in aggro? Because, like, look at the numbers now. This is the thing. And by the way, this is why it's not called a defensive landmark. Lancaster Castle is categorized as a military landmark. That's why.
Military land. That's a good way to put it. That is a good way to put it.
You thought Burgrave was quick.
All right, third Manjanique is coming in. But I think Demu sees it in time. He sees the Manjaniques.
Wow.
Red shot doesn't do too much damage here.
Touched
I
one.
think that's it. He's going to go for the goal.
Oh, the sink shot. Oh, goes straight into the mangoes, but the archers actually do run, so a little bit of spread
Multiple
damage.
Oh my god, the healing. There's
Yeah,
so much
and that's the
healing
thing.
going on.
That's the thing, right? Like, if you don't prioritize sink shot into
It's not
one unit,
enough.
it doesn't matter, though.
not enough.
It's just too much,
Goodbye,
melee.
Manjaniques.
Oh.
He's getting overrun.
This is the thing. In case anyone didn't clock it, Lancaster is the new Zerg. I've seen
And
this
you think
Civ.
you can run away with the archers? No, you cannot.
No.
They yam and they're gonna chase you all the way back. And Louis, he's out on the map. He's trying to get resource out on the map. Now Demu is starting to take back map control.
There's so many spears left, though. Like, this is ridiculous. He's going to try to commit in, but even if you just get touched and the spearman then dies, it means the yeoman can clear you because of the less armor you now have. And this, I mean,
That many spearmen.
this feels pretty cursed. You kill everything but the O's, and now you have nothing left to kill them. Sink shot, nicely dodged by Louis. Ping, doesn't matter here. Because, of course, nowadays, the sink shot is a little bit slower to arrive. But what
Yeah,
is...
they made a lot thrower in a good way, and now you can actually dodge it.
And this is the thing, though. What is not going to be slow to arrive, though, are these yeomen. They are Zuma boys. Not the fastest archer in the game, but up there.
And Louis, he's about to run out of food now. He doesn't have enough food to, like, remass all the camel lances that he's made here so far.
I mean, normally you say just build Manjaniques, but... against faster moving archers, as long as Dimu's on point with the micro, that's going to be ineffective here.
And you have to pay so much attention now as well, because, I mean, we saw the synchronized shot not doing too much damage against the units, but it will still absolutely obliterate villagers. If Demu finds, like, a clump of villagers, like they're up on the berries on top side, he could absolutely murder those.
Yeah, I also think, by the way, this is one of the better matchups against Yeoman Spam because of the Dervish heal that we saw in that fight. Because the sync shot doesn't really kill as easily anymore, that trickle heal actually saves a lot of lives. And then, unless you're like a micro god, microing, 8 different groups of Yeoman to target different individuals, you're just not going to get bang for buck.
Oh, spreading wide again. Yeah, I mean, Louis, I'm not sure if he can even think about taking these fights.
He's going to try. Sync shots again.
So many synchronized shots. This time he even gets a good couple of the archers. Kills the Dervish as well. No more healing coming in.
So, like, I don't know if you've noticed it yet, but you can make Lancaster feel like you're playing battleships for your opponent. All you need to do is just cycle one Yeoman at a time, shoot several different spots, and then at one point in there, select all, shoot somewhere. They never know which one's going to be the kill shot. He's going to be pushed back here again temporarily. And Louis NT has done a really good job of rebulking. The archer count is almost mirrored now.
It is. But you still have to be so careful.
I mean,
actually,
no, you're in the stealth forest.
Forward?
Like you literally can't use your range. You have to see them. Oh no!
Oh my god! Never mind. Never mind. Suddenly, just 8 of these archers die instantly to the synchronized shot.
Oh,
and all this mess that Lucha just built up.
I can't believe that. The positioning on that was outrageous.
Look, his food income. He just pulled a lot of villagers over to the berries once again, but the berries that were at the top side. So his food income is really good now for a little bit. These are the berries at the bottom side, but at the top side, they're still next to the market. There's actually one berry spot that is completely flooded with villagers. But he's getting so much food from that. But it's a finite resource. Grant, we're on Lipany. There's a ton of berries here, but this is gonna end at some point.
Especially
Meanwhile, Demu, he's fully switched to farms behind this as well.
And also keep in mind, like for Dimmu, now, because of the way that Louis done things, the thing that's going to be left for him is deer. Look at where the deer spawned. This is like not a great spawn. Normally having them close together is great, but if you're not going to rush them, this is what the follow-up's going to be. And I think Dimmu knows it. This is the camp spot. He just needs to find a way of staying here. And this is the switch that will allow him to do it. Because Lancaster, I don't know if you know this, Crackety, they really like their range units. So much so that even the men-at-arms are range units. Wow.
London subway POV.
They also have the most cursed-looking elite version with the golden hat. It grinds my gears. I don't know if we'll get to see it this game, but I don't know if you've noticed it. Like, it's just differently colored and looks different to the rest of the armor. They look like your classic RPG character who just picked up the thing with the bigger stats. Like, doesn't even match the uniform anymore.
They're a seriously cool unit at the end of the day. Louis, I mean,
yes.
Looking at the
nice shot, and there we go.
Demu has to be really
plus,
careful. Demu has to be really careful now. Louis, he's just been remassing. The food's still going here. The window still hasn't been reached where, like, Demu's at a, like,
he's not in control, no.
Yeah, Louis still on the finite resources. They're still not the point where he needs to go for transition there.
This is a lot of Yeoman going down, and this snowball effect, right? You need to be at critical mass, otherwise the sync shot's going to do nothing. You saw actually that many sync shots didn't really kill any of the archer units, and the damage got offset. Honestly, the dervishes are carrying these fights. It's very deceptive, but if you think about the cumulative heal and the difference that's made in units lost and units saved, it really is the difference maker here. I wager at this point there's been an extra 20 units that have survived what they should have, if not more. And that's the difference in military.
I would love to have an HP healed counter in the endgame stats.
Oh, I'd love all that. I want units killed for each unit, so I can be like, wow, this knight has earned a field promotion. Or like, healing for monks. I really wish you had those stats. They would be incredible, because this is the perfect example of a game to show someone and say, dervish healing is really, really ridiculously good. But it's just subtle.
Damn, he's going for quite a few of the Earl's Guards. Now, Earl's Guards, they're interesting as well because of their movement speed. I believe it's also 1.25. So they're a good bit quicker than, like, the normal men-at-arm, yeah. They can actually, like, run after archers. Like, normal archers aren't going to be able to outrun them.
Mm-hmm. And then, obviously, if you just get in range for your first archer shot, they're going to punt a dagger at you that does 3 times the damage. They're a very reasonable unit. Here we go. Dagger counters
got a
camel.
really big army. Man, man, this could still definitely swing in Louis' favor here. With the amount of units that he's got out there at the moment, and Siege now coming in as well. Triple Manganique.
Didn't get one good wall up.
He barely has half the archers at the moment.
Yeah, I think like the Manganiques, it's going to be about the hidden factor. You know how you use Sync Shot against him? Well, the Manganiques can be the same factor. If these yeomen see it, they can dodge it. If they can't see anything, they're dead. And something that's worrying me a bit, it looks like Dimu's trying to prep for Imperial Age, while Louis is going for an all-in.
Okay, I think he's about to see it. He sees the army now. He sees the mass. Shoot the stone out cropping.
You didn't see that. It didn't see that. It just a calibration shot.
Are we gonna see like a panic Berkshire? Oh, he's going for the market. He wants to get a keep up or something. But this might be rough now.
The army is being slowed down with the Manganiques, so it's not exactly the quickest approach for Louis here. He's
he's
balancing.
Yeah,
he's going for it. It's Berkshire. It has to be. There's no way you survive a Wingard.
Yeah. Where is it? It's on the gold. Oh, it's such a long range there as well. That might actually still hit. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the damage from the Yeoman scales with age, not with elite upgrade or veterancy. I was going to see the age up. 26 on that, though.
If he just the Manganiques in range, you can't complete this, surely. The Camelancers are going to head on in. Villagers fully committed. Sync Shot. He realized the desperation. The dive in, a big hit there. Takes down about 10, but the Manganiques
suddenly
won't be just as hard. Berkshire's up. You can't stare anymore. Louis needs to back away. Dimu, what just happened to this military count?
Louis got baited into the fight in a situation, in a choke point where the synchronized shot just did so much damage. Siege out of position as well.
Forces his hand, and now those... Also, keep in mind, those boyos with the daggers, the Olsgard, they just got their damage buffed automatically with that keep drop. Yeoman upgrade now on the way. Louis MT is trying to muster the resources for his own Imperial Age, but there's no doubt about it. Tempo just fully swinged.
We're about to be getting 9 times 40 gold per minute for them as well, passively through the manors in a little bit.
Woo-wee. And that should get him all the upgrades he needs, and Incendiary Arrow is probably not going to be far behind this. Those Yeomen now posing a true threat with the elite tech upgrades. I mean, for Louis, there's not many good choices left. He goes for Master Smiths.
Master Smiths, okay.
Wow. Does he already have Military Academy? Because if so, this feels bad. Oh, no, don't walk back into it.
That was an additional 10 units just going down like that.
Crackety, what is Master Smiths for? He doesn't have an army.
Not anymore. He's prepping into mass horsemen, but there's still spearmen and the Earl's Guards.
And those elite yeomen look fabulous. I wish I could pull off a scarf like that.
Have a fancy tailor.
Oh, yes. These guys still look budgeted. So, decap on the Sacred Site and now dive towards the base. I mean, we're still a minute and 15 away from Master Smiths.
Mind you, one of these players got 4 landmarks, the other has 2. One of the landmarks is a keep, by the way. I don't think Louis can go for too crazy of a dive.
So you're saying it's a base race?
It might be a base around, inside of Louis' base.
Oof. Funds any wood gathering efforts over there. At least he did vacate early, but... I mean, these yeomen are just going to send it. There's really nothing to fear. I think it's quite obvious to Dimu now that there's a tech happening. Otherwise, surely you'd see some semblance of a stand ground moment from Louis. Backstab is coming on the main army, though. Okay, that's sick. Look what Louis is doing. Yeah, with the stone wall. He tries to bait him away from the base.
Has himself a little bit of time. At least he's getting all the upgrades in immediately. When it comes to the blacksmith, at least. It's a lot of resources, a lot of tempo that he can gain, but at the moment, he's only got half the military.
There's bigger problems as well. Like, the biggest, most important tech here is about to tick in. It's one that makes these yeomen unkillable. +3 armor. On spears, on yeomen. Like, You know, this is the thing I think you could have taken away. Why are they getting made? Why we had this with all the Tries, Crackety. We still have it with them.
Not that there's a unit where this really matters. Like
not right now.
Matchup here. Yeah,
I mean the horsemen a little bit. Oh god, no, please keep running, keep running.
Oh, the farm transition. I found out.
I just realized playing against Lancaster like this is it's almost like you're at a disco where you're not allowed to stop dancing 24/7. Oh god,
of dancing there. These soldiers just dance for a little bit too long. Incendiaries now
wait,
where? As well.
Where are they running? Where are they running?
Where are they
Because
running?
if Dumu just goes into the base, he might lose the army, but he'll kill all this.
Could kill literally all of it, yeah. It's not going
Doesn't
for it though,
realize.
at the moment.
No, I think maybe
mean, he must
he
have.
doesn't know what's back there, right? Maybe there's a keep, or maybe there's walls. Maybe he just wants to keep pressure. Oh!
Oh, God.
Units
And he
down.
moved back into it. Oh, that's an additional -10, like every time it happens. So
It's
many
only
units going
45
down.
seconds away from happening again. Oh, good lord. I don't know where the horsemen are off to. They're like, this is not a fair fight. We'll be back when you figured this one out. And that's it. That's enough. He does it. Dumu with a firm hold. A game that is back and forth and a series that promises to deliver as we now have both players scoring on the board.
Series evened up, and look at this fancy stats we got here once again. Louis, high APM, and there was a solid timing, but Demu, with the clever market there, buys himself up to Imperial Age. I think that fight, honestly, if it went any worse, that could have been a snowball situation where Demu could have lost the game from there on out.
Oh, absolutely. And it's the elegance of using that skill shot. You know, this is what I like about Sync Shot. Like, some people aren't going to like that it was capable of doing that, but it reminds me of tactical waddle-laws. You know, where you see someone's trying to retreat and you waddle-law behind them so they can't run that way anymore. Same concept here. How do you get the most value out of Sync Shot? Quite often, it's actually forcing your opponent into mistakes, like rushing towards one of your buildings, or forcing a retreat into a choke point. Now, with the tweaks they've made, the delay on arrival, the changes to damage, I think what you have is an expressive skill shot that requires setup and isn't just a pay-to-win key.
Requires... yeah, I mean, you definitely need to have a lot of them. And we can see it here. Like, this was one of the earlier fights where we see a lot of the units just taking a ton of damage here. It doesn't do anything against the siege. And here, just so many of these plus symbols, the healing being in full effect, meaning that Sync Shot didn't really do too much in this fight. But Demo just had too many units from the levying there very early on, getting just a ton of backline, a ton of frontline there as well.
And this was my feeling on it, like we were talking about earlier. The thing that, at the heart of it, enables this Civ to get away with outrageous things more than anything, I don't think it's even the skill shot. I think maybe you could say to a certain degree it's the mana, but it's the Lancaster Castle's ability to allow you to be greedy, safely, and then give you an army instantly.
Yeah. It is definitely like one of those situations where you're getting rewarded military-wise for booming. Which in itself is kind of like a weird situation to have happen, like a weird mechanic to have happen. I like the idea behind it, but maybe it's a little bit overtuned here and there.
Well, the sinky shots, I think, like, I like the idea of what these type of things are bringing to the game.
the levying, like scaling
the levying, yes.
with
Yeah,
the amount of manners.
The levy is... it's just too many units. I don't know, like... I think if Lancaster Castle wasn't doing what it was doing for manners, it would be fine. Because then you'd be like, oh, he's just rushing manners, I'll dive him. It's like, then it's no different to someone be like, I'm going to have 4 TCs and then build 15 racks. It's like, yeah, but you've got 4 TCs, you womble, I'm going to shoot you. But we've talked about it. The manners are just too good at keeping you alive. They're too hard to dive. I don't know why they get more health from the Lancaster Castle as well. It's an insane investment to kill one of those.
Yeah. They're just so tanky. It's kind of absurd. Like, you have to commit so much to killing them. At least when you're up against Malians and they got their cattle, it's relatively fine trying to kill them. But against manners, you need to have quite the force. We're gonna take a quick look here at our bracket.
What?
Look at that. Valdemar leading up against Lucifron. Beastie and CSO currently tied 1-1.
That's incredible. Well played to Voldemar. You know, Lucifron's the type of player that, I don't know about you, I have him kind of pegged to be one of Voldemar's kryptonites because Lucifron really thrives on this gradual build-up off of raiding while getting like a macro exploitative advantage. And Voldemar, I think we agree, like, usually feels like an orderly player. He's definitely tried to change his playstyle in recent times. Gave a little bit of divergence to his early game play, and I guess it's paying off a little bit, but not enough. We just got an immediate score update. It is 1-1 in that series as well. So every series so far at 1-1.
Voldemar, he's the kind of player where sometimes, like, he's in a really good spot. He can just take his time, but then he puts on the diving goggles and then he dives deep and loses all of his army.
I think he's
Lewis
feeling the
Demu.
pressure because when I was casting a really, really clowny game between Giving Anxiety and Naval on my channel yesterday, he came in and it was something along the lines of what is this 8 play? So you just got to be careful. We'd have to talk about his. And wow, yeah, look at that. Mia Micah and Anatan. And I'm telling you, like Mia Micah, you've seen it.
Micah, he's so wild. I absolutely love it. Like, it used to be the case that Mia Micah, he's the kind of guy, zero macro, absolutely zero macro, but he just throws his head against the wall time and time again. He uses insane raiding and micro to win games, and now more and more, like the macro follows suit. He starts off with insane micro, but now the macro kind of starts building on the more experience he gains. And now he's a very, very threatening player.
It's funny because at the heart, when you watch him, a lot of his strategies are still what people consider cheese. But he takes the cheese to the extreme. You know, like when you see someone cheese an RTS, it's like, oh man, that's like a really repugnant like pile of like really strong, you know, mature cheddar or something. This guy's got the mature cheddar. He's got the red Leicester. He's got the blue cheese. He's got the feta. Like the dude is a full cheese merchant. Is what I'm getting at. You never really expect the level of potency he brings. It's phenomenal to watch, and honestly, he's been one of my favorite players to watch in the last few months. And you know, I've watched him in the weeklies take games off top 8 players on a semi-frequent basis. So definitely never write him out. But this is a fun map, Rackety. I think Enlightened Horizon has actually become my favorite map of the expansion.
I'm still kind of torn on Enlightened Horizon. I'll have to say. Sometimes it just feels really weird having barely any distance to your opponent.
Yep.
Especially when it comes to Castle Age, when you get trebuchets. We'll have to see how exactly it's gonna play out between these guys. We're jumping into a game number 3 now. Louis MT in the color green playing as the Ottomans, up against Demu playing the Japanese, color purple.
A map of Dark Age tempo, folks. We are talking about the newly improved Enlightened Horizon, not just the merchant camps that you want to pick up to generate resources, but now also the wolf dens, where you can anger the wildlife by stealing their pennies. I don't know why wolves keep 150 gold in their den, but they do. And this is an important detail in this matchup. Ottomans and Japanese, 2 incredibly efficient civs at going for those early Raxes, and both Louis and Demu are committing.
Hey, yeah, I mean, I like the idea from Japanese to maybe just wait until Feudal Age and then get Honor Geisha out, because with Honor Geisha you can do some very nice stuff when it comes to having Ottomans out on the map, trying to kill the wolves with spearmen, where the spearmen aren't actually that good against wolves. Like, you need a lot of them. And then the Honor Geisha just being so quick that you just absolutely steamroll them.
The problem is you don't need to kill the wolves. You just need to kill the den. So, like, I like where your head is at, because I'm a big Honor Geisha fan. Like, the moment that Civ was announced, I talked about that unit the most. I thought it was very unique. I thought it had a lot of potency and feudal potentially. The problem is, by the time you be feudal here, both of those wolf dens would be gone. And your opponent would be 300 gold better off. And also, he'd have 2 merchant camps for like 3 or 4 minutes, right? So it's a bit tricky. I think I got to give a lot of credit, actually, to the devs to point of interest. I think, in my opinion, they're a success, and they should be like added more and expanded more. Because one thing that you're seeing with some of these, like Enlightened Horizon, probably the best map to example this right now, is Dark Age actually matters. Building units in Dark Age is actually worth doing.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't played too much Enlightened Horizon yet. I've played against a couple of people that did Dark Age aggression there. Maybe it's better than I initially thought, especially since they changed the wolves a little bit with...
Yeah. With the wolf dens there, like, it's 300 gold that you can claim in the first 3.5 minutes. It's a lot.
Yeah, okay, this makes a lot of sense now. Look what Louis is doing. He's luring away the wolves.
Because the wolves are worthless. Like, I think the wolves maybe need to be changed a bit. Like, maybe just give 5 gold, because the play right now is you run over, you set on fire. Don't call him a noob. He's done it right. Louis doesn't have to kill. He just got the 150 gold. It's not for the kill. It's for the burn. So now he rotates over. Meanwhile, Demu, he's built more spearmen, but he's notably slower here.
Yeah, he's not moving out at all right now. I'm not sure if he just doesn't know where the spearmen are or what his opponent's doing. He's instead going for the caravan point of interest.
I wonder, maybe, so his concern might be if they're both blobbing spearmen, he'll lose because Ottomans have the vizier points, right? So they get imams and you just can't beat them. So maybe
Oh,
that's...
he's missing the timing.
Yeah, I think he got paranoid he needed more troops and he didn't realize just how efficient Louis was going to be. And this is so clean from the Chinese player.
That's really nice to see. Like, Louis definitely prepped this. Which I guess is a lot harder for Demu to do, since most of the time whenever he plays, he streams, and it's usually on ladder. I'm not sure if you don't have a lot of control when it comes to which maps you want to play on ladder.
Yeah, I mean, it's a balanced choice, right? Like, you can try to get the scrim partner going. I know Beastie was, like, scrimming with Anatan on stream yesterday. So, like, you can make that choice, but it's hard because, let's say you phone up Marine Lord, you're like, yo, what, you want to... He's going to say no. He's like, I don't want you to stream my strategies. Those are my secrets, brother. We can't reveal those. So I kind of feel for him a little bit. And we have to remember Enlightened Horizon is a recent alteration. The inclusion of the trade posts and the wolf dens. It wasn't how this map was originally released.
Yeah. Now the economy from Louis, it's looking very, very solid. It's getting archery range in as well. Grant, he doesn't have any military schools yet, but... Yeah, I mean, 300 gold for Louis?
What do you build now?
I'd love to see that for him.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad he done that. Like, the ninjas are worthless here.
Yeah.
You don't need ninjas. Yeah, your opponent's already feudal. He's going to have access to archers. So, dare I say you just have to go fast castle? But, like, do you want to go fast castle on...
Against Ottomans?
Not just against Ottomans. Check his base as gold. Remember, Enlightened Horizon is baby gold. You don't have a lot. It runs out fast.
Yeah, but you got 2 times baby gold, at least, in the back of your base.
Yeah, look how far away it is.
By comparison, yeah. Grant, at the moment, Demu has more troops. The idea is that maybe both players want to go for fast castle age. The issue with that is always that Ottomans get like the best unit in the game against cavalry baseline in castle age. Janissaries are kind of wild. They're really, really wild with just how strongly they counter cavalry.
Also,
while
specifically,
being a ranged backline.
And specifically Mount Samurai. Like, against that, they're better than Stand Hand Cannoneers because they're better attack speed, right? You get rid of deflective, and then you hit them. Exactly. Yeah. And the interesting thing is even earlier, like, this is a matchup that if you try to just rush castle as Japanese, it comes down to the map a little bit, but it's very feasible for Ottomans to all-in you if they just start flooding Sapai in feudal. They can literally stop you the moment you reach castle. The alternative is, as you said, he just mirrors, and he's no worse off. He's already ahead economically and militarily. And do you really want to be adding in new units here as Japan?
Might have to. Granted, Louis right now, he's playing it a little bit slower. He is adding in his first military school now.
I don't think
so
he can go...
villagers and stone, so it's going to add more.
Yeah, I don't think you can go Yumi here, right? Yumi did just get buffed, 10% buff to their cost, but against meta...
I mean, they're really nice.
Yeah, but against
Yumi
meta...
Still... Granted, you can kind of like kill the meta really quickly if you got enough Yumi. And they're also a lot faster than normal archers.
That's true.
You can kind of like dictate when you want to fight, when you want to take fights with them.
It would definitely be a raise in strategy, because obviously you have the double ranged upgrades, your damage is like 50% gone. And then your opponent, it's not like he's not building units alongside it, right?
Yeah.
And you know, I know you have opinions about things like the Sapahi. Like it's one of the best calves in the game. Do you really want to be building the counter to kind of encourage your opponent?
The Sapahi is such a weird unit because by its lonesome, it's fine, right? But then you combine it with Janissaries, and you got yourself a full army composition. Then you add in the free siege, and it's a 2-unit full army composition that your opponent needs at least 3 different units to play against.
And he's going Ona Bugeisha.
I like that. I like Bugeisha.
I think this is just to buy some time, not a long commitment, because you can see the macros for castle, right?
Yeah,
it has to
100%.
be. Speedball is going to waste enough time. Bugeisha should arrive. And I mean, the Bugeisha will do reasonably against the Sapahi also. One problem you do have here is the meta, though.
Yeah, meta kind of takes down a Bugeisha and halves its value, pretty much. You lose out on 2 damage there with it, with the bonus +2 melee armor from the meta aura.
What is
against
that?
a unit that relies on, like, low but quick attack damage.
Yeah. It's ridiculously effective. It's why in the early days, like, my mind was blown when I just saw how good meta was. I think out of all the civs in the game, the meta might be best against Japanese. Like, you
Yeah.
don't really ever see a Japanese player trying to play Feudal against this.
It's the reason why this matchup in general just feels really, really tough on Japanese in general. Just when it comes to, okay, what type of units do you make? Because one way or the other, you are going to get forced into Yumi archers. But no matter what you do, it never feels good.
Yeah, what's also crazy about Yumi is, like, you'd think, oh, wow, it's bonus against Janissaries to be good there. But the more I think about it, I think it's kind of the worst matchup because usually the thought process is Yumi can trade well into things like hand cannoneers because they overkill you. But Janissaries, as we mentioned earlier, the lower base damage, faster attack speed. So they don't overkill as much. Even Yumi can feel a bit weird. Yeah. Will be stables beginning though, so pretty much the expected here. What Dimi might not have been expecting is Louis MT is going to be cruising at exactly the same time up with military schools as well.
I mean, kind of expected just from how much Louis wasn't investing.
I think you maybe expect him to delay a bit more because the units is built, but this goes back to, I think, the camps, right? Like, Dimi built 9 spears, Louis built 4, and then Louis got 300 gold, Dimi got nothing extra compared to Louis because they both split the merchant camps.
I mean, for a while, Demu had the merchant camp, I want to say, like, for 2 minutes. He had, like, control over 2.
Yeah.
But then Louis also had control over Demu's merchant camp for, like, a solid minute. And Louis, not going for mangonels, immediately goes for Springles. Great play up against the Honor Geisha. Like, Honor Geisha barely do any damage to Springles. On the other hand, they get absolutely shredded by them.
And the whole thought here is, for Duma to win this fight, it's going to need to kind of zerg you. Also, choke point defenses. I mean, if you just look at Enlightened Horizon, one of the enlightening things is just how campy the start point is. But yeah, I really want to give the devs a shout out compared to, say, Forts, which I think had big building issues and camp issues because you had too much resources. With these small gold veins, you are forced to come out your safe place really quickly.
Yeah, now that Twitch chat mentions it, Demu, he's missing a berry spawn.
Oh. As Japan... Oh, no.
That's...
Is this
very
still
unfortunate.
happening?
He still has the deer, yeah. I mean, they made the berries not spawn inside of your base. But it doesn't fix the issue of berries just sometimes not spawning at all.
That's unfortunate. So rulings is if Dimu identified that, he could have called for a remake in the first 3 minutes, but I don't think you're usually thinking about berries that quickly as Japan. At least not the secondary berries, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit rough.
And a single Sapahi, that's going to force a reaction. Well, actually, a single Sapahi, if he pops Fortitude, the villagers are going to do a lot of damage against him.
The whole villager force is now partying with this one Sapahi. Will find a kill. And should be able to get away. I mean, this... I wonder if Dimu could have maybe protected himself just with shivs, but obviously, like, we have God Vision. From Dimu's POV, he's blind. There could be anything standing behind that first Sapahi.
Yeah. It's very tough to judge. Louis just going into mass spearmen. Passively produce Springles. Sapahi as well.
He can passively produce into Trebs eventually here. It's a pretty solid play on this map.
The thing is, like, Louis, all the units that he makes right now, except the Sapahi, you kind of need, like, range units. And this is the tough part, right? Like, you need so many different units.
Yeah.
In this matchup, as Japanese against Ottoman, you need a lot of them as well. Makes it very difficult. Nemu is getting a couple good villager kills here now. 2 going down already. Might also find a Springle kill here. Very nice.
He can get both of them.
Maybe 2.
Yeah. And he can get out as well. I don't think there's enough troops here to body block him, no. Yeah, beautifully done. Okay, maybe not. We kind of walked the wrong way, but there is an exit route here. Great trade. Meanwhile, elsewhere, relics are getting hoovered right now by Dimu. Finally get stopped.
He was working hard on that.
I gotta give credit where credit is due here. I think, like, Ben, for how rough this matchup is meant to be, and actually how clean Louis' start is, nowhere near as dead as you'd expect at the stage.
Yeah, and Demu who is making the switch now into Yumi archers.
Very efficient unit these days to bulk up, and he kind of just needs numbers. You can see what's happening here. This has turned into a little bit of a Zerg now from Louis. Spear Sapahi, basically whatever's cheapest.
Yeah. Get a big mass of units going. Granted, right now, Demu could actually go back into mass on a Bugatia. Still hurts a lot when you're up against a meta, but...
It's also the Springald problem maybe in his mind. Because
it's gonna build up again, the Springald numbers.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, are gonna be up there again. There's so many Sapai just from the military schools now.
I think the issue for Dimu and why he needs to worry about the Springals, like normally you actually own a Bugatia feel good against Springals because the movement speed to gap close, but look at Louis' army size. If you try to run around him and dive onto siege, he'll just stand on it. Like that's literally the intent.
Now also getting upgraded. Yeah, this is a fearsome army.
What are we looking at
Demo,
Vizier point wise?
The archers make sense against the spears, but they just cannot deal with the Sapai.
Okay, I don't know if you really go for the advanced academies. I don't know if you really need to start producing Janissaries at all.
Oh, it's not about producing Janissaries. They combined them with the faster creation speed.
True, yeah, okay, yeah, so we'll eventually get it. But this count's getting ridiculous. I mean, it's 41 to 22, and you have to remember Dumu's quality of that 22 is very questionable at this phase.
It's not really existence, it's Yumi archers, right? Like, that's not quality, that's the opposite of quality.
Hey, that Yumi Bannerman has good stats, okay, Crackety?
Oh, God.
You just got tank with
realize
him.
Immediately, but...
I don't know.
What's the answer gonna be now?
Louis doesn't realize how much of a freebie that was. He can't see that there's nothing behind it.
He could absolutely take this fight, but maybe he's got to turn around at any moment now.
Smile away, boys. Smile away. If he comes back for the Shinto.
Oh, absolutely. He's gonna.
He's got it, right?
Look at that. Yeah, there he goes. And now he also sees, wait, that's not even that many units. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now he takes the fight.
He's like, alternate religion in my country, an army in my country. We're fixing that. And oh no, Dimu, no, not like this.
Oh, there's no Pierce armor. There's no Pierce armor.
There's no counterplay.
It's missing completely.
He gets rid of the meta. The kite is actually pretty good here from Dimu. He's getting reinforcements in, so now it becomes a bit.
Pierce armor saves the day.
Wow, I can't believe that.
That's crazy. Man.
I don't think Louis realized he didn't have Pierce armor. Like. He must be looking afterwards and going, wait, what? How did Sabai lose that? Someone's going to clip and ship that and say, Yumi need a nerf. Killing horsemen? Imba unit.
That's crazy, man. Too strong. They buffed it too much.
Discounts
now the
and
unit's
this
Imba.
damage? Please buff Ottomans will be the other line that comes in that post.
New post on Reddit. I made only horsemen and I died to only Yumi archers. Please fix.
So I kind of like, I kind of want to see a game that gets balanced just solely off of Reddit feedback threads.
Oh no, you don't.
For the K, and then I want to see one like, is 4chan still a thing? We need these social experiments.
Got 3 relics in now.
And there we go, Advanced Academy in. This might just be the type of game where you go for the Great Bombard.
I mean, at one point you always go for it, I feel like, at this point in the meta. It's just so good against infantry. And it's also very tough to get to. Like, fights take long in Castle Age.
It's also, you just look at your other options and nothing is actually that desirable. I wish they'd changed that a little bit. I don't know. I guess you could say the Great Bombard resolution is kind of epic if you reach it. But I do feel like right now, and you can argue like metas come in and there's a linearness that will always happen, but I think the Vizier point system is quite linear past the first 2 points now.
Yeah, I mean, there were some cool attempts with the Akinji and whatnot, but I think the positioning of the points, just where they are, don't align with when you want to get them.
Agreed. Like, Akinji almost feels like it needs to be a tier 1 Vizier point.
Yeah.
So it'd probably be too good.
Maybe. Akinji is weird because in like low numbers they already become incredibly strong. Like you only need 3 Akinjis to start one-shotting villagers.
Yeah. Agreed. It's like I was making the same comments recently about Lancaster's Earlsguard. Like Earlsguard's dagger throw doesn't feel that good in a big fight. But if you rush castle, I mean 3 daggers kills a villager. And well, a lot of pokey sticks will also kill villagers.
Oh, and the relics.
He knows what he wants. And he will not be denied.
He's gonna get them. 2 relics, he's gonna get them all.
Yeah, because Dimu's nowhere near here. He went for the sacred sites.
Oh no, he's so far away now from the fight, and still military-wise, like looking at it, 38 Yumi archers.
He's going to lose so much more.
There's
This is
so
a full
many
dive now.
supply, and now men-at-arms as well. He's just burning the farms.
The hilarity is that he's burning the farms with the spears, and the Sipahi are killing the spears. Oh, that rally point.
Okay, now he's killing the ones on the just gonna
Yeah,
regenerate.
yeah. Louis needs to be reminded he's not playing Mongols right now. That might happen later. Dive coming in towards the gold as well. This man is just everywhere. Dumu's going on the counter-offensive, though. He's moving towards Louis' economy. He's about to find him out on the food sources.
Villagers?
Quick reaction. Let's get away. There's a wrap on the north side that's going to hit the tree line of Dumu. Like, this is overwhelming at this stage. There's only so many fires you can put out at once.
Yeah, and only so many garrison spots that you have at the end of the day. Right, and there's so many Springles now. 6 Springles all of a sudden. Demu is going to find a good amount of villager kills here, though, potentially.
What is that split?
No, they're getting away.
They're running out of the base right now. Dumu, the retreat pattern will get you the kills. Oh, mate, this is painful to watch. It's just such a messy game. Beautifully done.
After Springles. Oh, no.
Good luck with that, though. I just don't think it works. He's lining up.
He's going sideways.
He's lining
yeah, it's
up.
over. GG comes in. Dude, Ottomans, Louis Ottomans,
He's a monster.
So threatening. Yeah.
He is the boogeyman. Like, to me right now, we said it before we came on the broadcast. I'll say it publicly now. Louis MT, if not best, the second best Ottoman player in the game. Like, this is his Civ. He's a brutal master when wielding the Ottomans.
Yeah. The army composition, man, it's something that you don't usually see. Like, who just goes out of their way and is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make horsemen and spearmen as Ottomans.
It's so obtuse. And by the way, the other player I referenced that I think is top was B. We were talking about this behind the scenes. He does the same thing with other civs as well. Like, I've noticed it recently. A few players have started to just get Castle Age and they blob horsemen and spears. They truly value the quantity over quality, even when they have things like heavy cav available.
Yeah. I want to also, like, give a favorable mention there, like, honorable mention to CSO, who plays a lot together, like, with Louis, I believe. I'm not sure if they do actively scrim together, but they used to, like, play a lot of team games with each other. Grant, they're even in the same team, Team Elephant. So I imagine there is a lot of exchanging when it comes to information. And those two are just absolutely insane when it comes to Ottomans. Yeah,
you have. So, like, usually the scrim circle there is Louis, CSO, and Scarlet Devil, who also tend to play 3v3s together. So it all kind of fits. I think what's impressive about them is actually just how sweaty they are on the team ladder while also being this good in 1v1.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Like, CSO, he's very often, like, not on the radar of people, but the dude actually, like, very often beats Louis in their scrims.
Yeah, I think I've highlighted that. He's, the way I describe it is he's the kryptonite. It's very weird to watch because I think, you know, CSO won't mind me saying, when you look at a lot of his other matchups with some of the top 10 players, doesn't usually historically look close at all. It feels like he's just a step behind, but you can tell they practice together regularly because it's almost like he knows the exact timing when Louis is doing something greedy or something you shouldn't, and always finds a way to punish it. But Dimu, despite the fact that 50% of his ladder queue is against Louis, not really able to crack that Ottoman shell. And now, to make his last stand, potentially, we've got Dry Arabia, Shushi Byzantines. Krakody, did you know that Byzantines got nerfed?
Well, P, you certainly wouldn't know it from looking at their win rates. Actually, maybe you do. Depends on which elo you look at. Because, like, yeah, some in some elo brackets, people adapt quickly. In some, they don't adapt at all.
Yeah, I got tricked on this because I read the patch notes live on stream, and then I pulled up my own tournament and checked the win rate, and Byzantines was like 20%. I was like, yeah, but in fairness, this is where the professional caster skills come in, Krakody. We backpedal. In fairness, the reason the win rate sucked when they made that nerf originally is because you had to adapt your build order drastically at the start of the game. And that has a huge ripple effect trying to figure out permutations again, right? I actually think the new system structuring is a buff. I don't think it was a nerf at all.
Yeah,
it's just a different one.
It's slower at the beginning, but it ramps up incredibly quickly.
Yeah, my theory was that the second mercenaries would be slightly slower, but after that it'd be better. The reality check was the pros builds almost immediately were getting their second mercenary pump quicker than the old build.
Yeah.
So you miss your 6 minutes timing, but your 8 minute timing is better. I don't know. Sounds like a jackpot to me.
Next up, Zhuji and Demu. I think there's not a player that has spammed more bold monks than the bold man himself.
I'm
not sure if we got to see them here. I don't think Demu would go for them just because, like, there's so much going, like, riding on this game, right? Still, like, something just nags there at the back of my head. I'm like, maybe we still see the bold man spam.
I think the game has to be hyper deep, and then maybe, because then it's just like your premium limitane, right? You make your body iron, and then you beat someone with a stick. It's just better. But every time Dumi picks Shushi, I just get flashbacks to a game he had against Lash, where he literally had his son in his lap. He'd already won the game, but Lash didn't GG. So he just had his son in his lap. He's like, and now Daddy's going to build all the bald boys, and now we're going to build all the ponies. He was just having fun. And I think that's the thing that puts a smile on my face. I feel like whenever Dumu's playing Shushi, win or lose, that Civ just seems to be the embodiment of fun for him. So let's see if we can have a fun one here. Game number 4. To Dry Arabia we go. Louis MT in the green is the Byzantines. Team Liquid's Dumu on that Shushi in the purple. Shushi, I gotta say, like, I think it has become his signature Civ in my eyes.
Shuji, it's one of those civilizations where when the variant civilizations came out, Shuji played vastly different compared to China. Then we went into the Pro Scout meta, and suddenly Shuji was basically China, or rather China suddenly played like Shuji in that regard, with everybody just going for Pro Scouts. I think still Shuji is a civilization that can really shine, or like make their uniqueness shine in prolonged feudal age games, when you actually get to a situation in certain matchups where you want to go for palace guards, early palace guards.
It's an interesting transition for us, because one of the big things I kind of hit on with Pro Scouts meta and why it was so oppressively weird is that in Age of Empires 4, there's almost just like a fluid logic of you build something, and I can, early on, expect that you are going to build this type of unit out of it so I can prep a counter. But Pro Scouts broke that philosophy, right? Like, if you built stables, it didn't mean you were building horsemen at all. It meant you were building Pro Scouts, and, like, I don't have this fluid counter of, yes, this is the way to beat it. It muddied things, and I like that you bring up Palace Guard, because they do the same thing, same as Men-at-Arms. It muddies what should be a simplistic build order, and this is anything but simple. I wondered if he was doing it with the racks opening. It's not about denying Pro Scouts by killing the Scouts. This has been something that B has done more than anyone else in the last 2 weeks, I want to say. Louis has been up there as well. Everyone's catching on. If you want to stop Pro Scouts, the play is Dark Age Spearmen, get your deer off the map, and then go and camp their deer.
It is a very interesting mechanic, or rather a very interesting development after the Pro Scout meta. It truly makes this like so unique, like how players' ingenuity just comes in and they're like, oh yeah, Pro Scouts, that's been nerfed. Well, we just delay our feudal age a little bit and we get Pro Scout at home. It's a very micro-intensive Pro Scout, but these players, they got the micro for it. And now Demu goes up with the Meditation Garden. That's a pretty good spot. 50 stone per minute, roughly 40 food per minute, and then a wood line right next to it as well. We're looking at at least 110 resource per minute Meditation Garden here. Very nice.
Agreed. 36 on the
Still
food.
Not as good as Dome of Faith.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we're Holy Islanding here, right? Like, we haven't broke any record, but I don't know. I've always said this about Demi. He always finds a way to get those 100 plus on Dry Arabia when most players can't anymore. And here we go. This is the value, by the way. The reason it used to be people tried this with 2 spears, and I mean, you know this. It just got really clunky.
Oh, he misclicked. Wait, no, is he misclicking?
I think
he's just killing them now.
Yeah, because he's going to Grand Winery on the left.
Oh yeah,
there.
Grand Winery next to it.
Wait, where are you going, Bambi? This isn't
gotta be so careful with that. You don't want to potentially like block the angle where you want to drop the Grand Winery.
Agreed. My favorite one is like I had a game where a guy actually done that. He was getting ready to drop the landmark. And then I think it was High Trade House. And then he just killed all the deer. I was like, oh no. But yeah, tech up's going to be coming through soon. Louis, it should just be standard Grand Winery. I don't know if he really takes the deer. Like, this is one of the weird things. It's nice to deny pro scouts away. He's actually going to eat it the time being. But I imagine he'll switch over straight away because, like, you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
You feel bad about not getting olive oil as a Civ. It feels horrible.
100%. But eventually, you're still going to have to go for transition period. And when you got the deer available then, at that point in time, that's when Byzantines become just really, really fearsome. When it gets to that flood in Castle Age and just pump out units nonstop, Byzantines, like, they pump out units like no other civilization. Something that I want to highlight, though, I kind of touched on it a little bit earlier when it came to the early palace guards. So Byzantines, they like to go for longbows in a lot of matchups, either longbows or javelin throwers. And they like to also go for a lot of Limitani, or Limitane. The issue with that is always, like, you want to go horsemen, but it becomes very difficult for the horsemen to engage due to all the spearmen being there. Palace guards don't have that issue. They can just dive. Now, they do a little bit less damage, but they take a lot less from the spearmen and overall just survive a lot longer. And they're much more valuable when you get up to Castle Age.
Yeah. Now the interesting thought about that is, like, Louis is a very big fan of Limitane Longbow Horseman. I don't know if he's going to do it in this matchup. Like, in theory, it kind of gives you that blob and also the flexibility to block Palace Guard.
There it is. There's the barracks. I think we're going to see it.
I mean, I think he was one of the first people to really start doing this at, like, the high level, where you go maybe 3 to 5 PG, not necessarily more, but like enough to force a reaction, and then you bypass to the better age 3.
Yeah.
Boom. Nicely read.
Is Louis still busy? I think Louis is still busy luring the deer at the top side there.
Yeah, he's sending him off.
It's gonna take a while, but it's gonna be worth it.
It's not like we've got anything else to do.
Yeah, it's early game, right? Nobody does like Dark Age or very early Feudal Age.
Sweet innocent Louis. Look at this. He's like, it's not enough that I get my own deer. You can't have yours. I feel like this makes it obvious what you're actually doing. You know, like, in what world was Dimu thinking of deer shoving? He does get conf on the Palace Guard early, though, so that's pretty nice info. That likely pushes you towards...
Wait, you too?
Let me just see if that's in the neutral trade post. If I can, maybe? I mean, do you just go longbows here? I think you go longbows.
100%. I think longbows are just genuinely such a great unit when you're up against a civilization that has Palace Guards, mainly because Palace Guards less armor. And, well, guess what? Longbows more damage, more range. Sure, they're a little bit slower, but when you're in a situation where your archers, which are meant to not counter heavily armored units, suddenly do counter them, very nice to have.
Another interesting thing about this build, by the way, Louis never went onto the stone. There's no mining camp over there. So this isn't your standard cistern rush that we've been seeing from most players on the ladder.
Oh, looks like the deer were a little bit wild there.
Come back, sir. You're meant to be following me. Oh, no. It's okay.
If he kills the spearman now, the deer are going to run all the way back. I think Louis has to kill him.
No, this is the strategy. This is the big brain strategy. He spread the deer so wide, you can't harass him with 1 PG. He has got an outpost coming up. I mean, the deer are pretty much home. Dimu needs to try and just make that messy now.
Just don't kill them. Just don't kill the deer.
Oh my god, the villager rush of this. Okay, so we'll get
He
it up.
activated the ability. Akratoid defense has come in. Palace Guard suddenly not doing that much damage anymore to them.
He hasn't killed any of the deer.
Not yet, and slowly
He's
but
still
surely,
pushing.
nature is healing.
No, it's not.
Nature is healing.
Slowly but surely, nature is ending up on a
now
battery
Demu's pushing
farm.
him in.
He's like, we can save 1. If we can save 2, we can rebuild the numbers in the wildlife.
He's still going for it. He's gonna get them.
It's
gonna
that one
get them
spearman is the
eventually.
MVP. He's like, oh, they've stopped killing me. Let me just get back to herding. It's a good life as an herder. Love my life.
Oh, and there's the longbows now.
If he had undermesh, this wouldn't be too bad. But you see the timing's just not there for Dimu.
Yeah, undermesh now coming in. It's gonna take a little bit. Louis, he's just going straight up to Castle Age now.
Reminder: none of these deer have been killed yet. This is not an animal abuse report act yet.
Now it's gonna start being very annoying, though. I mean, you can just, these longbows, they're pretty good.
I mean, at this
They're pretty
point,
good up against Palace Guards.
if I was the deer, I'd just be confused about my existence. You know, I'm used to someone stabbing me in the face or shooting me, but like, what has this been? I swear, if he does cataphracts, no way, you sippy cup, right? Right? I mean, with double deer, it's kind of tempting.
I don't think Demu's a believer in the meme.
It'll be Louis, right?
Louis
Okay,
could
now
be, but look at that,
we're being tame. It's gonna be Golden Horn Tower.
Shaolin
You could still open
Monastery.
Caddis though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he is actually going for the stables behind that. I mean, cataphracts are really, really good still. Like even in low numbers, numbers even more. Just so much value on a single unit. Demu's gonna have to get crossbow in, but crossbows don't feel that good when you're up against longbows at all.
No, you're just gonna get shredded on the fight. And also Limitane, just all they have to do is kind of stand there and absorb, and it's a good enough roll. And also the importance of those cataphracts, you know, usually when we see things like Varangian, you have to move the longbow army out with you. That's a risk against PGs. But this way, if you just play Caddis, you just camp at home. Never dive into this base because LB are going to be there and get hemorrhaged on the flanks. Like, even the Shaolin Monk's going to struggle against potential cataphract here.
Yeah, Shaolin Monk on the way. Veterancy, or rather, Castle Age upgrade for those Palace Guards as well. Second batch of longbows is in, though, or about to come in. Yeah, this is not something that he can really dive at the moment. There we go, Cataphract coming in as well. Just a single Cataphract is going to be able to pretty much keep the entire army here from Demu at bay. He's going to try and go for a little bit of damage. At least might be able to kill the Spearmen here. Couple that are there. Oh, he's going for it.
There's no steel arrow. And
Nah, that doesn't work anymore. They're way too
Once
slow.
upon a
that
time,
does not work anymore.
in 2021, but not these days, no. So gets denied on the dive. Longbows are in a bit of a pickle, though, because even if he rushes veterancy, he can't. He doesn't have cistern levels up.
Veterancy's in now. In 3, 2, 1. There we go.
There we go. So now they actually die. Just hands.
Yeah.
Well, this has been a very weird 10 minutes of Age of Empires 4. I'll say that much.
Yeah, we're now seeing a transition to Lancers from Demu behind us. He can get them out fairly quickly, and Louis, he's not been massing too many Limitanae, so he doesn't immediately have the answer to that. Get a second stable up as well. Yeah, Demu's going heavily into Lancers. First Monk now also out for Louis, so wants to get a piece of the relics as well.
Yeah, but you know, you don't need spears, Crackety. You just use palings. Huh?
And you're gonna give me like Vietnam flashbacks of but that's actually still in the game where you can like move the
and they stay
while the palings are being deployed. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like, you know, I was saying the other night I listened to a streamer mispronounce the word palings. That was I'd say I couldn't remember the word. It was palings.
What did you say? Palings?
It's palings. I was like,
oh yeah, the palings.
Good old palings. That'll hold them back. Oh god.
Nothing like making some links with my pal.
I mean, it makes sense because they're effective when they're together, like pals, right?
Lancer has been revealed now. And Louis is going to respond to that by starting to make some more Limitanae.
Don't you mean...
Question is, does he have the production buildings for them?
Don't you mean Lancers?
The Lancers?
Good old Lancers.
Just like the Longbow W men?
Don't forget the Pal Ace Guards.
Pal Ace Guards.
The Shaolins.
The Scoots.
Yeah, I love scoots. They're the best. I like it when they scoot across the map. Oh, and let's not forget the cataphracts.
You don't call them monks anymore, you call them monkeys.
That's gonna get you banned.
Wait, what? How?
Just randomly calling. I'm not gonna explore it deeper for you. You can figure it out. We've got Calipafrax in the base. Oh, we could probably eat him.
Oh my god, the defensive wall though. That's annoying. Oh, he's actually killing the cataphract.
But he's killed the monk already. Bye! Have a good time.
Oh, he's just running away.
Yeah, but like, I mean, it kind of defeats the point of bringing the other one in. He actually wants to fight this. Lombos are feeling quite bold. They don't have range damage 2 yet, though, so he needs to be a bit careful. I think this is like the interesting thing about Byzantines.
Yeah, there we go. He trapped them.
No, just leave.
Oh wait, oh he didn't.
Just use the eject
wasn't
button.
quite there. He's just gonna heal him up again.
I just love when you're like, the surround wasn't quite there. It was. He just teleported over. I love that ability.
These cataphracts, they've been on a keto diet or something.
No, they just their ponies are the equivalent of James Bond in the medieval time. Like, you know how his cars had eject buttons? That's what it is.
Yeah,
like,
you just press Q with these guys, and they're like, I'm out of here.
I love that unit.
He's been able to deny the berries at least, so longbow spam has been slowed down for the most part. And when it comes to the cistern level, there aren't that many of them there yet.
So if Louis wins without really using systems at all, there's like we just.
And we know the nerf worked.
Yep, I think that's how it works. Divergent gameplay. You know, if you guys want to play Byzantines differently,
don't make cisterns anymore in the first place.
Yeah, and then you just need to learn to use free spearmen to push 14 deer into your base. Like, really simple stuff.
Demu's making dude, there's 9 cataphracts out now, and Demu, I mean, he's trying to like mass up the lands as well, but it's scary how many catas there are.
Also, he's got...
And with 3 monks, he's able to heal them.
He also, I was about to say he has Gulp at home, is the way I describe that. We do at least have 2 TC from Demu. Now, this would usually be scary because your opponent would have 5 levels of system, giving him an extra 10 villages. Anyway. He just looks at it, he's like, no, I'd feel bad about taking a level 2 system away from you. You keep it.
Oh, that's a lot of economy for Louis up there.
Thinking about killing a level 2 system at this point in the game is like, you know when a homeless person offers you a bite of their pizza, you're like, I'd feel bad to take it from you. Like, just
for me?
Yeah, like, really fought for your body, but I mean, you've earned it. You eat that.
I might not look like it, but I don't require this.
Are you usually propositioned randomly by homeless people in the streets to share pizza?
All the day, all the time.
Oh, the eject button used too late there. I mean, I don't know what that says about you if they offer you pizza regularly, to be honest with you.
Depends on if I trimmed the beard or not. Sometimes I look homeless. I'm one of them sometimes, honestly.
It's when you reassess.
The Shaolin monks.
Yeah, just leave. Lol. Yeah, but this is the funny part. They now both get healed. Kata goes back home, gets healed. He gets healed on the go. This is proof that Shaolin monks did discover nanite technology and injected it into their bodies, which is why they're so good at fighting, I think.
Ah, there we go. Demu, he's found the villagers.
That Seek Shelter feels cursed. Oh, nice body blocks as well. Clubs them down. It's now to a 10 eco lead for Demu.
That's a lot of villagers being idled right now. 24 idle villagers.
Meanwhile, Wolves going up at home. The Cataphract did sneak in, though. Oops. Luckily, you can leave. We didn't want this base anyway. Does it feel like Louis should be doing...
Slowly but surely is getting messed up.
Does it feel like Louis should be doing more with the Cataphracts?
That's the issue, right? Like, he can't really do much more because he's always being pushed to, like, the sides that Demu's at. Now, though, he is starting to get... he's trying to be able to spread his wings a little bit, what to say. Onto the other resource, he's starting to get some walls up now as well.
Oh, God.
He's going to make it harder for Demu to get any efficient raids in now.
All right, so, like, you look at the minimap, and you know you're watching a Byzantine game. So that very long line through their base, you assume is like, aqueducts, right? But if there was one player in AoE4 that you would think that could actually be palisades.
It's Louis.
We even have to do a double check.
He would be the guy to make that.
He would. I swear to God, he's right. Like, when I watch Louis in 50-minute games, he's writing messages to me on the minimap. I just don't know how to read Chinese.
Witness me.
I actually kind of dread the thought of us getting to the point where this turns into his fabled palisade trench walls. Because Byzantines are quite good at doing that.
I feel like Demu, he's starting to miss the timing here. He went for a second TC behind all of this now. We're still in Tang Dynasty. But unit-wise, Louis is starting to pull ahead, and his units are significantly higher in value overall, I want to say.
Oh, definitely. And it's also the flexibility in the fight. I mean, like, the Tang leaves a nasty taste throughout the pun. Like, at this point, you want to be playing towards Yuan. Another raid comes in. Like, this is at least good.
That was great.
And now look at what's happening. Like, Louis was about to attack. This is a very important timing. And once again, Dumu dragged him back home. This is literally a flip reverse roll of game number 1.
Oh, he's getting so many villager kills here. Maybe not. Now he has to run. But he pulled as you said, like the entire army is now being pulled back. And this buys Demu so much time to try and scale with his own economy, which he really needs to do because his food just completely ran out.
And look at the wood income. You know the switch is coming out. The other interesting thing about this is Louis is bulking for an all-in push. There is still a timing where he could eventually say, screw the knights, I'm going in. He's not there yet. And Dumu is doing a fine job of milking this opening to get away with the greed.
Yeah, I want to say, like, what Demu's doing behind as well, like, his food ran out, so he's massing Nest of Bees instead. Siege instead. That is great, except there's one unit here that can ignore unit collision at all and just dive onto these Nest of Bees. So Demu's gonna have to take a fight inside of his base in, like, choke points where the Byzantine cataphracts can't have, like, direct line of sight.
He's gonna have to do trigonometry, basically. You essentially have to keep like an L shape between you and the cataphracts all the time.
Oh no, he cannot move out.
No,
he cannot move out. Oh, that is so scary right now.
Dimu?
Who's gonna tell him?
I don't think he's as big as he thinks. This is like he's been sitting on...
That's a lot of posturing here right now.
Yeah.
And now he sees, oh wait, my opponent actually has a lot of units. Let's maybe go back a little bit here.
That's like when you've been squaring up to someone, but you were standing on like an apple box and you didn't realize.
Great keep though. And the timing as well.
Hold up. Catters are going to arrive a little bit too late to stop it. Oh, I don't think you can torch this down, surely.
Yeah, not really.
No, he backs away. You could go, say, like, 2 Kira Siphons, just to kind of push it away. And Jiangnan is now coming
Tower.
in.
Yeah, we're going to go to Song Dynasty. That's when he's going to start really dropping a lot of these farms. But Demu, I still don't think you want to take any fights outside of your base right now. There's so many cataphracts here. Now, Louis doesn't actually look too...
He's reluctant. I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, he doesn't want to... He went for his own second TC behind this, actually.
Ah, and, like, can we get an olive grove count? Because if you have a lot of olive groves, you don't care. Like, I think you just send it there. But I think... Are those his first? Oh, God, yeah. That explains everything.
That's not a lot.
Yeah, so both of them...
income is also not looking too hot.
I mean, we're going to get that hyper late game. I can feel it. They're both going to get the farm transition going.
Oh, no.
Unless...
I think something's about to happen.
No. Not like this! The trample's available.
It might be
plows through!
like this.
And he's got it all. By the long and curlies, Dumu double up on military in favor of Louis. He gets one flurry out of the bees, and they're all gone. And the Lancers got beaten all the way by a small handful of army-slicing Germans.
Oh, God, this might be it now. 10 military units remaining, and the entire food economy has been laid bare.
Louis, you mentioned
no
earlier.
Way out. GG.
What a monster. I can't believe
Crazy.
that. We talked about in an earlier game that he's one of the best players at peeling your army in the silliest of ways, that you feel like a muppet afterwards. Like, oh, what? Where is this one knight going? You chase with 20. We just saw it again to round out the series. Louis MT is absolutely monstrous. And, you know, I said it that last year I thought was going to be his year. Really, like, he wasn't able to deliver, but this year he's eclipsing all expectations. This man, I call him a beast from the East for a reason.
Yeah. That was absolutely insane. Like, just these 3 Landsknechte doing so much.
By not doing it. That's the stupid... It's not they killed anything.
They sacrificed their life, but...
Yeah.
That was...
We don't even know their names.
So much value in there.
You know? Like, we'll never recall them years from now. We'll just remember that we won the battle and then try and scrape together the thoughts of why. But props to Louis MT. 3-1 victory over Dimmu. I think genuinely, like... If it wasn't for that kind of bait and switch, you could actually see Louis was hesitant about going in despite the numerical advantage. We could have seen a 5th game, but instead, we go elsewhere.
Yeah, a lot of people were looking forward to seeing Beastie play, and granted, Beastie was actually meant to be our next set either way, BC up against Vortex, but BC versus CSO is still going on right now. We just saw Louis. Now we're going to see his teammate CSO up against BC. And CSO actually is leading at the moment. 2-1 up against BC. We're going to be jumping right into the next game. It's going to be Japan up against Delhi on Dry Arabia.
Now, that's an interesting matchup. One that I haven't seen revisited since the Yumi buff. Not sure if it's really going to change too much, though.
It's like this matchup, I feel like, if you get a good timing with an all-in in Feudal Age, Japan can absolutely destroy Delhi. If Delhi gets to Castle Age and they're not dead, Japan loses.
Yeah, and
they don't have good crossbowmen.
And it's funny because it used to be the other way around, that Delhi would try to all-in you and Japan just wanted Castle Age, and that was the one hope, the one savior. So very polarizing way to play. I think CSO could do it. Like, I think, I sometimes called him like budget Vortex, the Chinese Vortex. He takes very aggressive lines where other people would play more defensive. I think that's why, to the whole point of Louis MT earlier, he's able to catch him off guard so often, is he stops that greed from coming to the picture. But Beastie, these days, isn't about that greed either. We could end up with quite the bloodbath. I mean, we have here already. Just looking at some of these matchups. Frisian Marches for House of Lancaster, I'm curious how the hell that one was even theory crafted. I don't think I've seen anyone try Lancaster there. We had... Oh, Roos? Yeah, okay, so Roos versus Shushi. I don't know how you feel about Carmel. Carmel is very weird at the moment. I like it and dislike it simultaneously.
I think Carmel... Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, you got the regions aspect with, like, the large gold in the middle. And then a civilization like Roos, where there is still a lot of wood. There's still a lot of wood, so they can get some excellent high trade houses in, and then they don't need to move out onto the map for gold all that much. And yeah, they're overall a really good civ there. But looks like we... Am I getting baited?
No, you're getting baited. We're checking in on the state of things baited, because we have got confirmation Lucifron able to slay. 3-0. No games dropped for him. And... Wait, what?
Didn't it say 1-0 earlier for
the scores have not been fully updated yet. So Beastie is 1 win, 2 losses. We'll look elsewhere for confirmation that these ones are at least a beauty, though. Anatan 3-1, so has dropped 1 game. Louis MT also... Did we not just watch Dumu get a game? Okay, guys, counting is hard. It's fine. This is why education's important. Stay in school, kids, because it'd be very hard to become a pro player when you've got chads like this. Game number 4, we head into Dry Arabia. CSO with a 2-1 lead over Beastie. Japanese up against Beastie's Delhi.
This is going to be exciting. Look at that. Japanese, we see the opening here with the Dark Age barracks. Are we going to see some dealering here? I think that might be...
It's got to be, right?
That might be on the menu. Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right? and it's so difficult. Like, Beastie doesn't want to really invest the time into denying that, because he's got scouting to do with his scout.
Yeah, and well, the interesting thing is, I think, like, this is one of the better civs at stopping this play, because you gather your sheep, but you don't then have to go home. So you can actually just lame the deer. And yeah, he's aware. Beastie straight off goes for it. So I use B as a reference point a lot because he's been doing it a lot in the midweek musters. And I have 2 stark opposites on the site as the same map. I think it was the same matchup as well. So high view, Lucifron picks Roos. B with Japanese, double shoves deer underneath TC. Then, in the grand finals, he tries to do it against Vortex. Both the deer stacks get lamed and the spearmen are worthless. It's a cool play, but I do believe that if you do it every game, it's way too obvious.
Yeah, granted, Beastie, he's not going to find too many sheep here, just because he's just been wasting a lot of his time killing those deer. But CSO, I'm not sure if he's going to, like, at the end of the day, it's still a lot of RNG, but yeah, I mean, CSO, he did manage to just use the time wisely. Gets in a lot of these sheep, 10 sheep right now behind his scout, so he's already got the lion's share at the moment.
I wonder if BC really needs to intercept that quickly, per se. I guess the thought is if you do it early, your opponent doesn't even bother. And apparently that's what's happened, because CSO is now just moving across onto the gold. with also one less villager. Something went wrong in the early game here.
Oh, this is great, actually. BC doesn't have enough gold yet for additional scholars. So this is going to heavily hurt his timings now. We're talking about like an entire minute delay potentially on Sanctity.
He could have technically pulled the scholar to heal through it to get enough for a second, but you would need extra villagers because, like, for all you know, CSO's built 4 spearmen, and a scholar is not going to out-heal 4 spearmen. Interesting recovery. We'll see how he wants to go. I think this is the matchup where the Coca can be desirable for the opening when you don't go spearman first, but when you have it, yeah.
I'm not a fan of Coca.
It makes sense if you don't have the Rax because then you have someone to kill the Ghazi, but if you already have a Rax, you already have an anti-cav unit.
Yeah. Honorable Geisha are great here in this matchup up against the cavalry. It also means that Delhi, they can't really move out early on. Like, Delhi against Japanese for, like, the first 10 minutes against Mass Honorable Geisha, they're gonna be forced inside of their base. Even if they go for archers, you can just pump out so many Honorable Geisha that even the archers can still just get surrounded and killed. Just like that. Which is crazy, but yeah, that works.
Yeah, the tricky thing I find against Delhi is usually their blacksmith timings can screw you over with the Geisha push. But that's where this play onto the gold is so good. Like, Beastie doesn't have scale. Is he sacking it? Really?
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna go down. He might still be pulling one.
No.
It's getting close. Yeah, no, it's going down. Damn. It's not French. This is actually like 50 resources gone now.
Yeah, and you're on 1 scholar. So, like, Beastie's intent here is to, open Ghazi and counter pressure? Is he maybe worried it's a fast castle type build? But, like, even if it is FC, usually the play for Delhi there is to just take sacred sites because it's more efficient.
Also seeing a move out now onto the deer. So, CISO, he's going to spread them far apart from each other. Makes it a lot harder. And yeah, we're not seeing a Ghazi Raider opening at all. We're going straight into the archers.
Makes sense.
You see, like, the 1 skull that he has is now being just used to, to increase, like, have efficient production up there. Only just now moving out with the villagers back to gold again.
Okay, so thought process here is that his opponent thinks he's not going gold. Like, is this maybe like mind games from BC where the thought process is because you've let the gold be sacked, there's a higher expectation for you to be going Ghazi? I don't think so. Because it is weird.
It's a typical play.
Yeah.
Yeah, the entire matchup has just been kind of like flipped on its head, and I wonder what Ziso's reaction is going to be now to this. Is he going to even... Like, I think he did enough damage, legitimately did enough damage, to not even have to entertain the thought of going into Honorable Geisha at all. Like, he can just go fast Castle Age in theory behind this. He's got so many sheep very early on here in this matchup. He's already had his first wheelbarrow upgrade in. He's been taking the berries. And indeed, we are seeing the play for fast Castle Age. We see the outpost coming in on the gold. That's the key indicator.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. He's already out on the berries, taking the risky resource first. Can we just double check if BC had anyone on sheep? The only reason I can think he didn't try to protect that mining camp, so, like, look at where the berry workers are. So if you came to repair, 2 spears will dive you because you won't have a garrison force. So I think BC just didn't want to risk hemorrhaging villagers or having them set to die a little bit later over spending 50 wood. It is a little bit funky, but we'll see if he's able to find his timing. We have finally got additional skulls coming in, but this is aggressive from CSO. And oh, whoa. Okay, well, Japan definitely got buffed. I've never seen them move that quick before.
Huh. Yeah, we're kind of fast. Now we're speeding up a little bit.
I guess Tawara goes real hard. Yeah, we have a little bit of 2x
seems to be going
here.
very hard.
I still want to see a tournament where, like, it has a 1.5x speed modifier. I'm curious. Like, I can respect 2 is too quick, right? But, like, 1.5, you know? Look at him go. Look at that. I wish I could shoot a bow that quickly. I don't, because what happens is I, like, go to put it on the notch, and then it, like, flops down because I don't have it in properly. I don't know if you ever have this
First
problem.
Sacred Site. First Sacred Site now coming in, 7 minutes 40 into the game. So there was a good minute delay there on Sanctity. But he is getting all 3 Sacred Sites. CSO giving up the Sacred Sites, but instead getting a nice Castle Age time elf in. He's gonna really have to make some things work though now with these mounted samurai.
Yeah, and he has a jackpot target. Look at what BC just done. He pulled to the corner.
Oh, man.
And
Yeah.
this is obvious, right? Because of how many sheep you got, you know your opponent has to come out of his base.
Yeah. Pro Scouts isn't too far off, though. Which is, it's free. Even if it comes in 10 minutes into the game, it's still
Well, hold on.
incredibly good.
So let me just, clarify this. So, I go into the store and I spend 450 on this thing. You go into the store and how much do you spend?
I got these great coupons, man. You should try them sometimes. They're called having a weapon of lethal force, and you could just get everything for free.
What? I thought you just paid for an education. Is this not just the patriarchy crushing me? Because, if you think about it, Delhi are meant to be the most educated.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Knowledge is power. And if you have the knowledge to just take a gun to the store...
If you just have the knowledge to convince an elephant to help you. if you have the knowledge to convince this pleb on a horse to just pick the deer up, right?
He was riding to the convenience store on an elephant with a big pointy stick.
Can you just
100% off?
Can you just imagine the realistic expectation of pro scouts having to be trained and being expensive the kingdom to do? It's okay, so you're gonna pick this deer up and you're gonna put it on the horse, and they go to do it and they end up just I don't know, putting I'm trying to figure what a cat on the horse. That's not right. You put the deer on the horse, and then they just put the horse standing on the deer. You're this is going to take a long time. There's going to be a lot of funding required to get this right. This is interesting though. Beastie trying to brute force his way in. Yeah, but there's going to be healing for CSO as well. That is a monstrosity I don't want to look at.
What is that?
There are 0 ranches in this game. Did you know?
No way.
Just to clarify for you, there are no ranches in this game, Kraken. It's really important that you remember that. There is one cow
Look at
in
what
the production.
BC's doing in the corner. That is such a moo-moo.
Well, and it's so efficient. This is probably my favorite mechanic for Delhi. And by the way, it's not just plays like this. When you're in a fight against, say, Mountain Samurai, you can make a tiny linear wall to split the fight. There's loads of cool things you can do. I talk about skill expression a lot, and I think this is a cool skill expression Delhi have. We just sadly don't get to see it that frequently in creative ways.
Stelly and skill, usually, yeah, those two don't really...
Yeah, don't you just open a build order for Delhi for 15 minutes and the game is usually over? You wall the sacred sites, right?
Totally. Get sacred sites, win game.
So CSO hasn't started raiding yet. I think we're at the point where he'll start leaking over, though. Beastie can't guard sacred site decap either. Oh, that healing.
We now have three religious units here as well from CSO, so he is able to heal up a lot of these. Yeah, decap came in nicely. We're gonna need a lot of these mounted samurai now. If he wants to even deal with these spearmen. There's so many spearmen out now.
Just pick up the relic, maybe? He's gonna brute force it. What are the Ghazi doing? Please. Okay, we need to send them back to the education camp. They don't seem to understand.
Wait, is he? Okay,
that is a side
spearman
decap.
somehow is still on there. Yeah.
Yeah, because weirdly enough, sacred sites actually aren't circular, they're square. I don't know why. Shapes are hard. As is killing any of these Mount Samurai.
No! Oh, he gets him!
He didn't heal him.
No Pierce Armor upgrade. There's no Pierce Armor upgrade on them as well. 2 mounted samurai go down.
Wait. Missing your blacksmith timing says Delhi. I mean, that's sinful, but even crazier when you remember he's already got a blacksmith in Japan.
Yeah, missing them as Japan, that feels a lot worse. Granted, though, he is spending pretty much all of his gold on these mounted samurai non-stop.
He's got Fudasashi. Something tells me he thinks he's going to get the berries in the corner.
These guys go down a lot quicker than you would think.
They really do. I mean, the Ghazi with the bonus damage against them, the spears. Also, just when you approach in small numbers like this, you immediately lose deflective to the archers.
Yeah.
Leak over onto the gold. That gold is almost gone, but it's a good thing that CSO's got a backup gold in the corner.
Yeah, he can go to that at any one point in time. Right? It'll be there.
Safe. Look at that. Good guy Beastie even makes a gate so that people can get in. What a friendly fella.
He's not building that gate though. That could potentially be an opening if he legitimately doesn't notice it.
Can we check back? Did he select all army? I think he select all army.
I think he select all army with Pete there.
Oh.
Yeah.
This will definitely not matter.
That could be a real thing in a little bit. Man, like the Pierce armor not being there, like you
It is
really
depressing.
noticed that.
He realized finally, but he lost it in abandonment, so no buff, you don't want to fight. Farmhouse is now going to get hit up. That is going to be him pop locked, so he needs to fix that. He's gone for the boar. This guy is not human. Like,
I mean, yeah, he was on the berries, and then he had to move, right? So might as well just go for the next available food resource there. BC is up on 71 military now. I really think that in this matchup, like, you need the Honor Bagesha, but now with Castle Age on the way for BC as well, Castle Age with 13 scholars, how quickly do you think he's going to get the upgrades in KP?
so, like, he'll probably have to train the archers on how to hold the bow better for, like, maybe 58 seconds.
Can we just quickly select an archer range? Just select the archer range where the scholar is in.
It's going to be, like, 58 seconds, isn't it? I can already sense it.
And then the upgrade? We're going to hover over the upgrade? Okay, never mind. Doesn't count. Doesn't count because he has scholars
we need to
outside
send
of the...
vodka to that education. Oh, we love you, vodka.
Oh, he's found the villagers, but he's already got triple wheelbarrow upgrade in, so these villagers are kind of speedy.
Why do we call it wheelbarrow? So much cooler to call it fudasashi. Fudasashi.
Because I'm very much not good at remembering foreign words.
It's not a hard word, though, because they Englishized it, don't you realize? Fuda, as in food, in my sash. Sashi.
Ah, that's actually brilliant.
Yeah. Smart. This is much better. This is what I was waiting for CSO to do. It's been a long time coming, but finally we have got Japanese raids, and that is a beautiful start.
It is, but then you remember...
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Oh god. What? How did they get stuck there? Man,
I
that
fell.
thing's crazy sometimes.
Oh god. So yeah, 2 go down.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
Oh, I was going Little Britain. That one works too. So, it takes a little bit longer. He did go for the relic pull though. That's to be expected.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, he doesn't have too many scholars garrison at the moment. He'd had 2 at the moment. Now he's back up to 5. So out of the 14 scholars, only 5 are reading books at the moment.
I mean, we're gamers. The only reading we do is subtitles.
Now we're up to 8. I want to check again. How long on these upgrades?
You can have vodka sweating.
19, 18 seconds. All right, yeah, that's less than a minute. That's less than a minute at full research time.
I'm wondering why CSO actually never went Yumi.
This guy likes knights.
Not as much as me and Micah, but I believe it, yeah.
I'm
It's
guessing
crazy, though.
that in the French versus Lancaster game, I think he probably never made anything but knights.
Like, even his villagers came out and he dubbed them, like, Sir Juliet and, like, Sir Renard.
Yes.
Like, yeah, everyone had to be
Every
knighted.
single one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can believe it. I've seen the way this guy plays Roos. Like, I've watched this man pick Roos, and the way he plays it, you're like, so you wanted to play French? Yes.
I see.
Wolf's gradually getting up
Too
from
bad
JC,
you can
by the
only
way.
play French once.
That's not true. It exists twice, silly. 3 times if you're CSO.
So you got your French A, your French B, your French C.
Oh, hey, look. Japanese, French D. Oh, Chinese and sushi. That's French E and F. Well, pretty much everyone's just French.
All I see is French, man.
I mean, it makes sense.
Oh,
All he sees
man.
is French. His teammate's name is Louis. It's the most French name I can think of off the top of my head.
At this point, the economy is kind of crazy for Delhi. That kind of happens when you get every single upgrade in the game for free. Oh no, the villagers, they went all the way back.
So,
Yeah, he's
is
just running for the
CSO
time
gonna
being.
build anything but knights before this game is over? I'm starting
doubt
to
it.
not. Yeah, I don't think we're seeing anything but mounted samurai being demounted. But
Where are
don't
these
worry.
archers going? Is this like a chessboard and they're the pawns trying to reach the other side to become queens?
Yeah, because like they're gonna get up there and then there's the boar, and like what happens is being the queen is getting the boar to help you fight the Ghazi. I think, probably not.
And with the walls completed, there's nothing really left to gain there.
It's okay though, because like this
Units
army is
can't get
really
out.
big, Crackety, but like this army loses to a castle. So if CSO just gathers like an extra 700 stone. Wait a second.
Yeah, about that.
It's kind of almost comical he's just not been dove yet, if I'm being totally real.
I think it could have been done. Like, honestly, just you put on the goggles, you take the scholars out, and you're like, okay, I'm not breathing until he dies.
He just Phelps his ass. I think like for Beastie, I mean, content, right? But outside that, like just seriously, we know he likes to do this occasionally. If he's in control, it's like, well, if you're not going to GG out, I'll play it out. It's fine. Like he doesn't feel disadvantaged usually by these like longer series.
Oh
per
wait,
se.
what is that unit?
Wait, what?
What is that unit? Huh?
Did he cut a samurai on horseback in two? Because like that's the only reason I could see something in his army that has 2 legs.
That's crazy, man.
You know, if there was a Civ that had horseback villages, CSO would main them. Like, if he was an Age of Mythology player, he would play Atlanteans.
It's kind of sad how this game developed. Like, I can see this should usually work, like the early delay that he did up against Delhi and then going into just the mass of heavily armored units.
Yeah.
But the 3 sacred sites just provide Beastie with so many resources and, you know, free upgrades at the end of the day. He's fine. He's fine with just spamming feudal age units against these castle age units for indefinite amount of time. That's a lot of outposts here.
Yeah,
I don't think it's gonna be enough outposts though. He needs more posts.
So, do you want to know like what's interesting about this is CSO with these outposts is still aligning with his identity of not building things that have less than 4 legs.
Yeah.
Tao's got 5. War elephants have arrived though. This is going to turn into a mascot. I mean, if this doesn't convince him to GG, I just A-click into the base. I don't know. At this point, it just feels like this can't be doing good things for game 5. Yeah, like... I mean, some players don't find it draining. It just might be CSOs just listening to very loud music. Like, at this point, I'd probably put like the ah like soundtrack on and just like nod my head left to right while flicking around the map.
I mean, yeah, some players can probably handle a slow, drawn-out game against Delhi better than I can. I couldn't handle this at this point in time. I would just curl up and cry.
That's because, like, Crackety, we got to train you in thinking far enough ahead. It's fine, because soon he's going to run out of text to get for free, and then it's not OP, and that is actually a really big raid. He's going to deny the castle. There's still a question mark about the army, but that would require Beastie to commit, because, like, with 100 army, he's yet to go into that base. With commitment issues like this, you wouldn't think this man is married, but like we said, he
His food
wants
income
to play
actually
it out.
isn't that good at the moment.
Oh my god.
Little quick wall here.
Okay, Beastie, like, I gotta give it to him. I think he might actually be the most entertaining player for Delhi walling.
I think there's another one, but yeah.
He's definitely up there though. Like, I think about historically the things he's done in comp series. He always finds a very creative way to use these walls.
Yumi archers are starting to push across. We are also getting the
It's
Yumi
a lot of
bannermen in,
spears.
and Ciso actually has a it's a lot of spears, but Ciso now has a lot of archers, and he still has a lot of mounted samurai. Somehow, suddenly this game doesn't feel as over as it did a little bit ago.
No, and that raid I think definitely helps slow things down a bit, and also made Beastie kind of like body check himself. And my concern here is like Yumi sometimes feel trashy, but against spears, that's double damage. That's perfect. If this was a game where Beastie had like 3 war elephants, very comfortable. He only has 1.
He is out on the berries again now, though. Has to keep securing that as well. And the food and comfort. BC made his farms at the front of his base.
Because he has a castle nearby, right? Right?
Right? Yeah, no.
No? He has one to the south, but like...
Siege Workshop.
Oh. And I don't know how you feel about Siege Workshops against Yumi. I don't rate mangoes that highly. They aren't the quick killers you wish they were. Knock, knock.
Grant, though, he does at least have the efficient production, right? So you can get them out quickly.
Maybe Spring
There's
Lords
still
with
an
so many Mount
elephant.
Samurai. That's true, there is an
How
elephant.
are you going to get past the elephant in the room?
As we know, like the reason why they're called Delhi is because the D symbolizes Disney, and this is a Dumbo movie. So it's the triple D. And Little Ghazi Raider's going to get shut down. But, I mean, the elephant is the hardest thing for Japan to offer up a solution to at this stage.
You can't realistically make crossbows against them. The
No.
Onimusha are just so expensive, and they do less damage than normal crossbows.
And they also get
They're
countered by
good
the
at
war
hit and
elephant.
run, but yeah.
They get reached. And you could go spears, but I feel like Japanese spearmen don't really feel good until Imperial Age. With like Nagayari and all the other techs. Even then, you just want to build Mount Samurai.
Yeah. EGC's food income suddenly skyrocketing again. Farm transition done. Berries. Bound to be exhausted, so should be dropping in a little bit. But at any one point in time, he could... Never mind. I want to say he could choose to go up to him, but he's not. He's not choosing to go up to him. CSO does he? You don't want to commit. He wanted to see that Mangonel die, but yeah, at what cost? Realize he has to get out of that place.
That keeper's getting...
At the end, like 26 vote
close.
difference now.
Yeah, because he's a, triple keep? Might even be quadra. I think it's triple. Did he build one back in the base? Okay, no, it's just I'm baiting myself as duo. It's still good enough. Like, he has also set up in a way that he can essentially go to a siege workshop and play traps. We do have the raiders trying to come around the back, but wall's already up. This game's getting weird. I mean, CSO still doesn't have a scale point at all. He's 1 TC. I think he maybe Euroshiro dropped the primary, but his farm count
Probably.
is...
No, he's not.
Okay, yeah, no Euroshiro drop, no increased farm count.
He's got Yorshire inside the
Go,
farmhouse.
go Yumi, go hard, I guess?
I mean, how much armor does an elephant have?
And if I have, like, enough
Surely
Yumi...
it's not an insane amount.
No, no.
Oh, no, never mind.
Oh, there
It's,
you go.
Okay,
But
yeah,
like,
that's-
how many HP points? I only need to hit him 850 times to kill him.
Yeah, so if I get 55 Yumi archers...
And then attack every 1.62 seconds. So you're going to like 1.62 times, what, about 16?
It'll only take until the end of the game for me to beat the elephant.
So, yeah, it'll only take you... Is that really that low? For like 30 seconds to kill an elephant? That can't be right.
Only 30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, for 55
Oh,
Yumi.
Mangonel!
Oh, finally. Jackpot hit. You could maybe hit the back
Army
farms here.
retreats.
He's bringing the whole army in instead. This is the type of strategy you do when you're trying to buy time. And I keep...
Is he walling in the gold in the corner?
Okay,
Again.
there we go. We see what he's buying time for. CSO has gone 2 TC. Beastie has successfully walled opposite sides of the...
Oh, another one? Another one? Okay, not another one. One is enough. And we're now seeing the transition to the Onimusha, but this feels so bad. This feels so bad. They don't do too well against the elephants to compete.
I mean, I guess walling like this should be familiar for CSO, considering Louis is his scrim partner. It's just so comical to look at. By the way, CSO, he did have a break-in on the wall on the south side, but he got distracted. Yeah, his army didn't march in quickly, unfortunately. So it looks like the villagers for Beastie will move back towards the main from the south.
Yeah.
If he dives,
He
though...
wasn't able to kill too many spearmen.
Wait, no. Oh, no, he thinks it's just rams. He
Oh,
thinks
no.
it's just rams. Oh, that was so
Not just
smart.
rams.
CSO, he hid the archers. He revealed the rams. BC doesn't realize it. Yeah, he thinks that the ping down here is the ram hitting the lumber cab. That was sick by CSO.
Very nice. Gets
Wait,
to keep up now
hit
as
the
well,
castle.
next to
Hit the castle. Just keep going.
It doesn't do enough damage. He can out-heal that, but at the same
No, but the
time,
Yumi.
Men at
With the
Arms-
Yumi. He'll move in. He can kill, what, 10 villagers here? At least.
Maybe. Men-at-Arms coming in as well. They do have the key leech, so they're doing extra damage.
Yep, but they have to hit things for that damage to matter. They finally started striking, but man, as CSO struck deep with this raid. He needed it as well. The eco lead was getting out of control.
Yeah. Sadly, though, that keep now also acts as an additional TC.
Jazz hands. And I think Beasties maybe had enough.
Maybe.
Yeah, 2 elephants is enough. to save elephant population for the rest of the time. I don't know. They just feel impossible to kill with this comp.
Yeah. 3 relics. I mean, granted, CSO, he's gotten 3 relics up against Delhi. Didn't feel like that really helped him too much here.
Oh, he did actually get in on the corner guard. Just in time to get hit in the face.
And there's a couple minute arms, yeah.
Sharing and scaring. I mean, I still got raiding going. Like, technically, there is a lot more villages of beasties you could snipe.
And a lot of the military count for Beastie is in form of the scholars.
Yeah. However, a lot of the military count for CSO is in the form of the Yumi.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a give and
He's
take.
building
some.
He's
He's trying, man. He's trying, okay?
This is just a man yelling, just kill me at this stage.
Oh, the aggressive wall. Oh,
He's yoinking.
And look at this.
It's a yoinking
How
run.
quick are they? How quick are they while they carry the relics?
I'm sorry.
70%
What?
bonus movement speed on scholars. Unique upgrade for Delhi. Sure, why not?
Oh.
They're faster than spearmen. They're faster than normal archers.
Oh, so you guys
They're
complain
faster
about
than infantry.
warrior monks and dervishes? Have you met scholars? The speedy boys. Well, Mount Samurai gonna go in. I mean, CSI, he can't allow this to go any
Look
deeper.
at how long it takes for the Odamusha to kill an elephant.
They're killing the
They do
elephant?
that.
Wait, are you sure they're killing?
They're trying.
Is that what killing
They were
looks like?
trying.
I mean, like, if that's what killing looks like in the court case, just say you were snuggling. It'll be fine. You'll get away with, like, maybe assault at the worst. He does find a
BC went for the offensive wall low, or rather distraction wall low, but loses all the scholars for it in return. Not that matters. He's got 25 remaining.
Please, just boop that war elephant. What? The man goes on. Oh, this game. I actually love how unhinged this has become.
Yeah, I think something needs to be done about elephants. Some matchups are just too tough, I feel like.
What seems unreasonable about this 850 HP Leviathan that has not died to its counter unit? I mean, look at it, Crackety.
Yes.
He died. It's balanced.
True. Absolutely true. It only took 10 units that probably, yeah, they cost a lot more than the elephant. It only took him 30 seconds to take him down.
Don't ask me how he's taken down that tower elephant.
Yeah, he's not.
It's probably never
That's
happened.
how. Yeah, how much damage do these Adamusha do against the tower elephant? Like 2 with every shot?
I think it's
Low
3.
attack speed as well?
9 armor.
12 damage against... Yeah, 12 damage against 9 armor.
No. Me likey.
600 HP. It takes a couple of hits.
Do we not just kill the scholars? It feels like it would be quicker than this.
Yeah, scholars are a little bit out healing.
Yeah, but if he keeps the Mount Samurai count down to 1, like
The elephant.
elephant is a balanced and
come
reasonable
on,
mechanic,
go down!
please. Just
Go down, please!
why?
For my
won't
sanity,
you
please go down!
go?
He's getting up! Oh my god.
In India,
Why?
we care about our wildlife.
Please! Oh my god. Yeah,
He done
okay.
it. He
the
morality
final
won.
objective, he killed the elephant! Oh my god.
And I can tell you the good news. We can't see more
It's
elephants.
gonna be game number 5.
Yeah. Wait, is Byzantine been used? We could see more elephants. So, there's probably a
Potentially need
sensation.
more elephants.
There's probably a sensation that game went on 20 minutes longer than it probably should have. Anyway, we do not have to worry about elephants.
All right, don't have to worry about elephants, but instead we're going to be seeing a very, very match.
You talked
this
about
is
it.
okay. I'm gonna say it like this. This is one of the matchups in Age of Empires 4. Not because it's so good. Not because it's so good, but it's so disparaging potentially. JD up against Ottomans. What does JD like to make? She likes to make Arbaletria. Arbaletria used to do bonus damage together with crossbows up against Janissaries. They don't do that anymore, KP.
No.
What else do they like to make? Cavalry. You don't do that up against the Ottomans, KP. That is not allowed.
So I build champions?
Yes, you go mass champions and you pray.
The new strat on the block. We just didn't realize it. Yeah, this matchup is weird because if you remember, like Ottomans used to be the carte de genre for a different reason. I always reference, I think the most infamous game of it was Marine Lord versus Mister on Himiyama, where a single outpost counted Jean.
Oh, KP, something else as well to keep in mind here.
Yeah.
We're playing on Enlightened Horizon. Jean is likely not going to do anything in Dark Age.
And on top of that, the Ottomans are going to, let me just, we know Malians here, but milk their way through this because of the value on the map. Double merchant camp, double den means you have a lot of encouragement to go out onto the map early, and Jean doesn't usually do that unless it's an outpost rush.
Yeah. Oh my god. I'm getting Vietnam flashbacks.
You're getting Vietnam flashbacks? I mean, to go a little bit further north, because we're talking about the Chinese boy here, we hop into game number 5, and it is happening. CSO and the Ottomans in the orange will go for racks. So Beastie's reaction...
This is the same.
He has to go racks here. It's impossible to ignore.
Yes. KP, I want to throw this idea your way. Remember how Jean used to get experience from wolves?
If only.
If only. If only we were at a time where those two situations with the map overlap.
I don't want to think back to those days. I guess like wolf dens would be less RNG than the normal wolves.
JD
I think...
level 2, level 3, 5 minutes into the game.
By the way, I genuinely think those wolves should give a little bit of gold at least.
Yeah.
I feel people get scammed, you know? Like someone comes over, they throw one torch to get 150 gold, and you've been getting your face eaten off by your pet dog. You hear about that girl who got like face eaten off by a dog? Like she went to kiss her dog and it bit her nose off.
What?
Yeah.
Oh?
That's apparently a story. And she's keeping the dog.
What?
Yeah. I mean,
did she keep the part that got bitten off?
Yeah, it looks really bad. It looks like someone's sellotaped a potato to her head. Honestly, whether it's going to heal properly, who knows? I just know recovery is going to be rough.
Yeah, I can imagine. All right, see, so he's moving out. He's moving out. And BC, he's doing the same. Okay, so BC looks like he is going for the caravan here. See, so he's doing the same, but only with a single spearman.
Yeah, so he's going to take both of the merchant camps in trade out for the lost the wolf den, but he can intercept on the second wolf den. I think that's the idea here, because like you can't beat the spear count of your opponent early on because Ottomans pay less, so they're a little bit ahead. And there we go. So they're going to spawn.
Oh,
does
they
it
spawn
nicely
from the main entrance.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
He's the scout.
Most people just use one of the spears and kite, but this is so much better. Now you've lost no effective HP for the follow-up fights. I wonder if Beastie's practiced this that much. I'm not sure he has.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's aware of this.
Because like the merchant camps was the old step that people think about. I even saw, like, for example, I think Dimmy had a Knights Templar game where he walked villages out for the boar, captures the merchant camp, goes. So there's been a lot of creativity on this map already. But the wolf den's a very recent addition, and Beastie, you know, there is a fair point here that like I think he even said it himself. He won't mind me saying that this could easily just not be his tournament because with the subathon he hasn't had anywhere near as much time to scrim and practice as other renowned players. Most obvious leader of the pack being Marine Lord.
Yeah, that's true. Now see, so he's going for the second one. You see, he is getting control over the caravans, but yeah, I mean, 150 gold. See, so he didn't have to mine a single gold to be able to age up and get the hardened upgrade on the spears.
Yeah, and I don't know if you really keep a hold of these merchant camps long enough for this to have been worth now. He does see what's happening.
BC sees it now.
Okay, yeah. Do you punt for it? Come forward the other side, wait for the timing, and maybe get the 150? Because CSO's not looking.
Wait, is he...
He
got it! He gets it! No way! He actually got it! What? He got the... My God, no way! No way! That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. He threw the torch and he gets 150 gold. My God. I can't believe it.
Old man reflex to say, what? No. This guy is still switched on. That was beautifully done. So CSO wastes all that time. The merchant camps remain with BC. This is now a net positive for him.
Yeah, that is at least a net positive. CSO's trying to now regain control over that caravan on his side, but man, that is absolutely insane.
Can you tell that one of these players used to play like StarCraft/Warcraft with creep camp steals and the other one didn't? Oh my God.
I mean, to be fair, it was a 50-50 chance whether BC got it or didn't get it.
That's true. Like 30% of the time, 80% of the time, that play works 90% of the time.
Exactly.
Okay, so we now do have a decent amount of spears to poke with. The problem is on this map you can't harass the gold. It spawns intentionally close, but you can at least milk the mid-map for small advantages like this. So we'll be taking the outpost under his control. Very, very late tech timing, though. And I'm scratching my head as to what CSO has done with this advantage.
Well, we talked about there's no advantage, really.
Yeah. Wait, hey, but we've got Ronins in a minute and 15 seconds.
Wow.
Okay, seriously, though? Those Ronins, situationally, are crazy.
Are they? I mean, depends.
Yeah,
like, if your Civ doesn't have early knights, then...
If you're playing
probably.
long feudal...
But I think how much armor do they have again? I think they got like 3 melee, 2 ranged armor. Like, they're similar to early Battle Scouts.
It's pretty much like early men at arms, but of course they're quicker. But the thought process is you know how English long feudal, they start adding in a few men at arms and you can't just kill the spears anymore. It's that same concept. The other thing that I think will make them very good is maps designed where Ronin camps spawn behind the enemy base. Because it's a proxy racks later on. Here, I don't think this is like good because it's just so far out there that spawning them there is no different. Like, it's actually quicker to spawn units in your base than spawn them from the Ronin camp. But there will be map designs where I think you're going to see almost a proxy racks effect because the way that it works is it accrues tickets whether you capture it or not once 5 minutes hits. And if you don't spend the tickets and someone else captures it, they're still there. So, like, let's say we're in a 20-minute game and you ignore the Ronin camp and I get it behind your base, I can now just spawn, like, how many would that be? That would be, like, 7 Ronin, I think.
Spearman tried to get the outpost. Won't get it in time, though. We'll have to retreat.
Sean milking a little bit of XP here. We do have Sipahi on the way. Beastie is going into archers as well.
See, so he's mined out a lot of stone already, so should be seeing the full count of military schools coming in for him. So now it becomes a little bit of a question of timing. If CSO is able to hold a push from Beastie, or if he's not going to be able to. Because this many military schools, I don't think he can just transition into a fast castle now behind this.
It would be tricky. You'd be very gold tight as well because you don't start with much in your base. And he didn't go for the trade network that his teammate always does. Like, Louis usually loves the trade network. I know B is obsessed with it. It just gives you a lot of safety on a Civ that might be pinned in their base early.
We're getting
Sipahi
a pretty
counts.
good amount of Sipahi, but...
Yeah, it's looking good.
I mean, Sipahi are very nice enough for raid, so he could be getting into a position now where, I mean, BCC's out on the map there when it comes to the Geocrant. He has an outpost there, but...
It's kind of worse than that, actually. Like, Beastie going range on usually makes sense against an Ottoman player who stays at home. But when it's mass Sipahi, you feel like you kind of sign your death warrant. It's the same reason why range on is very taboo against Delhi.
Military school a little bit too exposed here, and CISO doesn't have any archers yet to try and play up against these.
Did he see him? I think he saw that Sipahi group running across. So this is perfectly timed by Beastie.
Yeah. There's some archers that could be found out there. Actually, a good amount of them. Yeah, and CISO, he can one-shot all of them. Fortitude comes in, bonus attack speed.
Doesn't even care about the fact he's being warped in the back. We'll have to run away in the end, though. He lost the military school, I think. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, military school's going to go down. Doesn't pay off for itself as well.
I guess he wanted to keep the place closer to the gold vein in case he needed extra production buildings. This just feels bad. Spearman now going over the clash, but there's a melee mosh pit of spear on spear. There's going to be a wraparound temp, but most of the Sipahi aren't here, so Beastie confident to stand his ground. The Rhyme Restoration is going to come out. The Knights love this. Look at what he's doing. That's beautiful micro. He's sweeping across because the spears, the orange spears, are not attacking the cav at all. Finally turns onto it way too late.
Yeah, no archers here from CSO, and it might cost him dearly. We saw this army composition earlier from Louis, but at least then there was always the threat of the potential Janissaries coming in. In Feudal Age, that's just not the case.
I mean, this is crazy. Against Master Sipahi, the fact that he's getting away range on like this, I'm impressed. I'm wondering, like, in both players' mindset, how much of a difference that Wolf Den at the start made. Because I feel like it was very impactful.
Probably.
Yeah, and he does pinch a knight. So this is one thing you can at least do with the Sipahi. My concern is you're losing a lot in your base right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't have gold access. Like, this is legitimately a 0 gold game for Ottomans. He has no blacksmith upgrades. I don't think you can fight if Beastie just full all-ins with blacksmith now.
Yeah, and he is getting the blacksmith upgrades behind this.
Great read on the map. He's even checking the back gold. He realizes at this stage there's only one way CSO can compete. Because I think he did also scout the Madrissa on the south side. CSO going to punt for it? Like, just even one gold grab would be good here for Steeled Arrow or Undermesh. Wait, no, oh my god, he's moving villages out. He's going for a tree line in the middle of the map.
Oh no, but he's moving past the.
Did he get seen?
Wait,
no,
wait, no,
he got seen. He got seen.
He got seen. He got seen.
Okay, so
and just
you send the
knight,
knights,
maybe?
Like 2 knights should be good enough. Is he gonna send the whole army up? Like, I'm confused by CSO's move because I'm seeing an orange blip next to a tree line. Like, this is genuinely for wood. What?
But its entire economy in the base is idle as well. Wood.
I'm so confused, right? Like, for wood.
Everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart for CSO right now inside of his base. Now he's going out to gold as well.
Okay, so that's better because gold is the thing we expect him to get. Oh, come on. Like, not like this.
And the wolves.
In BC's defense, CSO released those. It wasn't.
Yeah,
his fault.
Everything's been falling apart in this one for CSO. And
Crackety, I thought this was the best Altman player. You told me this was the best Altman player in the game.
To be fair, if you lose 150 gold like that, I'd be pretty tilted as well.
Oh my god, that was incredible. Like, dude, I don't want to hear an argument from anyone that point of interest are not an interesting addition to the game. That was incredible. Dark Age is actually finally fun.
At least there's something to do now in Dark Age, but damn, that was crazy. That was absolutely crazy.
I mean, I'm glad that changed. I think, I've said before about the idea of we might as well just speed up. Like, I've talked before about simulation speed increases because one of the big sinful areas is Dark Age for sure. Boring, let's get beyond it. How many times have you fast forwarded through the first 5 minutes of a game? If it's not an outpost rush, you're like, yawn. Point of interest give divergent gameplay, and I'm all for it. It's so cool to see. I think it brings a cool element out of games like Warcraft 3 without needing to heroify everything. It's really, really smartly put out by the devs. And really well executed by Beastie. I think that came in super clutch there. He does get the 3-2 victory. Guys, we have got so many more sets to go. In fact, like, we literally might still have 3 more sets. Up next, we're going to be checking in on Beastie versus Vortex. Beastie, who's looking decent after the first round, but it would be nice to slay a Spaniard to catch up to a Spaniard there in Group A. Vortex, meanwhile, will be his first set of the day. The question mark is whether he can slay. On the other side, of course, we did see Louis MT able to brawl through Dimmu. Dimmu in his second set looks like he is already getting some points on the board. Marine Lord, Puppy Paw, etc. still to play. But we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have Beastie versus Vortex up next. Da-da-da-da! Sound the trumpets. It's time for series number 2. That's right. It took us 3 hours to get to series number 2. Crackety, did you have plans tomorrow?
No. And it's
Good.
good because I got nowhere else to be, and this is probably the most exciting event of the week here. Anyways, for me and probably a lot of you guys as well. That's why you're all here.
Sorry, I've literally just trapped my cable against my chair, so I'm struggling here. I'm ready, though. I'll show you how ready I am.
What's he doing? What is he doing?
Oh, Weekender?
What's that?
That's Red Bull.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Somebody's been
And then if
pumping
we get
the energy drinks.
And then if we get more games like that CSO Beastie 1 Game 4, I got this. Like, I'm stockpiled out here. I'm ready to go. But no, this should be a fun
you're gonna
one.
need that second one.
You think? I don't think. Like, I think we might be able to count the amount of wall tiles in this series on like one hand.
I'll need multiple bottles of that if we get a lot more Delhi games in. And I mean, knowing Beastie and Vortex, we might be seeing Delhi.
Okay, I'm gonna just attend to the fact that my headset is stuck. Give me a sec. There we go. We got that. Oh my god. I switched my setup around so that like the cables are now on the right instead of left, and I didn't think it would change much. But on a subconscious level, I have tripped over myself more times.
How can you have the cable on the right-hand side? KP, do you have your mouse in your left-hand side?
What if I did?
Then it would be acceptable. Otherwise, it is unacceptable.
I mean, like, yeah, you gotta be careful. Statistically, you're judging left-handies, and you know, like, I mean, left-handed people must be super successful in life to overcome using their left hand to play video games.
I'm saying you shouldn't have your headphone cable on the side where you're controlling your mouse. That's a lot more arm movement.
I think it's like usually you put it between your legs, but that's when you trip over when you get up.
What?
So like you like slide it between legs because then like your leg like is the anchor point, so it's now central. This is a lot of like tactical.
You're objectively wrong. I'm no.
Look, as someone who plays sweaty FPSs and it still works, I'm telling you this works. Okay, wireless headsets, that's sinful.
The issue with wireless headsets is that they always have leather ear cups.
Yep, I hate those.
Bluetooth on Windows is a tragedy.
Okay, like, admittedly, I've got, like, the leather ones here. They're not too bad, but I'm with you. Cloth-based headphones are so much nicer. The reason we're talking about this is clearly, like, Beastie needs to get some cloth-based headphones now that he's bald, because otherwise the leather just, like, sticks to your skin and it chafes. Really horrible. So, little tip, Alex. If you're going to go bald, you got to go cloth. If you're bald, don't go leather. Anyway, we can talk about the plays on screen. We've got a draft. Pretty tame. Ban-wise, what was there? Because there was quite a few bans. I think we have got Holy
China,
Island, right?
HRE Rus, normal. Normal so far.
Maps though. Like, because... Yeah, Holy Island is being banned, which upsets me deeply. I really, really, really want to see the bugged demo ships.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, demo ships at the moment, they don't discriminate. Actually, they do discriminate. They do more damage to your own units than they do to your enemy's units. That's right. Demo ships at the moment, they do friendly fire.
Honestly, I think that's an improvement.
I think it's a really cool interaction to have with demo ships. Yeah,
I'd love
because if you give them a weakness, then you can give them a bigger strength.
Exactly, and
give them back the old radius.
Yeah, do it. Like all of a sudden, wielding one of those bad boys is a threat to everyone. It is. Oh, you know what the genius of it is? It is a little bit of a negative feedback loop because it means if you're winning, then I can nuke the entire like stratosphere, and we both are now losing. So like. Maybe not the old demo ship range, but maybe a little bit bigger.
Something in between.
In terms of draft, by the way, we are going to see them split seeing the new Civs. Vortex, so I think he's been playing this quite similar to Lucifron. They really are a big believer in the 2TC mana build.
2TC and manners?
It's really greedy, yeah.
Yeah, that is really greedy. What would you even do with all of that economy?
you'd think win the game, usually not. It's interesting though, because if you get something like the Malian versus Lancaster matchup, that's the one like where you feel quite encouraged to do it. In terms of opening map though, it's gonna be Carmel. We're probably looking at French versus Shushi. Makes the most sense. You basically want a Civ that can pro scouts and a Civ that can be either dominant on map control or gold efficient, which is why China got banned. I think China is probably the hands down best Civ on Carmel.
Yeah, they can make so much use of all the additional food out there on the map. You can go pro scouts. You don't need to go pro scouts necessarily, but yeah, going pro scouts there is pretty good. Like, how many deer are there on each side? Like 24?
There's 58 now. It used to be 60. A whole 2 deer nerf, Crackety.
Unplayable.
Nah. Well, it is unplayable for some people on the ladder. So anyone who's about to be like, I don't get how these pro players get deer to spawn. There's a biome issue. We use the correct biome, though. So there will be deer in this version of Carmel. Thank God. But
Thankfully.
The other thing, by the way, I think that makes China so ridiculously good on this map is Imperial Academy. Because the gold just runs out so quickly. There's another reason why Rus, I think, has been doing quite well here. Like, any Civ that has an ability to stay in the base with gold is going to feel incredible on this map.
Yeah, not going to see Rus here, though. Banned on both sides. Beastie actually got Mongols denied for him by Vortex.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So
that's a classic for Vortex. Also a Civ that in theory could maybe rush House of Lancaster. In theory, I think you need your opponent to basically get a bad spawn. You need one where the stone and gold isn't close to Lancaster Castle. But other picks wise, whoa. I wasn't expecting the Japan pick.
I was low-key expecting the Japan pick, I want to say. Yeah, because the map is incredibly open. And you can absolutely hemorrhage your opponent with mass Honor Geisha into Mounted Samurai. Just because like you're getting attacked on all sides. And on a map like this, where there's a lot of resources out on the map, that can really, really hurt you. Jean, though, might be able to deal with it. Like, having Arbaletria, which get +5 armor, that's, like, the best unit that you can probably have in the game up against Honor Geisha.
And in theory, an advantage she has over French is the ability to discount on gold. When you go deeper in that game, that's going to be very big on Carmel. Something that makes me not a big fan of Japan here, personally, is a very pinnacle point in the game for this map is the central gold vein. How do you feel like you emphatically secure that gold vein, Crackety?
4 sprinkled outposts.
You'd have to if you're playing Japan, because you're kind of missing that very important castle.
You gotta make your own keeps, man. Like, if you can't get a normal keep, you just put up 4 outposts there. You get sprinkled emplacements. You fortify all of them. Almost the same stone invested, but the DPS is actually better.
So what you're saying is we should have had Japanese versus Mongols. Outpost rush the center.
Yes, definitely.
I tell you what, this would actually be a pretty funny map for that. I am hoping that, you know, if any of them are worried about hyper late game, trade might come into the picture, so they want to double check the trade post spawns. New maps, we are like working through some teething issues. We had a tournament game the other day where I think poor Kiliadi didn't realize he didn't have a trade post behind his base. But I think the thing you got to keep an eye out for here, that's going to be really annoying for Vortex if it happens, is sometimes a player can get the tree lines spawned together. So they basically get a safety net. If Japan gets that, they're going to be very hard to raid.
Man, this reminds me of a game at the moment where I played versus French with Japan. Mm-hmm. And if you get enough Honor Geishas out early, like this is a very nice thing as well. French, they're not too quick when it comes to getting their melee armor upgrade. But with Japan, you're very quick to getting your +2 Feudal Age, +1 melee damage upgrade. Honor Geisha actually, like, if they surround a knight, that guy dies really quickly.
That's fair. By the way, reminder, earlier on we were hyping up Voldemar. We slightly got his score wrong. We were hyping up the 1-0 lead. He has scored 0 points there. So not a great start for the kid. Me and Micah, good start, not able to overcome the beast in the end. Anatan reverses it, turns it to his favor. Dumu currently leading against Sass. I think that for many people kind of to be expected. Playstyle wise, I think. Would you say it's fair to say Sass and Dumu play? I want to say for similar timings, but then Dumu is a lot more experienced around those kind of mid-late game timings.
I'm not so sure about that.
Okay.
If they like, I get that sometimes it might seem like they play for similar timings, but I think Sass is much more aggressive overall.
Yeah, Night Civ focus usually, right? Like Bruce French is what I think of with him. But we'll pause those thoughts and we'll focus on what's ahead. Game number 1 here in the Elite Classic free group stage between Beastie and Vortex. Beastie surprising me a little bit with the Japanese, but Krakeny was on it like a car bonnet. Meanwhile, Vortex, something a bit more regular here for Carmel. We have got the Jean pick.
And Beastie moving out immediately to those 3 deer that spawn nearby with that farmhouse. Definitely makes a little sense here. So is already getting some good food economy here.
Into Tawada as well, so you could even think about hopping to the berries afterwards. Also, this sets him up nicely to walk out to like the secondary gold. It's a nice layering. I think this is someone I've really loved about Japan. It reminds me of what was the map we had? Transhumance was a really cool map to see that, where people would build farmhouses near the shorelines for the fishing boats to go and drop off. There's like loads of cool little microscopic details that I think make farmhouses very, very interesting in AoE4.
Yeah. I'm wondering if BC's gonna go for survival techniques still in Dark Age. If he's gonna go like all the way with the gold, but doesn't look like he's gonna go for it. It's a lot of income that you get additionally when it comes to food. But looking at his food count, like it's already looking so good.
It's like 3 deer. Usually survival techniques is a no-brainer on 7 deer stack. Maybe 3 is just not palatable for him.
Yeah, like the first one's already depleted.
Yeah, you probably get 1.5 deer maximum if you rushed it. And also the sacrifice would be the Tawada timing, which feels bad when you're walking out the gold. And he has got quite a lot of people out on the gold.
There's also a good amount of sheep here for both players on this map. So even though BC, like, it looks like he has a lot, I think it's relatively even between the two of them.
I don't know why we need to give them sheep on this map. I think 58 deer is good enough. And 4 boar. And
yeah,
5 berries per player.
This map has a lot of food. A lot of food.
Yeah, you know, if this map was a country, it definitely wouldn't be like, you know, an impoverished area. This would be who eats the best in the world. This would be America. This map is America.
The best or the most? But yeah, definitely agree.
The most, definitely the most. So Kura coming in's no surprise. There was a time where people actually liked Shinobi against Jean because you could just kill her straight away. But
yeah,
I think people have gotten better at reading that play. It was felt super cheesy. I still remember the early days of watching.
Yeah, that and Jean got movement speed buffs in her range form now as well. So range Jean can run away.
Exactly, and like melee Jean, you're probably never going melee Jean against Japanese anyway, because if they FC, you just get melted by Mat Samurai, and if they don't, I feel like you can't really get in to fight against Japan, because you talked about Unification early in the draft. We don't really see that. I feel like when we see Japan play Feudal, it's Archer Horseman.
Wait, what's that? Is BC already putting an outpost next to this gold? Or is that a farmhouse?
Oh, that is going to be an outpost. And a tiny wall. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I just realized the American comparison of this map is perfect because, like, was there a rush for gold in the Midlands? Or was it to the west? Because in this, you rush to the Midlands.
Yeah, large gold in the middle. Everything else is small. It's tiny. Except on the far outer edges, there's still, like, some, like, one normal... Wait, actually, never mind. These are small as well. I thought there was, like, one normal gold, but...
Oh, wait. It was the California gold rush. Okay, it doesn't work then.
Ah. Too bad.
I mean, they maybe just move the gold to the left. There's technically gold in the west here.
Is there enough space between the farmhouse and the Kura storehouse for there to be farms?
I think there is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think yeah, there is.
Oh, the second farmhouse is griefed him though. This is going to block the corner spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Overall,
feels
it's
like
pretty
a Spanish Archon base. Oh, look at that. Early Jean pull, but BC already has the outpost up, but Vortex might still be incentivized to put up his own outpost.
I think you can just go all the way around the back. The tree line's really tiny. So,
The
like,
issue,
you go
though,
to the
is
left.
that... Yeah, the issue, though, is that BC already has a stone passively to get arrow slits in.
I think there's a slot you can just slap it down that your opponent won't be able to see you. It's just, you're going to be seen doing this. Like, it's very obvious. Like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm here to rush your base. Oh, sorry, let me... Hello, I'm here to rush your base.
I think instead of going for the gold, he might just need to deny the berries instead. Berries and woodline. Make it awkward there for his opponent.
Just like, it's awkward for that villager staring at their duty they can't fulfill. So nicely done by Vortex holding with the scout. And he has got PS on the way. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It,
And BC's going full greed. BC's going full greed straight up to Castle Age now.
If you outpost at the trade post, that can reach the gold, maybe.
No.
It may... No? Oh, no, it'd be just shy, wouldn't it? Okay, so we'll just come around. I guess you've just blocked the second
would
gold in
deny
the berries.
Yeah, he would deny wood, berries there. Or maybe you also... Yeah, okay, he's going for the second gold. Makes a little sense. 1600 gold, you cannot really get too many Mounted Samurai with that. And Vortex, he already has access to knights. So he's going to be able to contest against just a few Mounted Samurai.
Yeah, does Vortex... I don't know if you play this, like... It's weird. I've been seeing recently you can actually just play, like, old school Royal Institute spam. Which is weird, because, like, months ago, that felt terrible for French John to do because of the deflective armor. I think maybe Pro Scouts was the differing factor, though, because you just have so much more meat to throw on the fire.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so as well. This outpost's going to achieve a lot here, I feel like. Then again, Beastie's walls kind of already indirectly protect that other gold in the corner.
Oh, that's nice. I don't
If
think we're
he's
going to
able
see
to
him
get
wall
the
the way
little bit of
over.
map control for that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of map control to get to that point. I think it's possible. Like, these walls kind of block the walk around, and it's going to mean that Vortex, he's going to have to split up his troops if he wants to deny both sides at the same time. Oh, we're going to see some Jean.
I think
Arrow
just,
fire here.
you maybe just open Onimusha here?
Oh, this is going to hurt. That's going to be at least one villager down.
Yeah, one down. Wait, he's actually going to go for the garrison. Yeah. So the genius plan felt a little bit awkward in the end. We'll be able to scare him away. But obviously, this is really annoying now to wrap around. Like, this is usually where we see people build the outposts next to the forge, closer to the base, so you can garrison straight away.
But if you do that, then you always run the risk of an outpost from your opponent reaching your gold.
Yeah.
Vortex, by the way, he hasn't gathered up any stone to get an emplacement on his own outpost there.
Could it just be a bait? Like, the assumption is you'll probably lose that outpost pretty quickly to a few Mat Samurai. And your opponent is going to have to rush for it. Like, it's a weird one in that you will sacrifice something on scaling. Maybe the idea is if he just has enough knights, he doesn't need an emplacement, because when the army comes out to resecure the gold, he'll just win it. But yeah, it does feel a little bit weird, considering just how high value the outpost is. And nicely done.
Villager kill.
Which is somehow equal to them being on the same village account.
Yeah, there might have been some idle time there.
I think did Vortex, because he had a second scout super early. I wonder, he might have actually built 2 scout under
No,
from
he
the
didn't.
TC. Okay,
He didn't.
yeah, so it's just skipped production slightly. And the goodies are on the way home. Is it going to be a long pull? Vortex is going to spread out. He'll go all the places. You don't tend to just snatch from the enemy side anymore. It takes way too long, as our observer will present, if you zoom in on one of those scouts walking. They take a really, really, really long time.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's a good change. I think it's a really good change what they did there. Just the time investment now. BC is going for Onimusha on top of Mounted Samurai. This I like, because now he's got, like, the meat to survive an all-in from Vortex underneath the TC, while also having the tools to push out.
Yeah, it's also the thought process here is you essentially mirror what Jean does in these matchups of melee. You have snipers to finish units off. So very annoying, because normally what you can do in this matchup, when you're playing Jean or French, you can just turn it into a micro battle. You just pull away injured knights and you win. This could be big though. Well, oh, not going to be used. BC decides to walk a little bit further. Onimusha does
Onimusha
just about get
almost
away.
dead.
Zhong should be dead to this unless he can scramble a bit. Yeah, okay, so well played Vortex. Able to scare Beastie away. Now, he did lose the Shinto, which is problematic. The health bars aren't looking good. That's 2 almost dead units against Jean.
Yeah. Hunted Samurai goes all the way around. Didn't kill a villager, though. Somehow Vortex knows that in time. And look at that knight already prepped.
I mean, he knows. He's got the outpost. There's only one place Beastie can go. With this comp, he needs gold. Both of those units require it.
Exactly. And the
Wait,
knight, he's going
Vortex?
back a little bit. Wait, what?
Why is he going back a
Vortex?
little bit?
Maybe he
Vortex?
didn't see the... Vortex? Vortex?
Why is he
didn't
going
see the
back even
army.
further? What?
There we go.
What's going on? Okay,
And
there
now
we go.
the knight arrives, but that's also when Beastie's army is here.
So there's the
Wait,
problem.
what? How did
he
that
had-
guy die instantly?
Because
Oh, it was a
villagers
weak one.
counter knights now. Yeah, he didn't have any health on it. Like that was a bit weird the way it was played though.
Yeah, but now that means that Beastie is gonna have gold access. Now suddenly this...
Alrighty then, one and all, I believe. Are we back? We are back. Apologies for that, folks. Turns out the cow spilt milk all over the server, but we are back into the action. Vortex, he's mobilizing that north side gold. He's prepping for attack behind this. It's a little bit scary now, though. Beastie is prepping a lot of Onimusha. Love that switch by Vortex. Cues up the ponies.
He managed to get the gold access, as we just saw before the small disconnect. And now he's got a couple of mounted samurai, but most importantly, the Onimusha there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going for Vortex's side now.
The interesting part is, like, normally you don't have to keep this cavalry. You can just switch to crossbows over time, but I don't know if that's really the case on Carmel. Carmel forces you to play very wide, very fast.
Oh my god, so many
what a
villagers
hit.
going down. The mounted samurai. Absolutely pummeling the villagers there.
He's not done yet. Vortex needs to be careful about that gold in the corner. He needs it, though. Like, his gold income isn't looking great right now.
The scouts are distracting a little bit here. Vortex has enough gold at the very least to get veterancy in on those knights. That might buy him enough time.
Even invest in Bloomery, so it definitely burns the gold a little bit here. Tech out complete. BC now has the space to try and play for relics, though.
Yeah.
And he's going to delay pro scouts.
Is he?
He's got 2 and 1 more scout queued. Has he got pro scouts? He's smart
Can we
against
check
French.
that on the farmhouse?
No,
doesn't.
wait,
No, he
wait.
doesn't.
So why has he got 3 scouts? Maybe just to counter the enemy scouts? Yeah, that too. I think it's good to count the enemy scouts as well, though, which would hurt Vortex a lot. Look at his food income. Oh my.
Yeah, it's kind of weird for Vortex. Not okay. There we go. It's going up again. I think probably just pulled villagers from food for the age up. And now this is a pretty big army.
No Kaburia either, so very difficult to actually keep the Onimusha safe.
One more step. Horsemen, they're going to be able to catch up.
He has got second wave arriving. The horsemen do dive through
They got
just
past.
before the closing comes in. However, are they really getting enough damage done here? Wall's going to be there. Vortex can't hang around anymore. Jean is going to get a decent amount of XP out of this, and there is enough Night Force still to scare BC back, but what's scaring me more is the Onimusha number. It is crawling up. I think he did he get the Kaburia? No, that's just the buff.
He did get Kaburia, but
Okay.
it already got activated. It's on cooldown now.
That's unfortunate. Usually you want this at the tail end when you have to disengage, so cooldown for 15 seconds. Vortex, however, has to cool off. Sure, why not? It's like the shooter's like,
Gold.
what do you mean I'm not worth killing? Oh, they're coming back, aren't they?
Gold now has been exhausted. He is on the food. He's gotten 1 relic in so far, and Vortex still actively pro-scouting. Is that a forge just in his base in order to get the Urashiro inside? I think it is.
Possibly. It would make sense on this map. This is probably the best map for geoassuring. And yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Good
there
call.
it is.
So he's got 2 in there so far. Like, at what point do we just delete a production building and get more gold? Because I think the issue for Beastie right now is obviously the relics haven't really been that successful. It's only 1 in the base so far.
Yeah.
Vortex surprisingly reluctant to approach. I guess he doesn't want to play forward until Bloodlines is in. I am
Still
looking.
some small raids coming in from BC, but Vortex doesn't have any villagers in the corner at the moment.
So you know how we're like, oh yeah, this is a bad matchup because Jean and French have crossbows. Japanese don't. Joke's on you, Crackety, because Jean's riders are pointless against Onimusha.
Are they pointless though? Because they don't take bonus damage and their high armor means that the Onimusha tickle.
They don't do bonus damage though.
Yeah, they don't do bonus damage, but they're still a very nice meat shield.
They are indeed. They do feel a bit robbed of that. I don't know. I think they deserve being able to kill Onimusha quicker.
I think Onimusha are trash enough as it is, KP. I'll be
No,
honest.
no,
I don't think you
was-
need to make them even worse.
Why are Japanese building range units? What is this? That's not the identity, Crackety. More swords.
And now we're getting some of the strongest horsemen in Castle Age as well with Royal Bloodlines. How much
And-
HP is on them horsemen? Show us.
My little pony.
Yeah, 209 plus 54. That's a good amount.
That is 1
Plus
HP.
54. That's more than 2 times Boyer's Fortitude.
That's 1 HP less than a camel lancer. Oh, big clash.
We got 20 on a Musha here, and they can't one-shot.
That's not true. They just one shot.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
The problem is, if he turns around with these shots, there's so many horsemen. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god!
It's not worth
Oh
it.
my god! 6
It's so
on a
not worth
Musha
it.
just go down. Oh my god, yes. Oh, that's so crazy. That is actually crazy. They're just all going down.
Vortex has the
They're so
perfect timing
tanky.
here. This is insane. He patiently played this out. I mean, this is the Spanish stallion of 2025. The man that you warned about. The difference between this guy and a year ago. He wouldn't have been chilled about it. He wouldn't have waited back in that base like he did for
And
Bloodlines,
he's
for
on
the
gold
bulk.
now as well.
He would have sent it too early, but this was perfectly timed. The gold you mentioned has indeed been found. Quadra outpost defense strategy of Beastie, but
And the
what
body
the hell
block.
is that seek shelter? He's pinned.
Oh no. More knights coming in as well.
The
And
horseman.
all the Onimusha are gone. And the horsemen just go back there. Oh, that's crazy. That has to be GG. There's no way out. BC's got no more army remaining. Vortex, he's everywhere inside of his base. And BC cannot get rid of him now.
Let me poise you a poem here. What is a Jean? That's the poem.
Who
Like
is
she
a
just
Jean?
didn't matter.
Why is it Jean?
Yeah, why does she exist? She does like literally Vortex could have played this game without her, if we're being totally honest. He did get the early
When
village
is
kills, it helped, but the decisive moments here, Jean was just a
Small
cheerleader.
counter raid. Small counter raid with the mounted samurai on the gold now. Oh, that's
When you
already
say
nice there.
small counter,
It's the minimum amount to constitute a raid, which is 1 unit.
the only way it could be smaller is if it was a scout. All hands on deck in the base. Villagers need to run for it again. I don't know what Beastie's way out of this is. Game 2?
There. Yeah. Go next. Because at this point in time, the Onimusha can't even run anywhere as well. They're surrounded. 8 military units. BC. I mean, the barracks are cheap, but now that the farms are completely idled out, no way out. GG comes in. Vortex gonna be able to win game number 1.
A succulent timing out the Spaniard there. That mass horseman, he understood perfectly when it was go time. And really want to praise it. Second time for that game. That patience from Vortex is the difference from a year ago. I think it said, well, I can't remember who said it. They said his timing out in Age of Mythology seems to have served him well because when he returned and then also started screaming Beastie, he seemed to learn restriction a little. He became a little bit less feral, and I think that was to the betterment of Vortex. This guy may actually be playing the best AoE4 he's ever played.
Yeah, I agree. Like, this game was, I want to say, it was a little bit like a work of art. And the map in this situation was Vortex's canvas. Like, having a map with less gold and being able to constrict it like that, like Vortex had to like really feel at home here.
And he's going to feel at home in the next game as well, because you see what's coming up. There's going to be more French, and he literally just played French with a worse economy. So we'll have to see if Sushi does a little bit better there. But yeah, this is the time we talked about, and you could just feel it. The Kaburia, he genuinely baited for Kaburia to run out. That's the movement speed to get away.
That is such a clean engagement on those horsemen. You can really feel they've made the horsemen a lot more snappy.
Yeah.
With the animation now, and in combination with the royal bloodlines, horsemen, which usually feel kind of trash when it comes to their HP, they feel so strong in this situation.
Yeah, the knights really were the side story in this game. The ponies, the horsemen are actually what carried through. I mean, Japan, we talked about being an interesting pick this matchup. BC has some curious ideas. In theory, like the Onimusha is the answer, but as you see, like if you go horsemen, what does Japan do? They're then going to build what? Horsemen that can do slightly more damage but have substantially less health. It's not ever going to feel that great.
100 on a Bugeisha.
You really are pushing this narrative. Like I thought I pushed this narrative hard when Sons of Sen came out. You're actually like hitting my peak of Bugeisha obsession. It's like Crackety. We just got to get you a real life wife, okay? Like it's steady one of the owners in game.
All right, they are female. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Like well, owner is meant to mean I think it's meant to mean married woman, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Well,
no, sorry, it means women. It means women.
Dude.
It means women.
Okay.
Someone told me there was like a correlation between it and married women as well. But yeah, the owner literally means woman.
Damn.
We're an educational stream.
The more you know with KP and Crackety.
I mean, like, apparently I teach them what a girl is, and I just look across in chat, and someone's like, we should kill the pigeon. Oh, thanks. Anyway, like, last time I guess I come to teach this class.
Oh, God.
But yeah, interesting matchup here. French versus Sushi. It's not quite the Chinese-French matchup, which I think is a really exciting one. Actually, one of the favorites of me to see played in Feudal Age. My feelings on that is mainly because Sushi tends to just skip on Feudal a lot more than China does in this matchup, I feel like. A good reason.
I think in like Boomy seasons, French and JD are really strong against China. At the moment, Zhuji and China, they're in a very similar boat playstyle-wise when it comes to French and JD. Like, they actually like massing knights at the moment, lancers, just based on their really good economy. Let's see what is going to be the game plan here for these two players as we're jumping into a game number 2 between Vortex and Beastie. Beastie with Zhuji's legacy in his signature color yellow, up against Vortex in the color blue playing as the French.
And we are getting aggro.
What? This is illegal. This is illegal.
It's a Ford Gold.
No?
It's actually...
No. Altune?
Altune
says it all the time. It is illegal to make spearmen with French.
Yeah, but Baltoon plays...
And he's built a village outside the TC range.
But Baltoon also builds... he plays team games, rather. So, you know, I think he's thinking team French build orders. This is all the rage, baby. Pokey sticks, they never expect it.
This could not have... This could not have... Wait, Beastie. Where's his gold?
This
Where's
is a
Beastie's
dream
gold?
spawn.
What did he buy to not have gold at this moment in time? Why does he have so little gold?
I think he was just delayed moving out for it because he like built the village out
No,
here.
he went for the early Imperial official.
I mean, yeah, you're Shushi.
No, wait. Yeah.
Wait,
yeah. I'm confusing myself.
Beastie,
here.
you've got Imperial, Beastie, Crackety, you've got Imperial Academy brain, my friend.
I've not played Zhuji in a long time. Suddenly, I don't even know their unique mechanics anymore.
You're like, whoa,
that's crazy.
You tax your people straight away. I mean, that's
yes.
pretty impressive. So Vortex,
it's never my fault. It's always other people's fault.
And they must pay.
In
literally.
this case, it's the civilization's fault.
Okay, so Beastie got what he needed, but hear me out. Now this is anti-pro scouts.
Where is he? He's gonna have to put the meditation guard inside of his own base now.
Well, that taste of sadness. He does at least get the 25 gold, yeah. I think looking at his spawns, there wasn't many better spots per se. Like, he could have got a little bit more wood, but he would have had to have walked out the base. I just don't think it's worth it.
I think in the back it's the large berry spot. But
It's
yeah,
so not worth it that far out, though. Like, it used to feed... I feel like players have experienced the realization that, like, that food stack is a bait, especially if you're
always
playing pro
depends
scouts.
on how many villagers you send out.
Yeah. I think, like, if you want to go pro scouts, the food really isn't that relevant on Medigarden.
Yeah.
Okay, so Vortex is going to eventually take that unbridled aggression and come back and push deer, right?
Surely. Right?
Maybe.
I mean, now BC has no way of getting to Pro Scout.
Especially if he keeps spending wood to repair. The
Getting
masterful
the
strat.
archer range in, one Juganu is going to be able to push all these spearmen away.
But like he'll only be able to push them because he moves like an old man. So once he's seeing spears, should just be able to walk off. No deer shove. I'm a little bit surprised.
It might be coming in as soon as the spear have to move back.
I mean, surely the best thing for Beastie to do right now is lame the deer, just to get rid of that play. There we go. Chew arrive though, so Vortex skipping off into the fog. And Beastie all of a sudden has an archery range he doesn't want.
Yeah, definitely a delay here. Then again, Vortex also a little bit delayed. School of Cavalry only just now coming in. 6 villagers hammering away at that one.
I wonder if he could have done... Would it have been better to have done like a Rax and 2 Palace Guard? Probably not. No, that's... Nah. Like against Knights, it doesn't have any real purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, look at this. Vortex is going to push Beastie's deer all the way across. Nah, he's just laming them.
He's helping out, man.
Yeah.
Now BC won't have to kill the deer.
No, because here's what you do. You're like, Beastie, like, he's made way too much money from his subathon. He must have a really good PC. He must play on maximum graphics. So if we shove the deer into the stealth forest, you can't see them.
You can't see them.
Yeah. I do find that comical. Like, playing low graphic settings means you can see deer in like, stealth forest. Playing higher settings is, like, very hard to see.
And now a barracks as well? Okay. I mean, makes sense.
Yeah.
There's probably going to be knights when you're up against French.
Yeah, this is like the organic play. It's always forced. China, Shushi, either way. If you want to play pro scouts, you need knights. If you don't want to play pro scouts, you need like to get into spearmen because the knights, you're always going to need...
And he's still getting his own pro scouts in now.
Yeah.
Which is going to be coming in very quick, courtesy of just having Imperial officials.
Vortex, the difference there is he's going to have a better scale point on the scouts to try and yoink the goodies. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes the closest deer stack from Beastie first.
He should. Like, it's forward as well. It's behind the wood line. It's the easiest one to take.
Speaking of the wood lines, Beastie is feeling very exposed here. We've got very early walls, actually, from the Serb.
When you have the slower military, always necessary. Well, he's actually going for his own deer. Looks like it.
Okay. Like, maybe he splits it. Usually we've been seeing when people have full map control, they just divide between all the deer stacks. It just feels a lot more efficient. Like, you definitely want 1 or 2 people grabbing the closest because of how slow it is to get them home now.
Yeah.
Well, this is very peaceful after what just happened at the beginning of the game, but...
We had a little bit of a clash here in Dark Age, and now we're all just chilling. We're grabbing our deer,
And this...
bringing it home, getting some good old venison in.
Yeah, this is what happens when both players go pro scouts. I'm glad they nerfed it. This is now rare, actually.
I mean, they're not even contesting each other. I say that. Of course, now they do.
He's got the Zugzog boys, so the Chug should be able to actually scare Vortex away from engaging. And
Yeah.
Beastie now has access to the safe deer, which I know it doesn't look like a safe deer, but for him, this is technically his safe deer.
Yeah, but he's going to have to drop that deer. He's going to be able to bring that one home. And, I mean, that's the explosive growth now into the scouts. BC immediately having 5, close to 6 scouts now in a little bit. Thanks to the supervision there.
Wheelbarrow as well now coming in from Vortex. I don't think there's any like ball shenanigans to be had here on delay. They are very close to the border of the map. It's like in theory with Shushi playing into infantry, they won't chip there, but Beastie's going all the way. It's not about the deer, it's about being full ham. He's got spears, Chug, and the horsemen.
I'm not a big fan of the horsemen. BC hasn't been scaling too many Juganus here in the end. Like, Vortex already has a barracks in theory, and I mean, we are going to get to a triple composition. I'm not even sure if you need a triple composition if you're Vortex. Like, French are perfectly content, I feel like, with just staying on Knights Archer.
If you see a lot of horsemen, you might be a bit paranoid to do it. But yeah, just scaling knights is a lot better because eventually this will move to Castle Age. And that'll give you mobility advantage. Just a little bit of poke there. Looks like BC's trying to sneak for some goodies on the other side of the map.
It's a lot of scouts moving over, that's for sure. First archer now came out for Vortex, but we do have the first couple of horsemen in for Beastie already. He's got a good amount of resource behind this. Beastie, I mean, this could just be like feigned military aggression now into transition to Castle Age. Look at how much gold he's already got.
Yeah, and you must already feel good if you see your opponent building archers anyway. Which I think is about to get confirmation of. They are coming out to try and defend. Scouts are forced to drop the goodies for the time being. Knights, we will be able to kind of peel off a few of these spears. And yeah, there's the archer reveal we're talking about. So Vortex, all of a sudden you start to feel like there's a type of game where you wish you just bulked knights only. And Beastie is going to try to skip to the next stage.
Yeah. Able to kill most of the spearmen that were forward, though. Beastie, most of his spearmen, they're still inside of a space, so now he's going to be able to pick off those Jugunu.
Vortex should be capable of taking the third deer stack because of what Beastie's doing here. So, like, there's a trade-off. He'll get his age up, but macroeconomics not great for him here. Like, it's a very big lead in terms of deer for Vortex.
All right on the gold. Is that a horseman? Nope, was a spearman. Got killed by the villagers.
Yeah, he was, once upon a time, he had a horse. Then he got relegated.
That's a lot of spearmen out at the moment from BC, though. And, I mean, he still has deer coming in now. And a good amount of gold. So, Lancer play with this many spearmen still going to be dangerous for Vortex.
Yeah, and that's like the scary thing as to why you really just want to be knights.
No.
What knights? I didn't see any knights. Did you see knights?
Wasn't looking for a second and immediately got skewered.
Vortex, well, when you see this many spears, you're probably going to be tempted to build more archers. But you know what's coming. It's not just lances, it's the brutal timing that Shushi get into relics as well.
Prathing there to lose another knight. And now the relic play as well with the Shaolin monks. It's going to be very tricky. Veterancy already in on the spearmen. That's a lot more HP now on them. So archers are going to take at least like 3-4 more shots to kill him.
Yeah, he done this for the deer. I don't think you like necessarily care about rushing this veterancy on spearmen if you can just camp in your base. Does actually get denied, so well played by Vortex. But is this all in? We just praised him for his patience, but the way he's prepping reminds me of old Vortex right now.
It doesn't look like he's planning to go to the next age anytime soon, but he's getting to a good amount of archers. He's able to keep them alive against the spearmen.
They aren't here. This is the problem right now. He's kind of overextended. Lancers now are going to be able to start sweeping through these. The spears take like, what, 3 to 4 volleys to kill one.
Yeah, if he's able to at least one-shot them, would be a lot more decent. He does have a good amount of knights still. So he's going to be able to take engagements up against the knights. Just needs to deal with the spearmen first. Beastie is going to be on limited food. The thing is, Beastie is not going to be able to move out to anything like a boar or even outer berry bushes here. If Vortex is able to get more map control in.
Stealth forest, please.
So there is a timing, like 5 minutes in to the future now, where Beastie's going to run out of food. And Vortex just stays Feudal Age and pumps through. But I'm not sure if he's going to pump through. He's starting to build up a little bit of a bank here. Mostly just investing into archers.
That's interesting from BC. I think he overvalued the stealth forest there because he had vision and Vortex didn't. Yeah, like
he's losing everything.
He didn't realize just how many spears died there. What happened there is Beastie, there was a point where it was actually a great engagement because he had vision with the scouts and Vortex was lacking. But he started to ripple out of the stealth forest too early. He wasn't holding the spearmen inside and just using the lancers to leverage an advantage. So in the end,
the micro on the archers there was great.
Exactly.
Like, that was absolutely insane. Out of his mind, the micro there.
And Vortex, I mean, this is... Maybe it is worth being old school Vortex. Yeah, we talked about his patience, but the idea of that temperament, if you are always tempered like that and you're not too aggro, people know. So like this is the whole importance of Vortex's evolution of player. It's not that he's abandoned the never-ending bloodshed boy. It's that it doesn't have to be that every game. When you play against him, you can never feel comfortable.
He's getting onto the
you
field.
know. Forces him off the remaining deer. And now the tree line as well.
He's stealing the deer! There's no more food left.
He's just dragging
has
them away.
to run, but he's got no military. That's checkmate.
I mean, that has to be. He's got 4 Shaolin monks. They can try the hardest, but I don't think it's going to be good enough against mass knights. Villagers now going to only work on the tree line. Beastie is being picked to the bone. Good luck getting those deer back.
Damn, that's crazy. And now Vortex, if he wants to, he can go Castle Age. Not that he needs to, but if he wants to. Wait, why are there randomly 2 deer packs there? Okay. These are gotta be picked up later, I guess.
I think maybe was that from Beastie early and he dropped them for a reason and forgot? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Okay.
either.
So let's figure this out. What can I eat? Like, what eats wood? What will consume wood and I
Knights
can build?
Templar. They eat wood.
Oh right, just a shame Vortex got them in the draft. I think. Actually, no, Beastie did. Didn't
Beastie
he?
has them. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so yeah, like in game 3, Beastie can eat wood. That's fine. I mean, where are you going to build farms here that feel safe? I guess you can build more walls. That's the positive.
Yeah, I don't think walls are gonna help you that much at the moment.
Hey, not with that.
He's now going into mass crossbows.
Yeah,
I think maybe if he went for mass crossbows immediately, just play it a little bit slower.
You feel bad
That's the
doing that,
issue
though.
with- The issue is that knights against knights as well. Like, if you get to a point where you have even crossbows to the archery count, the crossbows actually, like, easily beat archers. Like, Castle Age crossbows destroy Feudal Age archers.
Yes. The problem here for Beastie is, I think it's the Shaolin Monastery. Whenever you build Shaolin Monastery, you want to play out. You feel urgently that it is necessary that you go into knights to get on the field. And I think that forced him into this uncomfortable position. Crossbows revealed, so Vortex is aware. He's going to back off until the veterancies are in.
Spearman getting picked off again.
Spearmen
are gone.
can't leave those deer alone. Have they not suffered enough?
Veterancy in on the knights. Still takes a little bit longer on the archers, but once that comes in, you're going to start being able to do damage again.
It's just sneaking a few knights around the back here. The best thing you can do is check that corner berries for Leia and the left side one. Because obviously Beastie just doesn't have mobility with most of this comp. Vortex, I mean, there's not many relics to play for, so that's not, I think, his next condition here. It does feel weird that Vortex doesn't have more villagers, no? What happened?
Does. Like, there must have been idle time, considering as well, like, yeah, I mean...
A lot of idle time at that. He should be...
A lot of idle time.
About
He should
8
be like
villages?
4 or 5 village. Yeah, at least, at bare minimum.
Because he also has 1 additional worker kill. And it's crazy.
That's weird.
I just imagine if he had like efficient economy, the
He
difference.
prioritized, yeah, I guess he prioritized unit creation over villager creation.
It's crazy. Looks like he's now checking the back food at the perfect time. Knock at the door again. That was never repaired, by the way. That guy injured. We do have Nest of Bees now coming for Beastie, and he does have enough spears and crossbows to justify it.
At this point in time, it's gonna start actually being quite hard for Vortex to end the game with just these units. Knight? Okay, never mind. There are also knights from BC there.
He
but
gets 2 kills.
more villagers.
Wait, he got more than 2. He got 4.
He got 4. He got 4.
Wow. Okay, beautifully done by Vortex. Okay, now this starts to look more like a French villager lead at 17 minutes, organically.
Yeah, still though, BC's gotten 3 relics in. Might
And-
even be
oh, the
more.
counter
Yeah, I think
raids.
BC is actually getting all 5. Oh
Oh
my
my-
god, this is hurt. Oh no.
I mean,
Invisible Horseman?
That's all villagers dead, even with Willbarrow. No, that's going to be hard to get away from that. So yeah, that forces Vortex's hand. But there's a nest of bees. There's also a relic. He's looking to hold him hostage. With the body of iron. I think he activated it. And there's a stack of Willow. He has to walk
did.
away. He's taking the military lead. And Vortex.
He is.
How is Beastie not dead?
That's crazy. Villager's dead even now.
Guess going bald in game and in real life was a buff. Good lord.
He's still out on the resource in the corner. But thanks to the wall and the unit positioning, Vortex just doesn't have the means to approach that at the moment.
Yeah, and Royal Institute put him on an all-in collision course. He doesn't have that fallback plan that you get with Guildhall. He really wasn't expecting it.
Bloodlines yet?
Yes. Pretty sure he ticked it in. Like, click on one of the knights, so I'm pretty sure I saw it earlier.
Another wall coming in.
If we click on a knight, we can confirm Royal Bloodlines. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, he's got it. That's very high value knights then.
Still, these walls buy enough time for the reinforcements to arrive. He has stuck the archers on the east side, but good luck getting through a wall. He's just bringing the relics with him.
It makes it impossible for the knights to get like a good surround kill.
Mm-hmm. We'll get a rewall just in the nick of time. I mean, this is starting to taste of sadness a bit. Does Vortex maybe go 2TC?
Either 2TC or he gets a keep up now?
Yeah.
No, it's 2TC.
Yeah, I think a keep drop is too ambitious because there's Nesta Bees, 4 of them, so he'll play the macro
and
again.
now we're going Song Dynasty for BC as well, so he can start doing cheap farms.
Oh, this turned from looking like a stomp into a crazy
looking
game
like a
all of a sudden. Not a stomp as a series, though. Blimey.
Yeah, that not. I was able to get... Oh my god, he's getting the Imperial official there.
Sir, this is
just
not
a
Wolf.
Single knight.
Hey, he's like, hey, just wanted to let you
This
know.
is a Wendy's.
I'm an honorable knight. I will send this one armed man to murder all these unarmed peasants. And where's the army?
Speaking of where's
Oh
oh my
my
god,
God.
he did finish the wall and the nest of bees are all gonna go down.
He didn't realize.
These aren't clock tower, nest of bees. Oh my god, no way.
Villagers.
Okay, he's not able to kill the last one though, right?
No, he can kill the villagers though.
And he might lose all of the knights.
He'll
How
get
can
out.
he get out?
There's no
the
rewall.
villagers are going for the wall.
He's rushing.
The scout is blocking.
He will get away. And that is now a 10+ eco lead for Vortex. Bit greedy towards the end. Probably would have been worth to just get out a bit quicker. It does make his escape. There is a little bit of raid coming in, but the problem is I don't think Beastie scouted the second TC. So from his POV, it's annoying to lose these troopers, but Vortex has now lost a lot of tempo with the knight casualties.
Yeah. Man. It's a crazy back and forth now.
Beautiful temperament, though. The harassment on the east side, the fact he only sent one knight back to the villages, and the fact that he didn't actually attack too quickly allowed for that 3-point value. The tree line, the bees, and the berries. And now just look at the state of things. Knight in the corner is going to do it again. But it's still Vortex
very
maintaining.
good raids from Beastie. Vortex should now also get relatively close to keep. So suddenly those knights are going to start being really cheap for him. He just can't let this game get to Imperial Age. Once he gets to Imperial Age, the Royal Bloodlines doesn't matter anymore.
It does become tricky, especially considering this is a 5-relic Shushi game.
Yes.
Knock, knock. We're back.
Who's there?
It is just your milkman. I'm here to deliver your milk. Please open the door and ignore the swords.
Knight. Knight who? Knight to meet you. Yeah, I had to do that one myself because he didn't play the part.
I know. Well, like, when you can do voices, why would you play the part? Oh, that is a die.
That did good amount of damage.
That was a cheap shot. Then again, as I'm sure you're also aware, Crackety, Nesta Bees are always cheap shots.
They are. Granted, I think they're a lot more balanced at the moment ever since they removed some of the projectiles from them. Moved them to Imperial Age. I think they're much more reasonable now.
It's still a groin punch in a boxing match. You know, like that's my feeling. Like, ready, steady. Are we gonna? He's tempting him. Vortex is playing a very dangerous game.
Yes.
Oh my, is he gonna?
Those archers, but then again, like it's just crossbows, but it's a big amount of crossbows.
Did he just
Beast actually
delete the
doesn't-
wall? Or was that cancelled?
I think the wall was burning. No,
Okay.
the wall was burning for a while. Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
the gate was burning.
Knock knock. We're doing it again. Just kidding. There's no knock knock here. They don't have a door.
I think BC's actually moving towards an Imperial Age now.
Is that feels early.
I mean, he's got the army to sustain it, like to be safe with it.
His farm transition is nowhere near complete though.
It's starting to look good. 30% bonus income from those granaries. Plus the
Vortex
additional
actually.
20% from the food upgrades.
Vortex is going to be a mile ahead on imp timing, I think. Oh, another wall. Okay,
There's no guild hall
you send in like 2 or
Yeah,
3
he's-
knights, and okay, more
or a couple more. Or maybe not.
crap will get off the pot. Okay, we're leaving.
Yeah, he's been stretching Beastie quite thin. Like, Beastie's army has been moving non-stop throughout this game. Left, right, left, right, left, right.
It's almost like they're in an army.
Almost.
Farm count also starting to look
He's-
really good. Vortex, ooh.
Looking like some very British farm clusters there.
Yeah, we just need a red palace at the back to protect.
Yeah, he's actually moving towards it now. I thought that with the keep he might just like fully invest in it, but no, he actually just bought food.
Okay, so central or the red palace? No, he actually
No,
builds it on the
actually
secondary
protect
TC.
the base.
Yeah, a little bit surprised there, but
The middle sacred side is so good for it though.
just north of here.
Yeah.
That spot. You could even go for the east one as well. It's another sacred site plus gold. Like, there are good options here.
Another wall.
Okay, Beastie.
The onion's manifesting, dude. I mean, you need the stone walls, right? Else you're always gonna have to move around.
Has he been
So
practicing with Louis?
100%.
Yeah, this is...
Nah, this is a reasonable crash out right there.
It's true. Oh, there's the backstab we've been waiting on. We can still be waiting on it. Sometime this blood moon, maybe. And the farm's just still not there for Beastie.
Yeah, I mean, he had to really reinvest hard into his military. Well, not really had to, but looks like he wanted to. Issue is that this military cannot push into a French base with Red Palace emplacement.
No. And also just the TC emplacements. Good enough to keep back small raid groups. Elite tech for the archers, though, and a cannon already on the way. So congrats, you've just built stone walls. I'll go ahead and remove those as well.
Congrats,
And-
you have invested a lot of resource into Nest of Peace. It would be a shame if something happened to them, like a royal cannon shot to the face.
You mean we do still have anti-siege? Oh, wow. Yeah.
For certain civs.
I do think cannons are the best, bombard type unit in the game. They're just so good. Movement speed, instant deploy into shot, reasonable attack speed. You know, slightly less range than the Culverin, but I think with the extra movement speed, it very rarely matters against them.
I think Culverin attack speed is just so crazy. Like, if you get to a big mass of Culverins, like,
Yeah.
nothing can really...
But,
beat
like,
them.
in
Get,
small
like,
numbers-
5, 6, 7 Culverins.
Yeah, like in small numbers, though, I favor cannons because
Yeah, 100%.
the movement speed, right? Like Culverins, I agree, they're great if you can just stand still, but very rare in an even game you're able to do that.
Yeah.
So Beastie's feeling
Really
ambitious.
large numbers of archers.
Yeah, I think what happened here is Beastie was expecting the red palace on the gold, so he thought he'd be able to raid the base. It's a good thing he actually got distracted there because he would have been in for a rude awakening if he'd approached.
I think there might be a situation here where Vortex might prioritize the range upgrade on the archers over incendiary upgrade arrows. Just to be able to deal more easily with the Nest of Bees, spread out more comfortably.
That's fair. And then also just archers gradually counter the entire army.
Yeah.
Elite tech is on the way for the knights now. Archer's not really in a position to attack. It looks like Beastie is sending it. I mean, he has to do some damage. He's got to be feeling it now.
100 military units, got a lot of Nest of Bees. He is starting to get close to population cap, so he might be able to think about Castle Imperial Age at some point now.
He's got the golden
raids
corner
as well.
Yeah, like in an ideal world, you stop off Yuan. I think the Imperial time is just too important here. SB shots, nice hit with the cannon. Does move in. Spear's going to chase. Be hiding in the choke points, but if the Nestbees get close enough, this makes it easier for them to turn a fight. Vortex all too aware though. He needs to back up. We've got double cannon.
Double TCs, so double red palace emplacement arrows coming in. Sacrifice some villagers.
Oh, like 4. Not too many. Oh, that actually maybe hurts a little bit more. It's just idling out the gold, but we'll have the night reaction coming in. And it's a full retreat. So BC, this was now a case of space to try and create a tech advantage, but I think he may have just given Vortex the opening to attack with this.
Looks like I don't really have a lot of university upgrades in yet.
He has no front line. Technically, these knights... Okay,
not
so
strong enough.
Beastie.
These small raids every time.
Yeah, dare I say Shushi Library?
And then what? Maybe 1,000 bolts?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, the crossbows are the thing that's keeping him in this right now. It does feel
so
bad
many.
to miss the movement speed, though.
Yeah.
Cannons? They're taking a while to arrive here. Yeah, it's like he's been wasting all this time trying to force Beastie to come back to fight him. He's actually really well played by the Serb. But we do have a problem. Someone has to stand in the way of these Giga Stack Knights. And no one wants to.
B count that's going low. Just 2 remaining.
That's not enough to clear the archers.
Not at all.
So here you go. Sends them in for the trade out. Beastie gonna start shriveling up on the crossbow count in a situation where he still can't afford Imperial. This feels like the break point.
Finish.
And knock knock.
Goodbye,
Breaks it
Gage.
straight away. He's in again. There's not much of a defense force here for Beastie. Half of it being spearmen, which are countered by the elite archers anyway.
Yeah, bombard shots helping out as well. 1 bombard, 1 kill.
Basically just a giant hand cannon there.
No, he's not going to go for the crossbows. Now he is.
He's like, oh wait, yeah, I took my glasses off for a second. I need to get close enough to see you. He just wants to make sure the Nest of Bees can't bully him.
Yeah. Once they're out of the picture, nothing in his way. And now the crossbows. Like every single volley is going to kill 3 crossbows now.
The only thing that could save you here is a horseman switch, but I don't know how you'd afford that right now.
Yeah, and then you're never going to be able to go up to Imperial Age.
Yeah, and you still then get countered by mass knights, which we can see Vortex is prioritizing again. A tricky game, man. I mean, Beastie, I'm surprised he was able to survive this long, but Vortex just reminding you why he's a master of attack here.
Like, kudos there. Beastie played this incredible to be able to, like, almost come back in this one.
We mentioned that whole kind of balance point. Vortex, we thought he was being too aggressive. He proved that he could take the tempered play, that he could take the macro approach when necessary, especially against a defensive master. And this is what it reaps for the Spaniard in the Elite Classic group stage. Possibly heading towards a 3-0 over the reigning champ in EGC tournaments.
Looks like Vortex is going to get really, really close to that match point now. Archer's still doing a good job there. We don't have incendiaries in yet.
No. Cannons can potentially stand here to try and kill the Palace Guard, but I think Vortex just doesn't want to overextend. Villagers are now being pulled, so great read to pull back like this.
Ooh.
They are going to go in for the kill, but it's going to cost
they're
them.
going to kill a couple of bombards. 1, maybe 2.
I think he can get all 3, but he's going to lose all those villagers, and the TC is barely alive at this stage.
Is he going to get the last one as well?
No.
I don't think he's going to get the last one.
So it's going to survive. The TC is going to crumble. He's got relics on the ground.
Keep in the middle. I think the keep in the middle went up.
Yes, he did get it up, and it forces Vortex away, but he has got the gold vein on the other side.
He's got to get his own keep up. Oh, man. Yeah, and BC has no gold. Actually, he's got a ton of gold in the back.
In the
of his
corner,
base.
yeah. It's been sitting there for like one of them is basically a pretend granary. I don't see the way now. I mean,
yeah. Now with this keep going up, like all these villagers are going to go idle for quite a while. Might have to re-rally them over to wood, but BC's food is about to get shut down. Vortex moving in on that. New units now getting picked off. So reinforcements not having any straight paths.
The Palace Guard will buy him a little bit of time. Vortex, realistically, now should just be getting Incendiary. He's got almost 2k gold in reserve. I think he's just forgotten about it a little. Understandable. He's pretty focused on the micro of these dives.
Villagers from BC actually just move out to the next gold as well. Vortex doesn't have...
There's already a castle
there's already
there.
a keep there.
Please, no. Please. BC, he doesn't realize. He's distracted.
Yeah.
And there we go. He goes to the castle and the ships come out as well. Vortex is like, I'm not done with you. I mean, he'll just build a cannon and come here anyway. This castle now just doesn't achieve anything. He calls the GG. Vortex now leading by 2 against the reigning champ.
And such a back and forth game though. Like BC holding that, absolutely insane.
Yeah, it felt like he was playing a low percentile situation, but honestly, like, there was a moment where I'd say he clawed back to, 15, 20, 25. There's still the question mark over getting out of that corner that was always looming. And like I said, against old gen Vortex, it probably would have actually bit him in the butt, just aggroing the way he did. But great read to turn it into a scaling game when necessary. Shows you just why the Spanish Beast is on another level at the moment. Now, Beastie...
Honestly, I feel like if BC, after Vortex reached Imperial, just only went for like little raids with a couple of units and went up to Imp himself, like 5 relics, that's still a ton of passive gold income. Honestly, I think like if you get like Cloud of Terror bombards in, they absolutely shred the bombards from your opponent. Like your opponent's actually going to have to micro bombards to stay apart, like stay spread.
Mm-hmm. And then you eventually get the extra
definitely
range.
Still had a leg in that game, which is crazy considering the start of the game.
I think he didn't realize it was 2 TC until he dove.
Yeah, that's potentially very true, yeah.
Because like he's all in here.
A couple of raids in between.
Exactly. Like this all in here makes sense if you think your opponent has desperation rushed into Imperial with 1 TC. Because if you think about the trades earlier, Vortex done some damage, but like he was losing Night Mass, he only had archers left over. He looks like he's in the crapper, and you know he's gone Royal Institute, so it's not like he guild hoarded his way up. He's economically weak if it's 1 TC. But Vortex just done a phenomenal job of smuggling that detail, it seems.
Yeah.
And that is an
Next
interesting matchup for Sacred Grove.
Is it? I mean, how many sacred sites do we have? We got like 2 sacred sites there, right? Actually, is it 3? No, we got a total of 3 sacred sites.
Yeah, I believe, I'm trying to remember off the top of my brain now. Yes, triple, yeah, because like people don't often play for it, but you've got 1 in each lane, so it can make it a little bit annoying to rotate onto. I do think there's a very interesting build for Byzantines here that Louis has been executing really well at the moment, which is Limitane into Longbow Horseman. So you do the 1-1-1. You can actually just out-aggro Delhi with that build.
Interesting. Yeah, having longbows in general just is very handy when you have a chance to snipe out scholars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's also just, it's a decent unit to trade into Ghazi. You stay very far away from them. It's also, you just have the horseman to then mirror Ghazi. And also, if your opponent goes too hard on archers, as he should against Limitane, you just get trades for free with the LB. So that's what kind of makes it a little bit better than javelins. At least you're going to go 1 foot with 1-1-1. Because like doing javelin horseman understandably feels quite weird. Ah, great game. Great execution by Vortex. The thing with Sacred Grove, it's not that you can't reach the late game, it's just obviously the exposed nature of all your forward resources tends to favor raiding civs, which is why we've seen things like French, Yon, Chinese, Shuxi. Delhi actually has very, very rarely been picked on that map since it was created. You know,
it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, Delhi is a really strong civilization, so maybe Beastie feels a little bit pressed to pick it now after being down 2 points in the set.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got baited because obviously in game they were like other side. Yeah, okay, so I think like Delhi, like I said, if you don't do the longbow build, I'd favor Delhi here. Vortex loves doing the double villager on assistant opening, so he's less about aggression and more about eco scaling early on with the Civ.
That's interesting. I mean, Byzantines in general, they got a lot of avenues to go for here. Something that they really have to take care, though, is to not move out too early, because longbows, in general, like your mercenary units, if you lose them, it takes you a while to remass them.
Yeah, and that's why most people do not go for the Eastern contract, by the way, is like, it's so much easier to keep your limited mercenary premium unit alive when it's the ranged part of your composition, right? I feel bad for Keshik contract sometimes. Like, it's very obvious why it never gets picked. But sadly, very difficult to solve unless you decide to give Byzantines feudal healing, which sounds insane.
Yeah, that would be... Let's not give him too many things, right?
I think
Let's maybe take some things from other civs first.
I think
Elephants
genuinely...
from Delhi.
Yeah. You just want every civ to be archer, spearman, horseman, don't you?
I mean, I think elephant is fine if they just, let's say they cost half, and they also have half the stats that they currently have.
Yeah, like they're a fat knight, you know, sort of. It's kind of like a gilded knight type thing. I like that idea. The interesting thing, by the way, this matchup like used to be Delhi dominance through feudal with mass archers, and Tower Victory would beat javelins. So I think like most Byzantine players still think javelin's the way because your opponent doesn't do TOV anymore. So you don't get Gatling gun down by units you're meant to counter.
Yeah.
Ooh, wait.
See, what if...
Is this... Vortex... Okay, so like... We're getting English for Enlightened Horizon from him if it goes deep enough, right? Because that has to be Mongols for Frisian.
Does it? I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Frisian... I don't know. Like, Vortex prior picked Lancaster, and I'm not sure if that was a prior pick just to ban it from his opponent, or if he's actually got a plan on when he wants to pick Lancaster.
I mean, there is a dynamic of reactionary here, right? Like, if I pick something like that, you need to make sure you've got an appropriate counter in mind. And maybe that was to force him to go towards Delhi. Like, do you really need to force someone to go towards Delhi right now, though?
The thing is, you want to get a Civ that, like, has access to Spearmen for Enlightened Horizon.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing House of Lancaster maybe on Enlightened Horizon.
I think you
Could be an idea.
You can House of Lancaster, and then I think you go... Like, I actually think Abbey of Kings is really good here. Because Enlightened Horizon, your opponent's close, and then also the extra gold you get from the Wolf Dens can be put towards Lords of Lancaster. And Lords of Lancaster are kind of stupidly tanky for what they are when you get them.
They are. Yeah.
We'll see if we get there, though.
All right.
It's time. Hopping in. Sacred Grove has arrived. It's going to be Beastie on the Delhi, Vortex with the Byzantines on a 3-lane map.
All right, let's see what the game plan is going to be. Already see, as you mentioned, Vortex with that double villager pull over on that stone mine.
Yeah, and this is going to allow him
Cistern
to
already out.
scale really fast. He usually does this as well. He doesn't drop the cistern on the stone if he has to choose. Understandably, mathematically, it makes sense. Like, you're probably going to have more people on gold early. And also, I mean, you could argue here that you'd want the cistern in place on the left because the berries, but by the time you're moving there with 2 on stone, you'll have enough for level 2 cistern.
And just being able to scale into these cisterns, it's not just great in Feudal Age, but once you transition into Castle Age, having that Golden Horn Tower immediately with Cistern level 5 means that it's just going to be producing an absolute ton of these mercenaries every couple minutes.
That's the key, right? Is that you've sacrificed on the initial merc timing. It will be later than the old Byzantine builds before the changes to cisterns. But by rushing level 5 cistern, usually you get your second group of jabs or longbows out at about 8-minute 10, which on average is better than the old Biz build.
Yeah.
So they were buffed. I'm never going to stop. Every time I talk about it, it's like, so it was a buff. Yeah, I really think it was.
A little bit of a buff, yeah.
I think
Well,
this...
you don't think Byzantines deserve that buff? Is that it, KP?
I mean, you know, I'm sitting here with 4 resources and they get 5. Why do they get 5, Crackety? Why?
Because they shave their legs and then they gotta fly olive oil.
Like, why do they get olive oil, though? Like, what? They get to cook their delicious food with olive oil? What am I cooking with? Air?
It's the Mediterranean cuisine, dude. Yeah?
I got
Any air fries
like,
in chat?
every single meal this week for me has been Ninja Fryer. I can't pretend I'm Italian, put on like an accent, maybe be Super Mario for the day, mamma mia, make myself a piece of the pizza with a drizzle of olive oil. No, because I don't want to pick Byzantines every game. And they get water.
All right, KP, you've decided for me. I'm gonna get a kebab later today.
Please, gyro. It's a gyro.
No.
Then it's not. I mean, well, actually, you're German. It is a kebab. Yeah.
That's gonna be. Yeah,
That's where I draw the line.
You take that back.
Nationality, as a German, that is the final straw. We have warred over less.
That's okay. Yeah, fighting for the kebab. That's the kind of German initiative. Oh my god.
Historically, you fought with them more recently. But anyway,
right.
We do have the second system. Third one is just around the corner. I mean, you see why this is so desirable. I think some players don't rate double on stone over one because the thought process is an eco percentage increase at this point is kind of shrug. You only have 17 villages.
It's already the third one. It's coming in quite quickly.
I am personally disappointed that Moist Esports no longer exists because I feel like now would have been the perfect time to pick up an Age of Empires 4 Byzantine spammer. Wait, no, I just realized. Dumu should make the Civ his main. Team Liquid.
How's that?
Like, Liquid
Yeah,
team.
true.
Theme them.
That's fair. Is there any other civilization that has water interaction?
Byzantine.
Not really.
They have gulps as well. They have all the water.
True.
Like, why is water so rationed in this game?
KP, I don't think it's water that they're gulping.
Is it Zeus juice?
It might be a god juice, just probably not Zeus.
I mean,
What's his face
historically,
again?
Zeus gave a lot of
Dionysus?
juice. Are you going for Dionysus?
Yeah.
They wouldn't be able to like ride straight if that was the case.
I mean, they don't.
I mean, they do. They
Have you
ride
seen the
literally
passing in this
straight.
game?
Oh, that does sound like Dionysus. Everyone on the map gets drunk. Oh, so we have got the Limitane
barracks
opening, by
coming
the way.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Spears against Ghazi, and I mean, you want to open up with Limitna anyways, right? Like, come on, what else is there in life for Byzantines? Other than a good old spearman with a shield?
Hippodrome, Horseman, and then I'm better than Ghazi for 30 seconds.
That sounds like a Fey build.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, you ever thought about it? It's a little bit like playing Mario and picking up, like, the hammer or the star. Like, dun, 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 dun. But the problem is, your opponent's a human, so he's smart enough to run away. So, like, imagine you're playing that Mario level, and you can't actually catch any of, like, the Goombas or anything. And then they turn on you at the end. That's why no one builds Hippodrome.
True. That's the reason.
You've tried good old Pro Scouts Hippodrome before, haven't you, Crackety?
No.
No?
Not Pro Scouts. I didn't play Byzantine Syrian Pro Scout meta.
No, it was before.
What
Where
did
you
I do?
remember, like,
Where
we
was I
talked
during
about
the
it?
Pro Scout
on-
meta?
Was I drunk? Every single day I had to butcher my liver just to get by.
Wait, is that all? Oh my god, he's already got enough for Cistern level 5. That's
What?
a
Yeah.
thing.
Look at the time of the game. Look at the time.
6 minutes, yeah. 6 minutes 30.
He could have
Enough
pumped he could have pumped javelins and longbows, by the way. He waited. He actually intentionally waited here. What did he see that convinced him javelins is better?
Not sure. I mean, I guess just being able to maybe
Wait,
run away from the Ghazi.
I just kind of realized the systems are comical here because you've got nowhere safe to place the fifth one. Because
it's
he's
kinda
got
where
enough
I guess
stone.
maybe you got to go for an aggressive cistern placement forward. Maybe up onto the deer, but there's a couple of Ghazi raiders there at the moment. He's going to have to push him away first, but we're about to get that ding, ding, ding. That's number 1.
He's going to dive in on the villages. Uh-oh. That's -1. Beastie, nicely done so far. Archer's already been prepped behind this, so javelins will counter that nicely. Second jav group. I mean, even without level 5 system, this has to be, what, 8, 10, I think, that he gets it out?
Having the Spearman prepped at the bottom sacred side, it's pretty nice.
Even the scout in the center. Even the wolf joined in on the party, so well played. He's going to at least be one sacred site to the north side. Scout has to pull off the center, so double sacred cap is good. Second jabs are going to pump out probably about 3-4 seconds, I think, at the spacing.
Yeah, should be coming out relatively soon.
I don't think he's connected the final aqueduct. Did he?
I think he did. Should have.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, it's just, there we go. And there's the next group.
Now coming in as well. Yep.
I mean, this honestly, this build kind of makes you feel like you're playing against Shushi or Chinese because of the blacksmith timing now. Like, just hover on Steeled Arrow. Did he switch? He did. Like, zoom,
That's
zoom.
coming in pretty quickly. 20 seconds for blacksmith upgrades. Yeah, that's pretty decent. I take that.
This is why it's
Also-
important to hydrate your blacksmiths.
Also, just the production speed on the barracks now as well. Like, you don't
Look at
even
the
really
Limitani
need
count.
additional barracks.
Yeah, like look at the count. It's 13 already.
Fierce damage came in as well. So suddenly, 3 volleys and the Gazi Raider goes down.
Imagine you had a building that would increase your economy, it would increase your production rate, it would increase your research rate, and it would make it harder for your buildings to die. Would you like those buildings?
Oh, I wouldn't mind.
Well, you can't. We're not
If
allowed
you're
to drink.
offering.
We're not Greeks. We're not allowed to.
Damn. Oh my god, the woodline from Vortex actually looks perfect for a little, like, in the woodline wall.
Wait, what?
That's something, yeah, like, you just do, like, you put
Oh,
the lumber camp
yeah,
right
I
to
see
the
what you mean
woodline
now.
and you
Yeah,
wall
yeah,
it
yeah.
in. Dude,
Yeah,
I
that's true.
love doing that with Knights Templar. Because you don't have the issue with
Yeah,
the,
because you
with the
literally
lumber
build it as
camp
close as possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Beastie win condition in mind here. Choose sacred sites and castles, usually the thought process. I don't know if you really want to scale for the big fight now. Your opponent has 12 javelins and 18 Limitane already.
Yeah, but to be fair, he's got already like 10 scholars. You can just put him out there and heal. Out heal. Healing's good. You like heal.
Didn't realize we were a dog, but yeah, 130 HP does make it hard. I think 16 jabs is the kill point. Nicely played. Double Ghazi kill.
16 is it 130 HP we get on?
And you do 8 base.
I think you might need more than 16.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I think it's 20. Yeah.
It's a lot. And he might be a little bit out of position here, actually. This could be scary. Yeah, BC's going for it. He's getting the scholars out.
I actually think it's 17 jabs. Literally one shy. That's a scam.
Yeah.
Doesn't even care about them. He's like, that's way too tanky. I'm gonna kill that guy. You can't heal the dead. That's blasphemy.
Yeah, so he needs 2 volleys there in order to kill 1 scholars. Is able to pick off 1 there, though. That's something.
Keep in mind, Beastie, if he doesn't have these sacred sites, he's not economically ahead. It is a 25% increase.
There are still
on the
so
village
many
count.
sheep. There's still so many sheep for Vortex. That's crazy.
I mean, we learnt this. This is Greek. He loves sheep. He's got a lot of them. It makes sense. And already Olive
Does
Grove's
he?
coming in. Like, I don't know, like his banner did. Remember he's like the wolf protecting all the sheep? Although, they definitely done that banner wrong. His
I don't
wolf,
think
which
he
was
was
meant to
doing
be him.
livestock as well.
Yeah, but like no, he wasn't doing livestock. He had it in the banner. That counts.
Ah,
But I always said
makes
the thing that was missing from that banner was his wolf should have had a cigarette in his mouth.
I wouldn't have minded the little stray there from the theme and just having a straight up tractor in there. In
Oh
the
no,
banner.
that should have been the El Renado banner for him. You almost just want the stereotypical Greek that you use in like marketing agency moves to show why you should buy real estate in Greece. Just with a smile on his face, the tractor. Oh, we miss Mister. But these two are definitely entertaining. Vortex, we'll get the outposts up. Beastie, I mean, this is awkward, right? Like in some ways, you kind of feel handcuffed on your mobility with the deli. He hasn't got the freedom to just dart between sacred sites like we normally see.
You realize, though, Vortex is gonna try and go up to Castle Age now. He notices this because Vortex just pulled back his military, right? So something's definitely going on. And there's only one real thing that could be going on. There could be a transition to Castle Age. So he's moving out. He's trying to get the sacred sites in. And Vortex, on his side. He's going to go for the H-up now. Golden Horn Tower with Cistern level 3. That's going to be pretty decent.
He's going to Golden Horn Tower does get revealed on the front side. Really don't want this going up, especially with the level 5 Cistern. Pump rate's going to be crazy.
Ooh, he doesn't have enough resources, though, to get any veterancy upgrades whatsoever after it gets up. Now he's pulling the gold villagers to get it up as well. So there is a time, but Beastie is just going to go for the age up off his own.
The problem is his archers aren't here. He pulled them back, so it's just the Ghazi, so he just wants a raid target. And the berries on the left side would make a lot of sense. The problem is Vortex keeps posturing left side intentionally. So not really a feasible target for the full army.
Yeah. Age up now comes through.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah, he's sending it. So he sends back just enough to guard against Ghazi. I think he wants to pull the army towards BC's base. This is ballsy. I mean, that doesn't look like enough Limitane. That
it might not be. Actually,
if he can cope with the villagers,
you want to take.
Vortex, where are we going?
Akratoy could be huge here as it scales with age.
He hasn't activated it. The Spearmen, though, in the choke points are going to get a good fight. But the weird part is Vortex so focused on this, the army barely moved up in the center of the map. So Beastie, it's just all upside.
Villagers. Yeah. Vortex just lost a lot of villagers.
I'm flummoxed. Like, look at where Vortex's army is in the middle of the map. He didn't continue on the trajectory in. I think the missing gold made him hesitant about that move.
Yeah, maybe so. Veterancy is coming in now, though. Doesn't quite have veterancy in yet on the javelins, but that's also right around the corner.
Now, Crackety, you'd think this is GG, but I just want you to take the number of villages Vortex has and add on like 24%.
Yeah, 24%. And on top of that, he's also got the Golden Horn Tower, which is in itself worth like 12 villagers.
Yeah, so like he's not out of this right now. We can talk about the free tech all we want, but you need an existing army and you need a little bit of time. And Vortex knows that. He's looking to not give the time. Dives in. We'll start to claim a few villages. He goes straight after the Moss to try and slow down the tech up. This is actually very smart.
Yeah. BC is getting 3 relics in behind this.
Oh my god, he already has veterancy on the archers. It wasn't quick enough.
That's kind of crazy, man. These upgrades come in so darn quickly for Delhi nowadays.
This build,
Plus 2 Pierce armor is about to come in for Vortex though as well.
He's getting the blacksmiths as well.
Oh, that's great.
And yeah, that's the ranged armor. There's a second blacksmith, so he can prior that and switch over if he wants to. I think he's building a backup one now. Back wall low is not going to work. There's still 3 more relics on the way home. He's going after the production first of the elephants out.
This might be we do have camels in a little bit.
It's good if he can get that stables because it is pumping 2 additional elephants right now.
I think it's going to go down.
Torch. Yeah, just in time. Elephant
maybe
is gonna be denied.
Oh, that's so close. But he's already
He did have a second stables. Yeah, he had another one behind this. I don't think Vortex realized it. And this is wild.
Similar army count, but some of it is in scholars. But we got elephants. Army value is high for Beastie.
Maybe deceptively. Scholars count towards that, don't they? So
they do. Vortex might want to wait for the camels. I see an opening.
Says the hell of it. Goes on in. The War Elephants are going to be prior healed, though. Most guards are already dead. They are starting to leak around in the javelins, but not really doing enough damage. Warlords are now going to come out. He's trying to force Vortex away. He's going to look to leave. On a delay. But it doesn't matter. He does get the snipes. However, this is buying a lot of time for the War Elephants.
Oh my god. And the mass healing there. Yeah, the War Elephants, they just don't die.
That's the problem.
Do not die. And the AoE!
It's ridiculous. He's ran into it. I mean, camels do get bonus against them, but they don't debuff is the problem.
It doesn't matter. The elephants just completely shredded the spearmen.
You can have elephant. You can have healing. It's when you put them together that this happens every time.
Oh man, this is crazy. And now he can just heal him back up again. It's insane.
Crackety, I want you to like close your eyes as if you're falling asleep and you're having a really nice dream.
I can't fall asleep with this.
And just do it. Just do it. You're doing it right now? You feel like comfortable? It's really nice?
My eyes are closed. No.
There you go. That's in your nightmare every time. It's just elephants out of nowhere. Like this is I feel as if this haunts people after they experience on the ladder. After they hear the war cry of a handful of elephants, it sticks with you.
Oh my god. Villagers getting picked off here now.
I mean, this is usually the one way people...
Villagers?
He's not Imperial yet, calm down. Like, this is the counter to war elephants, technically, is they can't stop you raiding. Because you just run away. But there are obvious limitations to that working.
Actually, KP, Mahoots makes elephants pretty fast, you know?
Whoa. So you're seeing that because of the Mahoots, the elephants are in cahoots with Nike?
Sure, I mean, these are some big hooves, but...
What do you mean you don't serve in my size? That's discriminatory. I will actually kill an elephant finally.
Wow.
And then die to the other 4.
Yeah, he's gonna have to run here. Like, the elephants aren't slow. They're just not as fast.
This is like when someone's like, I'm not fat, I'm just big boned. Like, we really, like, it's slow. Come on. It's faster than a siege weapon.
Pro Scouts is slower.
Thank you. I'll remember that. When I want to counter Pro Scouts, I'll just FC Delhi and build war elephants. That'll teach
There
them.
you go. Yeah. And it might actually still work.
I mean, when these guys at least get smart, you'd think they'd be able to pick up the deer as well, you know? Just slump on free. Boar as well. We don't eat the boar, we just don't want you to eat it.
Is this a point in time now where BC is just trying to rally as many villagers onto food, get Imperial Age, and, you know, win? We're getting crossbow in now.
Yeah, so the window's closing for Beastie then, and he doesn't have great food. That wall,
I mean, that's a lot of people working on it.
And your experiences in life have been that having more people always is better, right?
Makes everything quicker.
Yep, definitely, like, doesn't get in the way.
You have coders making a program, get 10x programmers on that, it's gonna be done instantly.
Worked so well for Amazon when they were like, we need these games quicker, let's hire, like, triple the people we have.
Easy.
Because everyone loved that MMO. What was his name? The pirate one.
Oh yeah, that
New
one.
World. Yep. Oh. And all those cancelled games.
Wait, is it up?
Yeah,
Are New
yeah.
World servers still up?
I think it, like, occasionally does okay.
I mean, like, Amazon probably can afford having a couple of servers online.
I mean, AWS literally pays for everything.
Yeah.
Jazz hands.
There's elephants, and there's a lot of them.
Castles as well. Okay, so Beastie, he can start to scale economy behind this. This is not really an army that wants to dive keeps. Alright, the psychopath really wants the war elephant kill. Why do you hate animals so much? It's just abuse. Oh my god.
And the weak one is just gonna pull back.
Congrats.
Healed and
You
live
got baited.
And all this already.
Into death.
All the spearmen are dead already. And that was with shield wall.
The
Yeah, don't
carrots in
mind
the
them.
elephant! How does an elephant get in that thing?
Oh
Ow!
my god. Elephants.
How does it, like, look at the size of that door and look at the elephant. Do we just, like, grease it up? Do we borrow some Byzantine olive oil to slide it through the door? Explain this to me.
Vortex gonna need 40 crossbows or something ridiculous in order to do any, like, meaningful damage here.
I just like to imagine all the archers are standing behind the elephant pushing really hard.
You know,
Feels like Vortex needs to push hard too.
we need Imperial Age for the French cannons.
Yep, that is the elephant solution.
Yeah. It's the elephant in the room, and that's the solution.
Like, if he's gonna build elephants, you just build siege against him, right? And then who's the more toxic player?
Yeah.
We'll build 10 nest of bees, 5 royal cannons. Everything will die.
Yeah,
And then you'd be really kiddie about it. You're like, he
show me
started
the
it.
crossbows. There we go.
There we go. Finally, it can die.
They can bleed.
Watch
Oh, no.
elephants turn into porcupines. Oh, wait, we need to run. We need to run. Oh my god, the tree line. No, the tree line. No, the tree. This is not safety. This is not safety.
Oh no. Okay, he killed He killed a good count of elephants.
I lost a lot of crossbows for it. It was not a
He
cheap
did.
fight.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't.
Javelins just trying to target fire down what they can, but at this count, the crossbows cannot clear the elephants. Beastie, meanwhile, has got keep drops on the way that will turn into town centers. Vortex has gone for a second town center himself. I hope he's got a lot of olive oil, because we're going to have to basically loop this entire map to slide through to a victory.
Man, elephants are... Yeah, they're a vibe, a real vibe.
Don't worry, because you're like, it's proven historically, Crackety, that grenade beats elephant, so we just need to get to Imperial as Byzantines.
And get grenadiers in? Yes.
With buff damage. And then you build the cannons with the 15% more damage.
Ooh, okay, now you're speaking my language.
And if he goes tower elephants, you just build nested bees with 15% more damage.
And you get the camel support in, and then your Limitna have like +2 armor as well. Suddenly they don't take any damage from archers anymore.
And for legal reasons, I cannot point out when we tested grenades against elephants.
Really?
NDAs, yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, you just kept complaining. I wanted to find a solution for you. I wanted to make you happy, Crackety.
I didn't think that Saturday was such a big deal.
Like, did you not think that deer we served you was a bit overcooked and gamey?
The elephants seem to like it.
Yeah, like grenade hunting equal also cooking.
You're getting me really hungry right now.
Plug in. Apparently, we've got 2 more sets after this.
God damn it.
I have to get that kebab to go. I think we're going to the fourth phase here. Vortex looks like it'll be the first to it as well.
Yeah. Easy. I mean, he's got 23, soon to be 26 scholars. If he gets to Imperial Age, all the upgrades are going to be coming in fairly quickly.
But hear me out. It is time. Check the trade posts. Come on, Vortex. There must be something worth it. Nope, don't talk about this.
Go next. Yeah, let's go to the next one.
We like winning. Okay, yeah, actually, Sapahi.
Yeah.
Like, because late game usually add in a lot of tower elephants. Sapahi could kind of be going.
Yeah.
I'm just
They're
raiding.
a little bit better, but I think you, at that point in time, want to use the olive oil on bombards rather than
A man can dream.
spy.
I'm just
A man can indeed.
I'm just doing what I know my Twitch chat would ask for in the moment. Like,
Keep dreaming.
you've seen it. There's literally a game where there's no way they'd ever go near to the trade posts. And they're like, can we look at the trade posts?
And suddenly it's elephants.
Wow, the 0.001% probability, and it happened.
Elephants are great because you can get them from the Golden Horn Tower. There it is, for an engineering company. When in doubt, get out the bombards and cool stuff happens.
I mean, I thought you were going to go, when in doubt, you don't spend that stone on a castle, you spend it on a wall. We literally have Vortex blocking any potential raids here. I don't think Have I ever seen Vortex Stonewall in the last 2 years? I'm not sure.
Honestly, no, not really. I can't remember a single game with Vortex Stonewall before. Yes, never mind, on the pit.
Oh, true.
That map still exists in the game, mind you.
We don't talk about that map though.
Is it
Okay, so-
truly that bad? Maybe. We'll never find out
Its
because it'll never get played again.
Its nickname is something that rhymes with the pit.
Pit?
I mean, to rhyme, like, usually are a different word.
Yeah, but we can't say that word, man.
No, because we're good people. We're like
Yeah,
little angels.
PG-13.
We don't pick Delhi. We don't swear.
Never swore in my entire life. How
Nope.
dare you make that accusation?
Exactly. And who the
This is
do you
a
think you are to
Christian
say that?
Minecraft server.
You
Oh, we're getting
say
to
I
Palace
am-
Assault now.
And if you ever say I am vulgar, I'll rip your head off and use you as a human toilet.
Oh
All right.
my god.
Pals of the Sultan on the way. It's time for Dakar elephants.
This game is gonna go the distance.
What part of last game made you think this wouldn't go the distance? What part of the last Delhi game Beastie played made you think this wouldn't go the distance?
Honestly, you're right. My bad.
You know, I appreciate you saying that to me. As a man in a committed, long relationship now with 2 kids, I don't often get told I'm right. Okay,
Fair.
so Vortex, I mean, there's still this raw, awkward issue for Beastie of economical efficiency of Byzantines, especially now with siege for oil.
And we're getting to the point where, you know, Delhi, they really, really like going for this army composition in Imperial Age, where it's just this big mass of elephants. And then there's just these puny couple of archers that surround them, and the elephants can always retreat past them. It doesn't feel as strong when you get the camel support in. +2 armor on these units, like on all of your units, is pretty massive.
And that keep tripping forward. I love this. Straight down the center. Why play the flanks?
Flanks are secured. He's got the stone walls there.
Exactly. It's not like elephants can beat stone walls.
KP, look at the top right side. The upgrades, they're coming in quickly.
I just tried
These
to
are
ignore them.
elite upgrades.
Yeah, I just tried to like
That's
not.
1,000 resources each.
Yeah, and like I just like, are they 1,000? Because look, and we're hovering on them, and they have no cost to them.
And he doesn't even have that many scholars garrisoned inside.
Doesn't even have that many when he has 30 scholars. Yeah, no, he hasn't reached 45 yet.
And he just queued 15 scholars? Huh?
I think I need to try and source a teaching sponsor for Beastie. I can already just see him sitting there, and it's just a simple ad of, I like learning. 30 scholars with 15 more, like,
Knowledge.
this guy's a home player, never go home. Flash coming in.
I'm just gonna guess that we got the mangonel upgrade in already at this point in time.
Well, there goes the camel armor support, who cares? Cannons are going straight for the mangoes. We're going for the wall walls. He tries to hide in the elephant. He's just like lingering underneath the armor. Doesn't work though.
He might break through. Looks like he's gonna break through.
Bye,
Elephant's
elephants.
going down.
It's
The
happening.
French cannons.
They're failing him. Gun beats elephant every time.
I mean, if the gun is the size of the elephant's head, then yes.
Or unless you put the gun on top of the elephant, but he doesn't have enough of those.
Man.
Oy, oy, oy.
The javelin's also just being great against the tower elephants here.
Yeah.
And now flooding in.
Even better, remember,
Economy's
because he's
getting
got
shut
the precision training from the
Yeah.
foreign engineering company, so they just hit like a truck. Village is being pulled. He's just
getting
getting
pulled.
gone. Body blocks coming in. Oh, look, an elephant. We can fix that. From 2 sides, maybe this should be enough to actually stabilize, but where are the villagers going? What are they doing?
They went for the attack move. They didn't go for the siege. There they go.
Uh-oh.
Now they retarget.
Turns around for the CG shot into the war elephant, so Beastie will get his day of execution. Not dead yet, but remember, his army is alive. 27 of it are scholars.
But he's got every single upgrade in now. He still has resource. Look at the gold count that he still has, and there's still a large gold vein behind his wall.
This is a lot of Ghazi.
This is far from over.
No, Vortex. No, not like this. So do you want to know where the biggest buff for Byzantines was? At this point in the game, it's so easy to now drop a forward system and build your production. But he's pumping it from the way across the map. There's no forward Raxes or anything here. It takes him forever to get troops here.
It does. Keep just getting rebuilt.
Is there an
Wait.
elephant in his...
No, there's not.
Was
I don't,
an elf.
I'm not seeing any.
I see some
I've
silver,
never-
but like Byzantines like their silver. It's probably just coins.
Yeah. Random coins.
I mean, this proves that Byzantines are evil people, right? That poor thirsty elephant just came to get a drink and was shot for trespassing.
And they hit the water behind the concrete wall.
I'm like, oh great, this will be sturdy foundation. Now the cistern will never fall over. A lot of farms now for Beastie, rather. We do.
I mean, he lost villagers, but he's still in the lead when it comes to villagers, just thanks to having keeps times TCs.
What has Vortex got technologically? We haven't got elite army tactics. Did he get Incinerary? I don't think he got Incinerary either.
I don't think he's got it yet, yeah.
Because, you know, like, going and getting good education is overrated when you're in the oil business, you know? Just inherit the wealth.
Oh, look at the cisterns there. A lot of these farms aren't buffed up by the cisterns.
Wait, what? But they're so cheap now.
And he's got the resource for it. Like, he could drop another cistern there, buff up the farms. There we go, Incendiary is coming in now. I think that's his first university.
It's kind of
So
crazy
he didn't
if
have
he
any
wins this.
university upgrades in.
It's also kind of crazy if he wins this without the buff efficiently.
KP.
Uh-huh.
There's another thing that he didn't have until now. There's some economy upgrades that are missing for Vortex.
What? No, I mean, like, we don't know. You don't care about those, but what Crackly means
not
is the
used to
eco,
playing late
is the
game.
food upgrade. That's the only one you care about when you play Byzantines.
I mean, at this point in time, I'd really love to have the gold one, especially since they reworked the tier 3 gold upgrade.
Oh, what they do, I forget. It's...
You get more gold drop off.
Oh, that's right. It's like being through processing.
Built in.
Yeah. We have got elite army tactics on the way. Beastie's army is just still so small. Oh,
It is, but it's
They will
his
teach
space,
the-
and he's got a lot of resources.
and they will teach the world to read. Oh god, the +2 armor's also arrived.
Yeah, that's gonna help a lot here. 2 mangonels, he's got 2 royal cannons, a third one on the way as well.
He doesn't have siege works yet, so it's quite easy to still to snipe him with the royal cannons. He's gonna front camels. Not ideal.
2 are enough to kill them, to one-shot them.
Yep. He's gonna snipe him
Camels
out.
already gone.
And the elephants don't look like they're holding on very well here. The elite army tactics timing was succinct from Vortex. Got that second wave of pressure in for the dive when he needed it. The elephants all practically cleared here. Barely holding on. The bombards did just get released though, so this will give him the means to clear up the cannons. This is not the wave that should kill him, but it is a lot of crossbows that need to be answered fast.
The crossbows can't really do too well against the remaining units now. They don't really do any damage up against the elite, like, tower elephant, Sultan's tower elephant. Just so much range armor on those units.
This is definitely a classic example, one of those games where you look at and say, full production. It's something that even the highest level, it's hard to finesse in sometimes. You forget about it, but just think of the difference it would make if that second wave of spin one was already there.
Yeah. Definitely needs a lot of them right now. He might actually lose the forward keep now with the bombards that Beastie has. He doesn't feel comfortable pushing out yet, though.
You have to be so careful against royal cannons because they always can get the first hit in the bombard exchange is the problem. He doesn't at least have siege works now. This is a bit ambitious from Vortex. It would be nice if he just kind of stand grounds with the camel here. The +2 is a pretty big deal. It might not even be needed. He's plowing through him, the archers. Struggling to hold on.
Yeah, they're going down. The archers are going down pretty rapidly. Beastie, though, look at his resource bank. Oh, this is crazy. I think there's no real way to kill Beastie now. Honestly, like, Delhi at this point in time.
He's got everything. Oh, sorry. The silk bowstrings coming in next. That's the only thing that's missing.
You just spam trash units, and all the important gold-heavy units you pretty much get for free outside of elephants. That you can invest into.
I mean, in fairness, you cannot afford to have quite a lot of siege as Vortex because your opponent has so many scholars.
Yeah.
But that's going to change soon now. He's got everything. What is there left to get? Probably some meaningless tech on a building you forget about.
No, I think he's got everything. What's
You
in the
also-
Siege Workshop? Does he have everything from the Siege Workshop? Does he have everything from the Keep?
Sharon projectiles.
He went for
fog?
triple.
Yeah,
He's got everything.
it's all gone. Oh,
Yeah, it's all, all
it's
gone. No, these are just emplacements. Yeah, he's got everything. Yeah,
Well, actually,
just...
he probably doesn't have like spear men at arms upgrades. Not that I
He's got
really
so
think
many
you ever
resources.
want them here.
At this point, he can get all the scholars out, right? Like, he doesn't need to make more scholars. It's wasted.
Just zeal and heal.
Yeah.
Or kill. In this case, hello. He did just break the walls on the west side.
It's been broken up. Yep. Walls behind him as well.
Nice sneak
Oh,
with the gold villagers. Does pull them away.
I think BC's done it.
Yeah. I'm scratching my brain about this with Vortex. I mean, I think it really is a combination of like the systems not buffing everything and the systems not existing for the full production. Just imagine how different this game would look right now. I don't think Beastie would have had the time to start playing flanks like this.
He's now seeing a switch up into Horsemen for Vortex. It's crazy to think that he's been throwing like these 70 pop armies against Beastie, who without the scholars only had like a 30 pop army there for most of the game. And not able to push through.
Bombards are trading out well against the Royal Cannons right now, and the healing. Oh my god, that health bar's not moving. This should be illegal. Like,
Jesus, man, the crossbows, they can't do damage against them.
even the Royal Cannons are shooting it right now. Boss down! We've done it! Race the world first! Raid boss down! And now the scholars are gonna get massacred.
And
The
suddenly
horsemen-
BCQ's up 15 elephants.
But I think the horsemen, they may have actually given him the push he needs here. Because before Limitani was slow to arrive, Pony's coming fast. Archers wiped. Cannon's still
You
alive.
still have crossbows.
Still got the crossbows and the cannons for the elephants. That is going to be another 6 more elephants arriving, though. Oh my god.
It's so many.
It's mating season in India right now.
God, what the hell? No, man.
Be
What
free,
is
my
this?
children, be free.
What is this? Absolute state of Delhi right now.
He's still got 3 more in queue. Vortex is like, I maybe should have built more cannons here. Oi, 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 the spearmen are on the way, but once again, just takes so long to arrive due to where the production is.
All the crossbows are gone.
I
They just got shredded by the elephants.
I mean, this is
MGG
just
comes
a pitch deck on nerfing elephants. That is ridiculous.
Oh.
Beastie does it again with the Delhi.
Crazy. KP, I don't have the words. Or rather, I do have the words, but I feel like I can't say them, or
Do you just want
might
like
get
beeping
demonetized.
noises regularly? Yeah, like so many beeping noises. We think you're actually like attached to a heart monitor, I think is the appropriate way of describing it. It's an experience, the Delhi, the late game Delhi. Every single tech imaginable. I mean, in fairness though, there has got to be an element of could Vortex have won this? You know, had he had the efficiency of the systems, had he had the full production, could he have actually broken him before that type of economy builds up? We never know.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I can't say, because there were so many keeps there as well, right? Like, it's so tough to dive into that with the elephants as well. Oh, man. I feel bad for Vortex after watching that one, I'll have to say, though. And next up, we're going to be seeing actually English versus Knights Templar.
Mm-hmm.
So we're seeing the new civilization coming in, Knights Templar. Have we even seen Knights Templar before yet? Even during the qualifiers? I think maybe during the qualifiers.
I think it came up in the qualifiers. I can't remember if Holy Island was in there, but if it would have been, you would have been able to ban it out.
Yeah,
so.
that was a game. Yeah. I remember Myriad versus Voldemar. There was one Knights Templar game there.
It has
with
been
Holy
allowed
Island.
through a decent amount of times in the midweek masters, especially with players like Vortex and whatnot. They didn't prioritize a ban. English is interesting, though. I think Vortex has something cooking with Lancaster. We saw earlier on, was it the CSO versus Beastie series? There was a Lancaster pick on Frisian. So something's been discovered there. Something's definitely getting practiced. But English, this just has to be a good old-fashioned council hall rush, no? We'll find out. It's time to hop in. We head into Enlightened Horizon. And for the first time ever, we're going to be witnessing what the English can do in the hands of Vortex. But we've already seen these type of civs. Dark Age Raxes and Vortex will indulge.
All right, so we're not going to see any spearmen coming out from the English. Instead, it's going to be men-at-arms. They do produce a bit faster, but they are very, very slow. It's interesting that like Vortex builds it right next to the caravan there with the
Yeah.
villager who is also capturing it
It's
at
smart.
the same time, just by being proxy there. Yeah, this is really smart.
Yeah, super efficient. And then obviously the men at arms comes out, so you could actually just walk away with the villager now. You don't even have to keep them there. It's super efficient, really smartly played. I've seen a few different iterations. So, for example, the boars, it's a bit RNG, as you can see by the location here, but sometimes the boars spawn closer to where the big 8k golds are. So what I've seen a few players do, or at least tried, is they would pull villagers to the merchant's camp, capture it, and then walk onto the boar. I think that was like super cheesy, not that great. It feels way too exposed, vulnerable, way too expensive, but this definitely a lot smarter.
Yeah. I like the idea of going for men-at-arms because you can kind of like discount the gold cost of them completely thanks to the payoff that you get from the wolves.
Like it's actually just crazy how valuable these wolf dens feel. The gold, even actually for English here, right? Because you can play gold into not just the men at arms. It's a thought process of you get the age up off of them, and then you can get a quick timing into steeled arrow because of this.
BC is going to move over towards the caravan now from Vortex. Vortex is kind of min-maxing with the scout there. Has to be careful. Doesn't want to lose that one. And he'll also need to bring the sheep back.
There we go. The only awkward part I think about men at arms versus spears here is running away is not as clean.
Yeah.
As we're seeing. One men at arms versus the world. Oh, you can't. I don't. With this racks here, I don't think you can really capture it. It doesn't stop you from decapping, but the problem is there's always going to be men at arms coming out to ruin it.
Yeah, and the men-at-arm production from English is faster.
And this is awkward. Like, BC's just bulking spearmen, but not playing for those key objectives.
Yeah. First wolf's den already been burned.
Damn, I feel like Vortex has cooked something special here.
Yeah, maybe so. Spearman now moving over. Maybe we see another wolf den steal.
It feels too late. He's also, like, in fairness to Vortex, like, even if he doesn't get this, he's got enough gold. He's a little bit heavy on gold, actually. If we check the wolf den, I think it's pretty much done. It's about to cook. Like, eating baby wolves? Oh, maybe not. Oh, no, because he didn't bring the scout back over. Yeah. Oh, I think you just sacked the MAA. Wait. If he dies, he pulls, like, the wolves over instead. There we go. Nicely played.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you kill this man at arms, I think the wolves then aggro onto you. I'm not sure. They might just go back. There we go. He'll move back anyway.
Back. Council now coming in as well behind this.
Yeah, I just want you to realize what's so genius about this English pick. What is the one thing you never want to have to build against English? Spears. Like, it just feels terrible to build spears. But this map,
yeah, that's the obvious choice, but as well, something else to take note of here that you don't really want to make against longbows is knights with only 2 armor.
Yep, you do have plastic knights. So you don't want to go Hospitalier because they have less ranged armor. You don't want to go Axemen because they have no ranged armor. Oh,
so what you do is you go for Kingdom of France, but then you mass archers.
Yeah, with the better production speed. But it's like, well, that's the fallacy though.
You still need the knights against the men-at-arms.
Yeah, and it's also like your attack speed, like your production speed rather isn't better. It's double archery range at start. So later on, sure, but in the early game, English have full tempo.
Yeah, at least you got a good amount of wood income with Knights Templar.
So maybe you can just go up to the second archery range quickly. This guy's being a pain in the ass. just split the men at arms up, right? Oh, he actually stands still. Wait, but that's a scout.
Now it's a scout.
So, like, the players just split up to each corner.
Yeah, well, you gotta micro that. Now we get the longbows also protecting. So BC can't decap on his own.
This is a big eco difference if you get both merchant camps. That's a 4-villager lead at that stage for Vortex.
It is quite a lot of economy.
And also, considering this is a tempo built by English, I don't think you can play Pilgrims at all. You have to beat them first, because look at where the secret sites are.
Map.
Yeah.
This map is really, really tough to go Pilgrims on. Because
That's why
they
I like
always go in the same direction.
Yeah, I think that's why I like it. Is it's a map that forces you to be present, whereas maps like Dry Arabia, usually the complaint you'll hear about Knights Templar is like the first pilgrims are free. Because like how do you're 33% gambling on going the right way, and even then you need enough units to kill them. There's the Chevalier. So, I mean, this is going to be like a depressing fight. It's not a spearman, but it has the same armor as you.
Yeah, I mean, BC's gonna be able to get like 3 Chevalier out. But, I mean, yeah, just 3.
Yeah, and no more. Chevalier Cocher is all about scaling. You need a lot of them. You can maybe raid with them. It's not a bad idea, actually. Oh, also, Vortex is ready for Steeled Arrow already.
Is it or is it confrère?
It's Confrère. Confrère?
Isn't it because frère is like brother?
Confrère? You do you not know how to...
Frère.
Like, you must... Roll it. Chevalier. Like even the Chevalier. Confrère. Yeah. I'm going to Frenchify
sure.
you, Crackety. Like, did you not know? French is the highest viewed region for AoE4. You must appease them.
I do know. I can speak some French.
Oh, yeah?
I've had French in school.
Is this going to be like the Je m'appelle Crackety? And,
yeah, j'ai une voiture very pretty. The prettiest.
J'habite Germain? I don't actually know how to say Germany in French. Never needed it.
Yeah, it's Allemagne.
German there you go. France usually keeps it simple, with the saying the other countries' names. Anglais?
To be fair, German is also not German in German. It's Deutschland.
Yeah, we're speaking.
Say it angrily.
Yeah, no, you can say it equally. Deutschland? Deutschland? Yeah, Deutschland. See, you just gotta spin it up. You gotta be more like you're from Hanover, I guess, instead of Bavaria.
Yeah, Deutschen speaking.
Das ist gut, ja. Why are we? There's not even German in this. The English is at least appropriate. The French is at least appropriate. There is no German commandery.
If we get to Teutonic Knights, no. If we get to Teutonic Knights, Teutons are German.
Well, they're Prussian. They're not exactly the same.
What do you mean? Okay.
Like they're literally more Polish than German.
What? No, you're wrong, KP. I'm sorry. That is a fallacy.
This fight feels so wrong. He's beating him with horsemen.
God.
What the hell happened? Oh my god!
Oh, I mean, the men-at-arms, they just don't do damage against horsemen. No bonus damage coming in there. Crazy good cleanup.
I can't believe that. That was so Gigabrain with the horseman switch. Vortex had no way of knowing. He has to camp here predictably, and all of a sudden, the plan is in shambles.
Oh man, yeah, this is now suddenly this is one of the main weaknesses that English have at the end of the day, right? Like when they lose their mass out forward because they're very immobile, they can't really get away. And now Beastie's got a very solid army mass here, and I gotta say, like the mass horseman play there worked tremendously well for him.
I mean, he caught us by surprise. We thought this was just a camp and done. The Beastie pulls a magic one out of the bag. There's still a slight eco issue to be concerned about, but this is where the Pilgrims come in big. He has got access.
Yeah. Now the Pilgrims gonna make their way over. On a map like this, you're pretty much always guaranteed, like, not guaranteed because it's such an open map, but if the Pilgrim makes its way through, it's gonna be 130 gold baseline.
Absolutely crazy.
Now, what's Vortex's play from here? He's moving out to the deer, he's gathering more food, he's still making more and more military units. I'm not sure if he's gonna think about, like, trying to deny the Pilgrims again. But you see at the moment he's kind of hit a little bit of a slump. He also just moved out onto the deer, but not a lot of army production going on right now. We do see a remass onto the Chevalier now.
I mean, he's got full access to do so. Now, it's an interesting map, actually, to go Heavy Knights. Like, it's not usually seen as a good raid map, but the problem is, well, as a campy, easy start of safety, quickly you have to expand out. And when you do, all of a sudden, the raiders feel good. It's also just,
yeah,
we've seen it plenty. Chevalier Confrère feel really nice to, like, scale into the next age. Weirdly enough, like, it The way I've described Chevalier Confrere, like, I don't know if you feel about this. It doesn't feel as much like a knight as it does like a premium horseman sometimes.
It feels like a sofa, I want to say, but their charge feels more impactful.
Yeah, I'd give it that. So like it's good radio orientation early on. By the way,
What's really great is the interaction with the Templar Brother as well. Once you get the unique upgrade for the bonus damage on the charge, but it looks like we are gonna get a little charge on the deer right now. Villagers getting pulled back.
Outpost was trying to be rushed up, but not quick enough here. Quite the pickle Vortex finds himself in. The tree lines are not going to last long here for what he's doing. Farms, longbow, spears.
Move out onto the middle.
He does have the numbers.
Longbows to one shot. Yeah, there's going to be some good damage here coming in. Formation actually makes Beastie's units here a little bit slow there for a while.
Chevalier, let's go short bows out. No undermesh. So actually a pretty smart idea there.
Yeah, Undermesh only just now coming in. And BC actually went to Pilgrim level 2 already. That's a pretty heavy investment. 450 resources.
Yeah, but the pressure isn't in place to stop it right now, so it's paying off currently. Instead, Vortex sends it into the back of the base. And the goodies come on in.
30 gold.
Right.
There's going to be a lot of knights coming in now. Issue is, once Vortex gets to the point where he can start one-shotting these knights with the longbows, they suddenly lose a tremendous amount of value. Granted, though, BC right now he's picking up reinforcements over here. That's also an issue with having the barracks there. Oh, does BC not have enough units inside of his base?
He doesn't realize the villagers right now. He's going to garrison now. Some of the gold could actually get sniped out. So an eco lead starting to be scalped a little here. Longbows maybe slightly overextended. Spearmen are going to have to defend that. But is there a dive coming the other way? I mean, it's so difficult to get inside the English base due to the aura, the hack damage on the TC itself. He's at least cutting reinforcements. Enough spears here to keep the Chevalier.
Distraction right now, having to micro on both sides. BC doesn't really have to micro.
Wait, what are those villagers doing? What?
That's the efficiency.
What?
That's
That
the
is
efficiency
cursed.
peak of Knights Templar.
Yep, we've got people working on the tree, and then we've got people supervising them. He's going to find the berry workers as well.
Ooh, this could be big.
Spears are going to be able to defend this. Forcing Chevalier to rack quicker than I think he'd actually have liked to. Longbow's going to trade out against the smaller group of archers on the back. This is enough spearmen.
It's not enough archers. Yeah,
This
it's
is
not enough
more
archers.
than enough. Scout goes down, but he's camping him here. This is practically all of
Villagers
BC's
getting
food income. Against Longbows? Oi, oi, oi. I mean, he does have...
villagers from the looks of it.
That is textiles, right? That must be. They are
It must be a...
weirdly chunky. No,
No, it's not
It's just
textiles.
undermesh. Okay. So it does enough, but look at the aftermath. 7 worker
It's a
kills.
lot of idle time. But Vortex, he's got no more military remaining, right?
He's
and
got a
still
small
got
group.
issues in his own base.
Yeah, he's got a small group remaining in the base. He did just lose his first villager. I don't like these guys are feeling ambitious today.
Wait, oh man.
Wait, okay, this is like classic English if you think about it. You've got an army sitting there, you're like, I can just dive him. Can you? Can you really? You must not have played many English games if you think you can, and BC has, so he knows the risk. It's just not worth it. You already mentioned these knights have less armor than standard French knights.
Yeah. There's just not enough longbows out now. BC's archers, the mass, it's really, really good. And that's just the efficiency of the Knights Templar, right? Like, BC moved those villagers out, immediately able to gather here.
Did Beastie put English at the like the bottom of his tier list recently?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
I think it's pretty low. Like, I mean, but this is the example of like the new map and the new strategies. Like, you just don't expect this. It just makes what is, in fairness, usually a pretty trash Civ look ridiculously impressive. But
Yeah.
Beastie, I think he survived through the hardest part of the game now. His archer count is looking solid. The Chevalier is going to keep Vortex camped in.
And the thing is, he's getting so much passive gold income right now per minute due to just having the map control. The Chevalier, they pretty much only cost food for him at the moment. You can completely discount the gold cost.
And also, Vortex has an issue if he tries to go into castle now because he won't have gold.
Yeah. Large armies now on both sides. Armies that are also able to dive, thanks to having armored units there. And behind all that, Beastie, he does have both of the caravans. So he's actually economically way ahead.
I think We're looking at a game 5 at this pacing. I mean, Vortex probably has one
I
more
didn't
punt
expect
at
it.
No,
Yeah.
like this looked done. Beastie had to rustle his way out of what looked like an absolutely undeniable chokehold. Maybe you go Rams here to try and just push the end, but it's obviously going to be less
Vortex
archers
was
if you do
playing
so.
with the idea of Castle Age. He gathered
Yeah.
up a lot of gold.
It's usually what a lot of players do. Like we've noticed the trend. Not many games end in Feudal Age. Like you build a lead and then you take Castle for the win.
Easy is actually going to be the one that probably clicks up first to Castle Age. Once those next
Definitely.
couple of pilgrims reach, like that's going to be 260 gold right there.
An interesting game made us pause our debate on the Teutonic Order and what they are. Who knows? Maybe if this game goes deep enough, we'll see him. So the Germans that then went to the Holy Land, and then they had to settle in Poland, or what was eventually Prussian territory. So
you know you can like be in two places at the same time if you're a nation, not if you're a person, but if you're a nation.
I mean, but they weren't in Germany anymore at the end. They were literally in what would become the Prussian and then eventually Polish territories.
Yeah, you know, things can transition.
I have way too many hours in Europa Universalis to get this geography wrong.
There
Here
it
we
is,
go.
Republic
All
of
this
Genoa
talk about
coming
Germany.
in.
We're going to Italy,
30%.
baby.
Yeah, 30% additional gold income from the pilgrims.
This is crazy. I mean, this is right now so far. Obviously, we're early in the tournament. This feels like the comeback of the tournament so far. It genuinely looked like there was no play out of this.
I'm not sure about
Vortex.
that. Like, ever since that first move out, like that first fight, with just a couple of Chevalier, but the horsemen, they truly just carried it. That's the thing, right? When you only have these men-at-arms and no spearmen, the
Yeah.
men-at-arms really don't do enough damage.
I wonder if maybe mixing spearmen in earlier, maybe for Vortex. It's so awkward though because of the archer timing. Like we mentioned at the start, like both these civs are kings of archers in Feudal Age. White Tower now,
Coming in
oi,
for
oi.
Vortex. Yeah, I mean, he needs a defense. Still doesn't feel great.
Army's going to posture, so that'll at least scare Beastie away. But like, we're talking relics now, surely. I wouldn't be surprised if Beastie's already dropping the monastery.
Yeah. I mean, wood income he should definitely have. Upgrades coming in, both the Chevalier and the Archers now. And quickly as well. Now suddenly, a good bit more damage, good bit more health as well.
And the Chevalier will be deterred against the dive in the White Tower, but the problem I see in this game, we mentioned it, if it had to go deeper, Vortex just doesn't have gold. He's already on the vein in the corner, and the White Tower doesn't protect that.
It's only the small goals as well.
White Tower reveal. So we'll give it the due respect. Let's be real. We all go Genoas for the 169. It's very nice. It is kind of
Very pleasant to the
comedial.
eye.
Yeah, it's also. I feel like it's kind of comedial how many of the commanderies you feel like you actually pick them for the bonus more than the unit. And Chevalier decent,
And what
but
bird
it's
coming in?
also the perks of France that make it so good. Genoa the same, and
Yeah.
the
It
Chevalier.
just synergizes really nicely.
I don't think he actually even needs to go in. Like this is a very simple, just sit here and look type feeling. No, like there's.
But you still don't want to be too idle, right? Like, you don't want to let your opponent breathe in this situation.
But you just play relics, maybe 2TC if you've got enough big enough lead. Like right now,
Maybe get a couple of, fortresses up.
Yeah.
Get even more gold. Like, fortress pays off for itself in, like, 5 minutes now. Even
Is
less
it-
if you, like, get the upgrade in on a sacred site.
Yes. I think it's a little bit. It's a weird thing in this game because you don't feel like it's high pro because realistically, Lombo Mass isn't going to raid deep on the other side of the map. They're going to run towards your base. So like, and at the same time, do you really want to try to fortress drop next to the English base? So it's like, I think this is a matchup,
I mean,
a little map
if you
where your
get to
brain's
Imperial
weird.
Age, getting a nice little trebuchet on a keep up against the English doesn't feel bad.
Yeah, it's
Deny
like this,
farms in an 18-tile radius.
I mean, yeah, like this guy's definitely wouldn't just stand on the high ground and shoot you in the face. That would just be dishonorable.
What's the play now? Vortex starts adding in some men-at-arms. Armorclad coming in as well.
Oh, it's been a while since I've seen this. I actually kind of, I don't want to say missed it, but it's refreshing. I didn't think it'd be
Armorclad
refreshing.
men-at-arms.
Yeah, like, when was the last time you cast this?
That's been a
You have
good
to
while.
think, don't you? Yeah, it's been a long bloody time.
I'll tell you this, it's the last English game that went past Castle Age.
Like, I have to think back to maybe November or October, Louis MT on Rocky River, somehow just flooding men-at-arms or down all the flanks. That's a long time.
Vortex, he doesn't have the gold right now that he needs in order to get +2 pierce damage in, or pierce armor for that matter. Armorclad at least offsets that a little bit. I don't think he's ready yet to take a fight, but looks like he's gonna have to.
He's stuck
If
now.
he moves out like this.
There's no running away from this, so it's either win or lose.
I
This
think he just
value
won
that-
the conclusion to the game.
They're already breaking in. The men-at-arms shouldn't really die, but the Lombos look like they're going to get wiped. He's even targeting the crossbows first.
Frontline gets beaten.
You just ignore them. The classic men-at-arms experience. Oh, no.
What man
So-
at arms?
And this is worth it. You're trading out worse archers for better archers, technically. And the follow-up, look at what he's got coming already. It's going to be the Templar brothers.
Brother.
Horsemen interesting. Like, that's just going to be for the Lombo counter because Horsemen don't technically charge to attribute damage down the line. At least not from what I've seen. We do have the first fortress. Okay, so that explains why Beastie skimped a little bit on the production. Vortex does come out at the end with a win on that fight. Wait, this fortress is ambitious. What? Vortex, the fact that he actually
Does he
still
see
won
it?
that is crazy.
No, there's too many brothers. They're way too tanky.
Yeah, but the Lombos can just trade out, no? And the Papa, yeah, he's going to force him to back away. Now,
Doesn't
this
have
is
+2
ridiculous.
pierce damage. Yeah.
275 HP on each of those knights. They don't die.
That's a lot. These are incredibly tanky. And a very good gold sink to have. Since Beastie is getting a lot of gold just passively, it's about to be even more.
Yeah, this
He's
gets worse as
about
well.
to get like 500 gold per minute passively just from the pilgrims.
And this gets so much worse for Vortex now because there's going to be a lot of priority on food and wood. Spear Lombo has to be your go-to. Well, look at his tree line at home. It's
Running
looking...
out. He
yeah,
has to move into the map.
It's looking like we're playing Prairie right now. He's got a baby tree line left. So we'll at least hold on here, but if Vortex can't stake a claim out on the map, soon,
Also getting
I think-
raided.
you just died to knights.
Yeah. And another fortress. Slowly but surely, he's gonna secure the entire, like, waypoint over.
It's always comedy when you watch Knights Templar when they start just building fortresses, because the way they suddenly spam them, it's like, oh, that's right, I have these. Oh, hey, let's just build another one. And let's build another. Oh, and another one. Don't mind if I do.
Every single one is like 200 resource per minute.
It's also just the snowball factor of like, if you're going to start investing in it, you're fully in it. It's like a good version of the logic of, well, I've built a
You
TC,
just
I might as well build
completely-
another.
You just completely mine through one large stone outcropping, and there you go. That's immediately 4 fortresses.
Well, I guess we might as well.
Yeah. I don't mind. And a second TC. Why not?
Only unlike a multi-TC build, this actually starts paying you back resources quite nicely. There is, of course,
Yeah.
going to be that town center you mentioned, but I mean, this is chill pill mode for Beastie right now. Vortex is the one who has to do something urgent, and remember,
At
he
this
went White
point,
Tower.
there's... Yeah, that's not really a way I feel like. Vortex getting siege engineering. Is he thinking about, like, ram pushing now?
I guess
I don't know about that.
it's your most efficient, cost-efficient way of breaking the castles, but... And Lombos can protect...
BC doesn't have a lot of food income.
Yeah, and also Lombos can actually protect the rams when they're
What
underneath the keep.
what he can do if he just goes for the main TC, if he gets that down, no more pilgrims will spawn.
True.
And there isn't a fortress over there. So instead of just focusing on the fortresses, just go for the main TC instead. Way easier to deny the pilgrims rather than dive into whatever this is.
I think his thought, though, is that the economy is expanding into this area, so he needs to break into here. Like, if you think about it, the TC is cool to take out, but what is left there? Nothing. Like, it's maybe
The
a few
thing is,
farms.
you can take down the TC with trebuchets from outside the cliff.
Which is why you have to be very careful not to put all your landmarks in one spot. Then again, if you want a landmark victory against Knights Templar, you've got to kill all those fortresses anyway.
That's true. And it's pretty tough to kill them.
God, that I dread to think
quite
how
tanky.
many people have been baited by that detail. Like, but I killed his landmarks. Why is he still alive?
Another landmark.
Wow, look at that. I have 12 landmarks. These rookie Chinese
a lot of
players, watch me
spears.
get 20 landmarks.
3 rams and a dream.
You can even just stab, like, sit the spearmen inside to stab, right? Just camp them in the ram for the dive. Maybe not. They click aggro actually switches over on the
coming
spears. Villagers do torch down a bit. This doesn't feel good right now.
Yeah.
I mean, the second wave?
Here as well.
Yeah, I think it was like maybe a timing issue. He didn't have the full force here, so it looked a bit scary. He did get thinned on the lombos. Spears also a bit depleted. And, well, classic Vortex. My attack seems to have not worked, Crackety. What could I do to improve it?
Try again, but harder.
Got it. So, like, if I don't have enough RAM, get more RAM. As a gamer, I should have known this.
That's it. And another fortress. Because why not? Man, these little raids always pulling just a couple of spearmen over that would be needed at the front side.
It's just so hard to wall these type of maps.
Yeah.
Quarter RAM. Let's see if it can actually get it done. The sacred sites are locked in, by the way. Like, he only has 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Brothers. Templar Brothers feel so good when you have scale, but so slow to get up. However, let's get a brute force dive in. Go straight after the Rams villagers, just trying to snipe them down. They're a little bit AFK right now, though. Coffee break, it seems. Back to what they go. Has he got the armor as well?
The brothers.
No, he doesn't have the armor. Okay, so he hasn't got the +1/+1,
Even worse.
which would have made this impossible to win a fight in. But
Yeah.
still, it doesn't matter. There's no spears. Templar
No
Brothers
crossbows
rule.
as well. And now this plays like French, pretty much.
Which makes sense.
Which
They are
it is.
variant Civ, yeah.
Just a Knight Archer count. So much passive gold income here for BC. I don't even think he's got villagers on gold. Can we check if he has villagers on gold? I think there's like a couple in the middle, but not that many. Oh, that's one. One. It is one villager on gold.
Look at him go! Yeah, when you cap the Civ out, you can get what was the number? I think it was 2,030 gold off of Pilgrim Gold alone.
Yeah.
That's the cap. That's the reasonable number of infinite gold per minute you can get from just pilgrims.
True. And then you also, because if you get pilgrims, you must have control over sacred sites. It's an additional +100 gold per minute.
No,
Then the
Crackety.
relics.
It's more, because you're probably building fortresses there, and because you've got that high number, you already have treasuries. So, you're going to get 120 gold per sacred site, if they're all in range.
True. And then
So-
the relics on top of that.
Yeah. So, like, and they get 20% more. So, like, perfect scenario, you're almost getting 3,000 passive gold a minute.
And I thought Mali was the king of passive gold income.
And that's why we build Teutons in Imperial. Gotta do something with all that gold.
Another fortress!
Another ram? I mean, if at first you don't succeed, you have two choices. You do it again or you give up, you're a failure, right? So it's like, Vortex ain't no failure. Knock, knock. We've been here before. I'm sure this time it'll work out better.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Vortex is
We're
like,
now
well,
also seeing the Federus crossbows come in. GG gets called. We're getting match point.
a long, 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 long day. That is right. It's not going to be that simple. The English that looked so good at the very beginning, like as underwhelming as expected to end this one out. So a deciding game between these two. An epic comeback tale potentially for Beastie here. Right, that was not the Delhi Byzantine games. We just witnessed that beforehand. That was where the comeback began with the vulgarness that is elephants, followed up by the vulgarness that is pilgrimages. Does he have anything vulgar left, Crackety?
It depends, I'll say. We do have two options. We got House of Lancaster, pretty vulgar for Vortex, but it is Frisian marshes and he still has access to Mongols. His opponent is gonna go either for Malians or Ayubids.
There's
So
no
I can
way
see
he's
the
picking
temptation.
Malians.
I can see the temptation of picking Mongols
Yeah.
on that map as well. But House of Lancaster is such a meme.
I mean, also the rush distance, the Stealth Forest Yeoman. We've seen how Stealth Forest can
It's a
actually...
pretty straight line.
Yeah, also Stealth Forest later on for the money shots, pretty strong. So definitely something to keep in mind there. I think, you know what? I actually think you don't even need to go for the Lancaster castle build. I think the strategy on that map is Abbey of Kings. Okay, we're not going to see it though. It's going to be Mongol versus Malians?
Yeah, I mean, Mongols aren't a straight-up instant win against Mali, I feel like. At least Beastie said so himself, that if you just go for... Like, people have figured out the timing, the macro, to a high enough degree now at the moment, where you can, like, mass up your own donzos and be fine against any Dark Age aggression.
We did start to see a counterplay to that being Mongols pull more than one villager to make sure the outpost goes up. And my thought process is, in particular on Frisian, the gold. If you don't hit the jackpot with like a back gold, it could make the defense almost untenable. So definitely interesting, especially considering what we say with this alternative he had Ayabids, which has been picked, I would say a reasonable amount of the time actually on Frisian. And actually isn't too bad against Mongols. I guess the difference though is like you're playing into trade and that doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
What if you just Malian trade?
You could. You definitely could. I'm actually not sure. I haven't tried it within like the last half year. I think Malian trade is still bugged probably with the toll outpost where it only goes one way. Oh, I actually got confirmation. It's fixed. Okay.
There you go. It's this perfect map. So
Wait,
you'd have to secure your gold. So you drop the trade network landmark, and then that sets you up already to start. It's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, when you think about it, right? Like Mongols with the bonus movement speed, with the bonus resource, after like 10 traders, they get roughly like 50% more efficient traders. Roughly 50% more efficient traders. With Saharan Trade Network, you can go up to 80% more efficient traders with 5 toll outposts.
You know, that's pretty good. It's not as good as Pilgrim Trade, but I'll take it as a backup option.
It's pretty decent still.
Yeah. Still, Knights Templar, no population required. They spawn every 60 seconds. Pilgrims. They told me Lancaster was going to be a problem. But well played by Beastie, full entrenched. Nicely done, nicely executed. Shows you why Enlightened Horizon. I think Enlightened Horizon, when they designed that map, they were imagining a lot of Templar picks there. Like, conceptually, the way the map is designed, it feels like that epic pilgrimage that is difficult to defend. But Frisian, Malians, like, I'm trying to think statistically how often I've seen a backspawn gold. I feel like it's usually 20% of the time, maybe 15% of the time, you get the gold behind your TC. It's very, very rare.
But it can happen, and if you see it, like, you cannot go for Dark Age aggression. I'm not even sure if Vortex wants to go for Dark Age aggression in this one. Be interesting to see. We're going to take a look at the previous results here that were going on in ongoing sets behind this. So B, 3-1 versus Valdemar. Luciferon, 3-0 versus Valdemar. We saw that one earlier.
CSO, though.
That's ongoing right now. CSO, 3-2 versus Corvinus.
Nicely played there. So getting some points on the board. Tight series. Corvinus can be a bit crafty. And then elsewhere, like looking at the point system now, Louis still on top. I don't think really anyone's surprised so far. But Marine Law definitely on people's mind to top this group, I think, considering his history and also just what's he been up to. We always talk about this when he goes to the grind mode, and other players are maybe a little bit more public. We tend to give him an edge. Thing to keep in mind, by the way, the series we'll be rounding the day out of with or rather after this, will be the Marine Lord versus Anatan game. So that will be coming up after this set completes.
Yeah. One way or another after this game.
Because, like this set, these first 2 sets went very long. Oh,
A little bit. Yeah.
So to keep the flow, we decided we'd hop straight to that one. I'm sure Lucifer vs. Wham will have coverage elsewhere because I believe that one is already deeply underway. But it's time to get underway with the final game of the set. We head deep into the swamps of Phrygian... Wait, that's not Phrygian
This
marshes.
time he got you. It's not just me. There
I'm
we go.
firing
Now
him.
we're...
I'm firing him like, all right, screw this. We're replacing him. Like, who wants a cow anyway? Give me a dog. Much more loyal. We've got Phrygian Marshes, Malians versus Mongols. M&M showdown to see who is not the rap god, but the god here. Vortex with what would be considered his signature Civ in the blue as the Mongols. Beastie. Well, we all know that saying. Malian king. And he got it. He actually got the gold spawn.
That's a pretty decent one, top side. 2 houses there so far. I'm not sure if he's going to go for... Yeah, he's going to go for more. Okay. Not sure what that says about the barracks timing now from him.
Well, the idea is you can usually delay it a bit because your opponent has to build Uvu first. Or 150 would. So that's why people feel a bit cozy. Usually, I think you stop at like 4 houses. Anything more is really, really greedy. It could
Does
be.
scout out the bear. Wait, did he? I think he did see it. I'm not
I
sure,
hope
though.
so.
I'm not going to put my hand in fire for that one.
There is an alternative play to deal with these outpost rushes.
Yeah,
and
I
these
think
Rax
that,
rushes. But I don't think BC's going to do it. I kind of wish more players would do it because it's disgusting. So what you can do... Oh, yoink, yoink, yoink. So like what you can do actually to stop these outpost rushes and these spear rushes is if you build an outpost on the Malian gold and then you build a mill.
Yeah.
And you drop off sheep and you just stay there. And it saves you so much resource.
You can't really build a mill as Mongols, though.
You can.
It's a little bit more expensive. That's a little bit...
True, but if you're going to have a lot of aggro coming, like let's say he's going 7, 8 spears, like most Mongol players would, mathematically it's worth.
I mean, I guess if you, instead of the sheep, just try and get the gold from your opponent instead. To age up. And again, you're probably, like, if you get the outpost up, you're gonna get enough gold from like, burning buildings anyways.
No, but that's the point, right? So, like, Malian... Oh, you mean... No, I'm not talking Mongols do that. I'm talking Malians do that. They outpost and they build a mill next to the pit mine.
Oh, okay. That's
so
play.
I was like,
okay.
why does he think they're more... I was, like, checking notes. I'm like, did I miss Malians paying a lot for mill? No, so, like, you... Instead of building a mining camp, because you don't need it, because passive gold, you just build a mill, and then you club sheep, and you have an outpost you can garrison. But we're going to get the good old-fashioned way, the micro-war.
Yeah, good play from Vortex. Knows that if it's just one villager, it's just going to get poked to death. Set sense the second one. BC does see that outpost coming up.
So his goal here is to stockpile the spears and just snipe. But this is the counterplay. You rush it, you bring 2 villagers. It's very difficult to kill them in time. In fact, he hasn't even used the javelins on them. So this is going up.
Good. Vortex still making
Wait, is he
more and more
gonna-
spearmen here as well. Oh, he's going to have to be careful with the Khan.
He's going to brute force up the villagers. Oh my god, Khan. No! The sheep!
Khan going down.
Oh, that's a disaster. The villagers now has to try and body block to protect. And the 2 villagers do it. One's going to fall already. This is looking dicey. It's going to get denied. No,
Villager goes
outpost.
down. That was so close. Kills a villager in return. Vortex is going to pull more villagers. It feels like such a disaster move now. To try and pull more
the
villagers
sheep are out
again.
here. No way.
No,
You'll lose the
he's-
sheep as well.
He will. Scout from BC is going to come back. He's going to get all the sheep. Oh, what a disaster opening now in the final match point.
This could genuinely be over in 2 minutes.
It might just be.
He's going to lose the exchange now of the spears. He's actually producing more spears in a situation he cannot win anymore.
Yeah.
He's like, wait, sheep exchange? Sheep exchange? Yeah. No. Those
Can we-
goodies will belong
Can
to
we get the
Beastie.
nice sheep graph in a little bit again?
Okay,
Well,
this
I
is
think
what this is what we call the delta split. Just send them all in different directions.
Oh my
It's
god.
not quick enough. what just happened? How is that? How is that still an even split? By the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wait, the 22 has to increase as well. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we got a professional sheep counter in the background, just like with his fingers. He's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2.
8 sheep left
Yeah, this is
for Vortex.
We've had quite the disaster now.
We've had games that felt like comebacks in this series. This would actually, I think, eclipse that. This is so brutal as Mongols.
Yeah,
do still have
especially when
trade.
you're up against Malians.
Wait, also, like, can you not just get outpost rush now in response?
Wait, why are there 3 villages out there?
Wait, was he going? But
They were on gold. I think they were on gold.
please
and
tell me this was
BC
about food. Please tell me this was about. He has people
No.
on gold. Like,
Yeah, he just sent them over again, but he was
So-
at 180 gold before. These villages were gold gatherers.
but he's sacking 3 villages. Oh.
I honestly can't tell you what's going on there, but instead we do have another burning attempt.
I mean, this is going to get some damage done, so I guess you kind of have pseudo villages if you burn buildings. It does pay you. This is such a messy game.
This is more than just messy. This is just damage control at this point in time. He cancelled the landmark. He went up with a silver tree set.
He has
Makes
to.
sense.
I was surprised he was even thinking Deerstone from this far behind.
It's just, it took a lot of time. Like the Deerstones was already like quarter finished.
That was sick micro, by the way. Beastie gets them all. Not a single villager home.
Yeah. It's brutal at this point in time. SSR and trade network as well.
Yeah, so forces it out of him, but I don't think Beastie hates this idea, considering he's already 6 villages ahead. Has he got people still on the food? Oh, I don't think he does. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh,
Khan gets the kill.
nicely played. Check out complete first for Vortex. He has got Hun stats on the way. Possibly winnable here, but the Donzos did just come back home.
it's
So
too
yeah, the
many.
numbers no longer favor Vortex. This is just a crazy game.
It is. It really, really is. How's that just going to get replaced at the end of the day? Khan is just also going to go down. Dunzos.
Why can't all AoE4 be like this?
Well, because then Malians would have a 100% win rate.
True. I mean, it's just this is the thing. So like these type of maps, the point of interest maps, Land Horizon, the things that have been happening in the early game have been incredibly refreshing, especially after we just came off the back of one of the most inactive metas, in my opinion. Like Pro Scouts meta didn't offer up much contest straight away, whereas this has just been, if you have to get up to go to the bathroom, when you come back, you probably missed a giant part of the series.
Now transition to archers here for Vortex. Beastie, he's got a lot of Donzos at this point in time.
Not a bad unit to have. I mean, considering Mongols usually would be thinking Keshiks here down the line, good luck with that. You just need to fill in with javelins now.
The Straders moving out.
No, but the Donzos are coming.
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right, hear me out. We mirror trade. We've got the trade network. It's time. He's not going to do it.
Yeah, probably not.
A
I
boy
wouldn't
can
mind
dream.
seeing it though. Like, don't the
Archers-
traders almost like immediately pay off as well on the way over
For
with
Malians?
the tower outposts?
Yeah, I think so. It's close. We only have spears here. Archers are starting to arrive. The stealth forest is awkward, though, considering he does not have the Khan. Oh, boy.
There are archers here.
Yeah, but you have to be able to see things. Okay, there we go. Spears give the vision. Traders he actually does it. He actually snatches them. Well played. Okay, I guess he just doesn't want Donzos anymore. He's essentially just throwing them away.
He's going to javelin throws now, so just jab Donzo, normal army composition. He's just going to go for the mass infantry all in now, which he can totally do considering that Vortex has very limited food income at this point in time. And now the economy count looks relatively even, but do mind that the traders also count towards the economy units for Vortex. It is not really even Stevens.
Yeah, sad boy for the moment. But of course, we'll be able to outscale the Malians of the logic, so definitely feels like Beastie needs to try and take advantage of the lead he built early. He's still at the Donzos to deal with the first Keshiks coming out, and this is to be expected. I was a little bit surprised the way he punted a few to that backside. Is like logic here is, if it's trade, it has to be Keshiks, because otherwise, what do you spend that much gold on?
Yeah. I mean, you could trade out for resources, but that's gonna start becoming inefficient.
Yeah, it burns you out pretty fast. And the mesh is a priority as well. And a big fat pit mine in the center of the map, because why the hell not after the opening this game just had?
Yeah, it's a very good gold income. Negative, though, is that should Beastie find himself on the back foot, that's a lot of bounty.
Mm-hmm. I guess against Silvertree, you just feel like you can't be on the back foot. You have to play pressure here.
Yeah. Oh my god, goodbye, Keshik. Donzo.
That was a Keshik? I just thought it was a scout that wore his silverware to work. Jam's not going to stop him being able to actually trade out. It's still Forest Factor. He does at least have the Khan here this time, so not terrible. But that's a lot of javelins already. Horseman switched by Vortex. Okay, time to start selling and buying food.
These are early horsemen as well.
Yeah, I guess he wants a few out before he vets them up, which is kind of sad because they feel like they're made of plastic. If Beastie...
This is such a
no.
army composition now for Vortex to play against.
Yeah, I think if Beastie just wedges onto the fish, Vortex is starved.
Yeah, he's got no more... like, all the sheep are gone, right?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, unfortunately, if this was just javelins, this is a very smart move by Vortex, but obviously Beastie has a nicely balanced comp between Jav plus the Donzos.
Yeah.
He is potentially giving Vortex a way in some regard. Like, he's adding quite a lot of Donzos currently. But then again, what if we just started burning everything?
Jumping inside.
And
wait,
they both got sniped.
Two of them died. Damn.
Wait. He was targeting only one, though.
Oh.
What? It looked like he only targeted one.
Jeff's targeted one, Donzo's the other.
Okay, so that's reasonable. Oh, that's disgusting.
Yep.
Hey,
And
you want to try and
another
get inside again? No?
This time
Go on, like, yeah, go on, get in the building. Get in the bit. Oh
my god. So many villager killed so early on. He forces Vortex outside of his base, but that's not where Vortex can really be. He can't really exist outside of his base.
His goal here is to try and stalemate until he's got enough Keshiks to hit the enemy behind. But that's tricky because of the trade network. It's a very good defensive landmark, good protection on the gold. Not really going to die the TC. Instead, he just tries to brute force the center, but the numbers are so against him here.
Yeah. 3 archers for 1 Donzo kill doesn't really feel worth it. There's more javelin throws than archers out.
I mean, the way this is trending, Marimba usually feels like a meme, but this is the type of game where it actually just is worth it to end the game quickly.
Yeah. Good for Vortex at least. This is round robin, so it's not like this is the end of the road for him, but it definitely feels bad.
Yeah, considering how well this set started, and still more to play off of it. Gotta keep his calm, keep his composure, not let it get to him too much. I mean, Beastie played a hell of a comeback story here.
Yeah.
Gotta be exhausting for both players, though. Archer's now traded out. I don't know if I'd even call that a trade out. There is so many Donzos left. I don't think you could even call this competitive anymore.
Yeah, no army remaining. Nothing really worthwhile to speak of, at least. The outpost doesn't do enough damage, and GG comes in. Beastie with the 3-2 reverse sweep.
Insane comeback throughout this series. All started with Elephanto fun time. It started off and started up further with that filthiness on the Pilgrims, and then to round out in such a phenomenal early Dark Age javelin hurling way. This man's got all the tricks in the book, so Beastie takes the win in the end. But props to Vortex for really straining the current reigning champion of EGC tournaments.
That Delhi game made me genuinely mad.
Like that Delhi game made me install Tempest Rising. I'm out of here. Get me away from... Where's Warcraft 3? That wouldn't do this to me. Yeah, like elephants are...
They probably got their own broken stuff.
Yeah. It's a matter of whether you feel too dirty with the broken stuff you use, though. But
yeah,
maybe both players need a shower after that sweaty series. We've still got one more series to come, though. We're going to prep for it. It's the one you've all been waiting for. I think, like, you know, this was there as well, but like a lot of people are curious. Can the chimp square up? Can he prove himself to be back on top? Because this was a tight series, but we have one coming up that could be just as close. Marine Lord versus Anatan. 2 players from the top 3 of the last EGC tournament will face off after this short break.
See you in a bit.
I hope you all haven't given up, because I got something you definitely will not turn down. Is Marine Lord versus Anatan to round out the day. One and all, welcome back to the Classic 3 group stage for what could actually prove to be the best series of the day, which so far, Crackety, is a high bar to set the.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's 11 p.m. and this is set number 3, not set number 4. Yeah, it's stretched out fairly long.
It's technically our set number 4. We had to hop down one because we kind of like done a 0.5 with the CSO, and then basically, guys, because obviously there's a rolling format of the players' availability to then play, the WAM vs Lucifron set was already deep underway, so it just made sense with how long some of these series have been to go straight to the Marine Lord Anatan one, as I think a lot of people have been looking forward to this one just as much as that Beastie Vortex set.
Yeah, exactly. Currently still in the map draft, so we'll be seeing what kind of maps players will be picking here shortly.
Holy Island. Holy Island. I want
nice.
to. You know, just like a little bit of, oh no, I blew up my own fleet. Come on.
You get a Holy Island, and then you also get Knights Templar in. That's a party.
No. I'm not going to expand. No. So let's have a look at the state of things so far as we're starting to paint a picture towards the tail end of the day, how things are going. Beastie, after that phenomenal comeback, finds himself in the positive on points. So 6 wins, 4 losses, 10 games played total. Lucifron looking pretty sturdy here after his first series win. He has now dropped 1 game in the second series, the one up against WAM. And WAM, it's first series of the day for him. So I think he's got another one tomorrow. I think he might have 2 tomorrow. B, overall, I think, like, looking at the results here, nothing's too shocking. No offense to Voldemar, but, like, definitely from a playing standpoint, like, someone like Lucifron, I think, is a rough matchup for him anyway. Vortex being a negative, maybe the biggest shocker for people, but remember, he's still got more sets to play. He only played his first of the day so far.
Yeah. Corvinus, 2, 3, I mean, yeah, in the negative, buddy. Overall, pretty good performance from him up against CSO, and BC gave some big props to CSO, and CSO, I think, played amazingly overall, so I think Corvinus can be still quite happy with the performance so far.
He's a scary guy. Like, CSO, I feel like you never really know where you stand against that guy. Sometimes he just doesn't turn up, and then all of a sudden there's these wacky strategies out of nowhere, which is why I kind of like, I think I compared him to like a Vortex in terms of where he really aligns in a scary way is this random aggression that you never really truly see coming. In the other group, though, more expected outcomes. Marine Lord with a clean 3-0. Louis MT, a few games dropped, but overall win-win-win. Anatan just nibbling behind them, and Puppy Paw Dimu in contention there. The big losers out, of course, Sass yet to get a single game on the board. A rough group for him. Mika has maybe surprised a few people. Doesn't surprise me. I always expect this guy to slip in a few wins. And Cat doing reasonably well. I think, honestly, you know, we always talk about B for 3D Clan for obvious reasons, but I think Cat kind of gets glazed over unfairly. This guy has had some really good performances in the last few months. Definitely not at the point where you expect to see him in semi-finals, but I think I really got to like give him a lot of praise for his improvement in like the last 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, the mugshot doesn't really paint a correct picture of him at the moment, though, I gotta say.
No, I didn't notice him in Germany. I was like, huh? Where's Russian Justin Bieber? I don't. He's gone full. I think he was full buzz cut when we were there, wasn't he? Yeah.
He looked a lot more imposing, and what you would guess from the picture.
I'm trying to remember what his group stage is. Like, Kilyadi was in there, so that'll do it to a person. You know, you're like, I need to be lean, mean killer machine against that guy. And then, of course, in terms of rounds still to come, we've still got Vortex versus Corvinus, B versus WAM. We'll be covering different places. The B WAM set in particular, I think, will be a very interesting one to see how that one plays out. And B, of course, playing more stylistically to the discoverability of the current meta. WAM maybe benefiting from the removal of pro scouts and a slower pacing. It could be the return of the Canadians for the second EGC tournament of the year.
Yeah, definitely very interesting to see. I mean, we've seen a lot of like new ideas being brought up here just in general in this tournament now with the new meta just continuing to evolve, just especially with all the points of interest that have come in and the maps that make use of it. There are some really, really interesting strategies coming out with that one, especially on Enlightened Horizon from what we've seen just today.
Yeah, I find it incredibly refreshing. You know, some people won't be a fan of like, oh, my perfect build order, like I figured it out across the months and blah, blah. No, I'd rather have the game evolve regularly and new things be discoverable. It's what's fun about gaming, man. Like the playing, just discovering. It's what makes it so refreshing. So really big shout out to the devs for the points of interest. I am a very big fan, and I'm a very big fan of this. Holy Island made it through, and I know. Everyone's like, I'm signing off. I don't care, KP. It's water.
KP, Marine Lord didn't ban Knights Templars.
I think I know how this.
Wait, no,
he
Anatan
banned
didn't
it.
ban Knights Templars. Marine Lord's gonna get Knights Templars.
So this is Shushi versus KT for Holy Island. Seems very likely.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, but Chinese is available too. So I think you pick. Oh, there you go. Marine Lord had first pick. Yeah, okay.
You picked China. Okay, so now Anatan has the ability to ban Knights Templar.
I think you have to.
There's no other way, right? Like it would just be a guaranteed victory.
Unless he's discovered a secret strategy. And reminder people, you should actually be hyped for Holy Island. I know not everyone loves water, but there's something very unique and new about water I think might make you guys appreciate it a little bit more.
Knights Templar did get a pretty decent nerf when it came to the wooden cut,
That's
but
true.
there we go. It's been banned. Yeah.
Yeah, and also the Lancaster ban coming through now. That's actually like not really much of a surprise to me. I think Anatan. Wait, so Anatan bans it away from Marine Lord, right? My brain for a sec. Yeah. So
yeah.
Anatan actually quite likes Lancaster, and I actually like watching him play it because he has a very different take than almost every other player right now. He's probably no God. Can you imagine? He's probably the only player who's consistently, at least in tournaments anyway, exploring the Abbey of Kings. And I think when the dust settles, long term anyway, that's going to be the build people moan most about.
The Abbey of Kings. Are you gonna like put your cards in on that one?
Yeah, you lock it in with the Lords of Lancaster.
You're investing. You're investing into the Abbey of Kings stock.
Yeah, it's the LOL build. Lords of Lancaster. But it's actually. Have you seen what it does to a ram?
Yeah, it boosts up the HP of like anything. Like it's pretty crazy.
It's 18 more health on a ram.
It makes your army so tough to kill. Like suddenly the entire math that you just got etched into your muscle memory with how many units you need to one-shot another unit, it just all gets flipped.
Mm-hmm. I think it's very enlightening. You can get an extra 14 HP on Yeoman, which can already be hard to reach in certain fights. So like, yeah, it's very much time-based. I think also like Lancaster on a map like Enlightened Horizon is kind of critically underrated because it's so easy to get troops back and heal them up. But we might see them. The Ottoman pick coming through from Anatan, no surprise there. I know, he has scrimmed historically with people like Belot, rubbed off there. I think like if you think of the top three players, and I know a few CSOs in there, but like for me, the top three players that I'd say Ottomans, it's Louis, B, and Anatan. They always seem to find a way to sliver it in and use it.
Yeah, I think that adds up. I would honestly put Anatan like on the same-ish level as CSO when it comes to the control of Ottoman. Granted, what we've seen today didn't really, I want to say paint the correct picture there when we saw CSO play Ottomans up against Beastie. That was kind of a messy game, but I think the strategic know-how is there for sure.
Now, this is interesting. Marine Lord is going to have access to the Delhi down the line. Pretty good with this draft. Gorge makes a lot of sense. Boardland, I think you can make it work with the new Pro Scouts. And of course, there's Enlightened Horizon, where in theory, Delhi should be really good, considering how far away the secret sites are, and the fact that you have the better cavalry compared to most civs.
Yeah, can be really good. But then again, Delhi doesn't have the greatest tools when it comes to like going for the points of interest there very early on, because you do kind of want to like get the timing in, and you can't make that much, like you can't do that much with gold since your upgrades are free anyways.
Okay, so rounding out here, we should have whatever wasn't banned available to pick. So Ibid's coming in, and now there it is. The whole
no
is
Delhi.
the whole.
Yeah. Thank God.
Then you're gonna be happy with that. A lot of camels though. Do you like camels?
Depends on the camel.
We
I don't
technically
mind
have.
Desert Raiders. I'm not a big fan of the Camel Archer.
You don't mind Desert Raiders.
Yeah, I think Desert Raiders are just way better balanced than Camel Archers, even with 5 melee armor.
I can get behind that until someone sticks a dervish behind it.
Yeah, I mean, Dervish, that's another issue.
Yeah.
We look at that separately.
We've got to look at this first game. Boldland, Marine Lord got a lot of organic picks for this map. Rus, Chinese, Malians, Order of the Dragon. It is a map that's still considered pretty good for pro scouts. Anatan definitely not weak in that regard either. Shushi comes to mind, but you might want to keep them for the flexibility of maps like Holy Island. Outside that, I think Byzantines is kind of okay here because of the kind of send it nature down the center.
Yeah, I think there's. I could also see just Juji getting picked there. Anatan does still have Japan for Holy Island, so Juji on Boatland, definitely an option there as well.
I think we've seen some IOs in the past as well. Like, technically, the Desert Raiders are really good at denying the pro scouts. Although, there is an argument, like, on Boldland, obviously, the spread is wide. So, it kind of reminds me of KT on, like, a Gorge or Dry Arabia. You're gambling that you find where their economy is going to be in the opening minutes. In that case, it's Pilgrims. In this case, it's Scouts.
Yeah. All right, we should know any second now. First matchup's gonna be. Yeah, I'm guessing probably something like. It could be. Nah, I think China probably on Frisian marshes.
I think Malians makes
maybe
so
yeah,
much
Mali,
sense here.
either Mali or Rus, I want to say.
Yeah, and the other one gets interchanged into Gorge, probably. Makes a lot of sense. So with that in mind, expecting either Malians or Rus. Shushi, I don't know if you really want that against Malians per se. Maybe
Juji is fine against Mali.
I don't think you can Mongols, because if it's Malians, great, but if it's Rus, I'm trying to think if there's a worse matchup for Mongols. Like, there's nothing to hit usually against Rus.
Oldland is a pretty open map, so playing Mongols can be really good there as well. Like, you can make use of just a couple of Mangadai. And we do actually get the Mongols here.
Yeah, but it's Mongol Chinese, and this one can usually feel a little bit tricky. We've seen that China can quite often shrug the Mongol spam off by just spamming harder.
Yeah, I'm wondering, though, if we're going to be seeing something along the lines of early Imperial official here. Mainly because, like, Mongols are really good at shutting down the gold early on.
Here's an interesting thought as well, is like, do you not just see it as a net advantage as Mongols if you say, for example, open Uvu, just rush Feudal, knowing your opponent likely has to build an official because it's too risky not to?
That's definitely something that you can do, but in a situation where your opponent will want to go for Pro Scouts anyways, like, it doesn't hurt you that much. Like, you'll deny, or rather delay Pro Scouts with the outpost one way or another, force your opponent to go into most likely just infantry, because you'll have the spearmen inside the outpost. It's a nice play, especially on a map like this, where there's a good chance that your opponent won't have... Actually, never mind. That's not true. For a second, I was like, okay, maybe there's not like an additional gold to move out to. But on Boldland, very often you can have another gold in the back as well.
Yeah, it's definitely far out there. I find usually the bigger issue on Boldland is your tree lines leave you very vulnerable because they typically spawn just out of TC range, so you can get harassed there. So usually wood is the bigger threat factor. Obviously, China feels very safe because they have the bargain drops. I wonder if we see Mongols going Pro Scouts. I know, like, B loves Pro Scouts still, like, on Mongols. I've seen him do it a decent amount. Anatan occasionally was more guilty of it than other people going, but I think someone that is quite nice here is Magadai because of the Pro Scouts.
Yeah.
Like, technically, Magadai, Mongols was kind of getting a good win rate or decent win rate in Pro Scouts meta because of how good the Cav Archers were at stopping it.
Mangadai is a really good move as well. When you start off with the outpost forward, then your Mangadai add a proxy, like building forward, they get the bonus movement speed with the Yamar. Suddenly, horsemen can't catch up to them anymore. And suddenly, like, your opponent doesn't really have any more tools when it comes to dealing with Mangadai. They're always going to have to, like, slowly move their Jugunu behind them as well to try and defend their Pro Scout play.
By the way, guys, just a reminder that we've got plenty of weeks of action to come here. In fact, the end date for this tournament is, I believe, 18th of May, just a few days after my birthday. So a nice birthday present is plenty of entertainment along the way. If you guys want to make sure you don't have to worry about those ads, always a reminder, when there's an EGC tournament kicking off, you want to make sure you get those Prime subs in, you will get the subs in. Make sure you take advantage of it, because today alone is probably going to be 8 hours? 8 or 9 hours, I think.
Nah, we're gonna get more than 8 hours, right? Like, this is gonna be like a 2.5 to 3 hour long set at least. We're gonna get 5 games. One of them is gonna be 1 hour long at minimum.
What matchup is going to be 1 hour long at minimum?
It's gonna be Mali
Ottoman Rus.
versus Juji on Frisian Marshes.
Really? You don't think it's going to be Ottoman Rus?
I don't think Ottoman Rus is gonna take that long. I think Ottoman got Rus's number.
Okay, what about Abbasid Ottoman?
Yeah, that can go longer. That can go a good bit longer.
All right, we have some potential here. And I think Holy Island's going to be quick, by the way. Just with the new demo ship detail, there's so much margin for error. For those that don't know, the devs gave us a gift. It wasn't an intended gift, and they've been trying to pull it away from us and refund it back to the shop, but we want to keep it. If your demos detonate near your own boats, it hurts a lot.
It does. It does. It has no drop-off damage. They do friendly fire with no range drop-off damage.
Yeah, so demos are a very big risk-reward now, which makes sense. I actually like the idea. I even like the idea of having land units that are higher risk, higher reward. Like, that's a nice way of balancing. Like, people complain about Siege. Just let mangoes do friendly fire. If you just use them like a clown, you're going to wipe out your own army. I think that's cool.
Yeah, I agree. Then it actually makes sense having them do more damage.
Yeah, and then when people are like, but I can't, like, the Siege is going to hurt me, crack it, I don't want to build. Yeah, don't build it then. Like, just play the other units. You got other units.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of AoE4. There's choices. Choose the micro.
So many choices.
We can choose the A-click. This is just going to end with people building Springalds, isn't it?
It might. KP, it just might. We're getting the Scorpion Springle treatment.
Siege will be used to hurt allies? Right, because people don't already... Like, if you... I'm not going to tell you how...
Do that.
Yeah, but if you want to grief your like teammates, you already can, and then you can get banned for it.
Yeah.
So, like, like that same logic. If you applied that to Dota 2, oh my god, you like shouldn't be able to drop your items on the floor. Like, even those strategic reasons. What if someone just walks down mid and drops their items and dies? Then
did you know there's friendly fire in Counter-Strike and Rainbow Six Siege?
Wait, really? Okay, I know what I'm doing tonight. Okay, you know what the funny part is? You'll get auto banned for shooting too many people in the head, but there's no tracker.
What if they just run in front of you?
No, Crackety, there's no tracker for flashing your own teammates.
Flashbanging, you meant, right? Right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Yep. Do you know you can actually flashbang yourself in AoE4?
Oh,
so
100%. Saharan desert biome.
The winter's definitely worse, but there's actually another way. Oh yeah, there you go. He's flashbang himself now. You playing Counter-Strike? So interestingly enough, if you are watching a tech up on a landmark and the landmark is at the bottom of your screen when it completes, the gold.
Oh yeah, it goes up.
I had it on a cast for the first time. I don't know how I dodged it all this time. And I was like, what just happened? We can't see full tint of yellow the entire time. Oh, blimey. It's fun, though. I like that you can just discover new things after all this time.
Yeah, I think we've just about stalled long enough. Only 10 seconds remaining.
No, we haven't. I haven't seen enough Prime subs. Keep going.
Oh, my God.
Like, what was the classic meme? Cast to start the game. Stop making about you.
Games. Start the game already.
Well, it is time to start it. The final series of the day. It is going to be Gentle Mates Marino up against Voldic Esports Anatan in a BO5. And we kick it off here in Boldland with two players who actually have hair.
No, Anatan, the TC. There's a tile between the wood line.
Yeah, but look at how neatly SimCity'd I am next to the Uva. I think maybe Anatan's been playing in one of those city building competitions recently.
Aw. All right. Let's see. What's the game plan? Marine Lord already has a villager on wood. We're getting the village in. No Imperial official from the looks of it yet.
Isn't that like quite a far away mill against Mongols?
It's a yeah, it's unnecessarily far away. I want to say you can literally just put it right next to the TC. It's fine. It's fine. Doesn't hurt you in any way.
Technically, like your opponent is going to build an outpost that deep because you'll
no,
just
mind,
rush
we're
him.
not getting outpost.
No,
He's going
I like
for
this.
the. Yeah, okay, that's pretty nice. I like the pasture play, the early pasture play. You get an insane amount of food from that early pasture, and we're also seeing a sheep being rallied all the way over to the Gur. So during age up, Anatant, he isn't gonna like uselessly have villagers out there gathering gold when he wants other
He's
resources.
very dangerous though, Marine Lord. Luckily for him, Marine Lord did not scout that. By the way,
Yeah.
balls are still, and you can tell these two practice together. Marine Lord did not open the Imperial official. He didn't for a second expect to get outpost rushed.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure if he expected it, but maybe he just thought, okay, I'll scout first. And I mean, he saw the villagers moving out to gold relatively early on. Like he did he did go for a straight beeline over to his opponent's base.
Yeah, nice thing, of course. Like this matchup is between the two civs that technically are the best at scouting and gathering sheep. You have the Mongols, obviously, the movement speed, plus the fact they can just punt a falcon out, and of course, China the extra vision. So very hard to actually get one up on these guys in rotations. I find, like, you know, when you're up against Mongols or China, you usually feel like you're behind on info or behind on sheep.
Yeah. Man, I can't get over just how good that pasture is. And look at that sheep right now feeding the villagers here from Anatant. He's got the gold that he needs for the age up. Isn't wasting any time there. We are getting the Imperial Academy in, rushed up with 3 villagers. So we do have that Noio opening here from Marine Law, and that's a good amount of sheep. Nice sheep.
Probably still thinking about pro scouts down the line. In fact, yeah, Freak switching over to gold.
Nice sheep here as well.
Okay, so Anno's got to play blocker, right? There's no way you try to mirror pro scouts into China.
Yeah, probably not the best idea. And I mean, he's got the ability to do so with the Mangadai.
It's going to be tricky without that aura on the front side. I think that the rough thing about Magadai, and it's actually impressive how well it worked in Pro Scouts meta, is if your opponent's going Pro Scouts and you're playing Magadai to block it, it means he also has Horsemen. So
Yeah.
it is a bit awkward, because often what ends up happening is you see Horsemen, you have to maneuver speed arrow away, and then you just feel like you're kind of AFKing until it comes off cooldown.
Maybe we first see a couple of Keshiks and then Mangadai coming in.
Make a lot of sense.
Anatant, he is still gathering gold, and he's not far off of having enough gold for a Keshik there.
Decent amount of gold at that. Yeah, like it definitely doesn't feel like it's Magadai production at this pacing. And also, like when you have this much stone, I think either is desirable just because of the surge speed you get on that production rate.
Yeah.
By the way, this
There
might have
is
ended up
first
being an
stable coming
uncomfortable.
in.
This actually might have ended up being an uncomfortable game against a sort of outpost rush. We talked about the gold spawn in the corner quite often. Actually, Marine Lord got the
It's not
forward
there.
spawn. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this would have been a really good one, actually, to outpost rush. And never mind, we do get the archer range. I like
I
the
guess-
idea that Mangadai can do, like just
Yeah.
causing delay on your opponent's side and buying you time to potentially go for like a fast castle age, separate out. And separate out just gives you so much economy baseline. Basically, if you have like 10 villagers on gold, they're gonna be as efficient as 15.
You have to be so quick with the surge onto outpost though with this type of map configuration. Like normally step readout's so nice when you just get the close proximity gold. As we can see in this game, it feels like it is a marathon to get across the gold. To the extent that the Deerstone isn't able to buff the entire region.
Oh, well, you got an archer range as well for Marine Law. So potentially just some normal archers coming in.
Yeah, so he's expecting to play. I mean, archers should be able to hold back Magadai. The tricky part is being in the right place. So likely we're going to see Marine Lord play one deer stack at a time instead of what's becoming more popular at the moment, which is to send scouts out to all the deer stacks.
You'd think archers would be able to hold back Mangadai, but like as long as the numbers are somewhat even, like even 6 against 4, the Mangudai destroy the archers.
Good thing we can supervise them. He does get the info early, so this could be an opportunity to switch Keshiks.
Would have the option to do so. Did he send more villagers out to gold, or still just the 3?
It looks like it might be free still, 100 gold per minute.
Yeah.
And he did actually split for the initial scout gathering. So he had one to the center, one to the north, also one to the south. And he's going
There's the
spearman.
stable now.
Yeah, so Marine Lord's already read it. He's ahead.
Yeah, just normal spear archers so far.
This is quite frustrating when you play against China and they do this, though. It's the tax. It makes it feel so good just to produce units in general with China now.
Yeah, just the passive gold income that you're getting. And being able to, on a whim, basically, just with barely any villagers on gold, go for an age of transition.
Even before that, though, the blacksmith timings is so clean. You're getting discounts on your units to afford the blacksmiths. And then you're getting a 33% refund on said blacksmith, which is now coming up.
Yeah. I mean, it's even more than that within the influence of the Imperial Academy.
It's 64 resources and there's
Every
175.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like 40%, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Totally reasonable.
Totally.
And you get it in 24 seconds.
Very quickly, very cheaply. Just great
I
value.
work my... what can I say, Crackety? I work my ass off to get China nerfed every single commentating gig.
Oh, I don't mind. China deserves some nerfs.
It's like, I think the Imperial Academy didn't need to get any buffs. It was the one
Yeah.
weak point the Civ had.
I like the idea
maybe-
of having to like make Imperial officials from the TC.
I also like the idea of, like, imagine if the supervised production rate was attached to the Barbican. Because most players go Barbican eventually, but, like, it at least offers a weak point early on. Because, like, the taxmen do so much so early on in the game.
Yeah. Had villagers surviving with 1 HP.
Hey, man. They don't need to be healthy, okay? If they can stand, they can work. We're a salt mine out here.
Already have a good amount of Keshiks in, but Anatan looks at that. He is trying to go for that Castle Age play, and you can easily afford that with the amount of sheep that he's got and the pasture. Like, he's getting so many resources in here safely inside of space without having to move out, while keeping Marine Lord completely back inside of his base.
And do you
Marine's
want to
gonna
know
have to invest a lot into military units here to push out.
Yeah. And you know what makes this Mongol strategy so strong, Crackety? You know why it became so popular last season? Scouts don't scout. The counter to this play, because it could even eventually be Imperial, is to all-in rush your opponent. But if you look at Marine Lord's vision, he's never venturing across Anatan's base. He's constantly been gathering at home.
Well, scouts have to fall back now that they saw the Mangudai there.
I think he snuck the horseman round, so he might get eyeballs on the step readout if it's going to be built on the gold.
Yeah. Don't think it's gonna be Korotai. Be surprised if it is. There it is. Step redoubt coming in. Not using the gold villagers for that, so might not even be instantly revealed. Is there a scout even with the horseman? No, it's just the horseman.
No, because those scouts are busy. I don't know why we call them scouts at this stage. They're professional deer gatherers. Yeah. Well, can we just be real about this? They're not professional scouts, Crackety. They're amateur scouts. They don't even do their job properly once they have that tech.
Villager
just gather
is
deer.
gonna make it out alive. Nope.
To the afterlife. He's going to make it to the afterlife. There you go. I
Two
fixed the
bill
statement
kills.
for you.
Yeah.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And now,
It's very
the
good.
ramp-up pressure. In fairness, like I wouldn't really say Anatan has a super secure gold. He has one outpost there against a Civ that can easily get siege engineering in, like, what, 10 seconds, 12 seconds?
Yeah, but now Anatan's entire, like, Marine Lord's entire army is out of position. By comparison, Anatan, he's have the cavalry in the back. And the wood lines here for Marine Lord, they're not really, like... They're not really too defensive. Imperial Palace also coming up behind this. And the Mangudai are going to be able to deal with the spears. Yeah,
He
this
just
is a
dives
lot
in,
of
doesn't
idle
even
time.
care.
No veterans seen yet, though. Oh, the age up.
Oh my god, that placement. The Imperial Palace. That is not safe. He needs more spears ASAP. Tries to hold the choke point, but few do slip through. Magadai are getting stabbed down. Looks like the fire's going to go back the other way, but the archers getting that trade out. On the other side, though, they finally arrived. The gold is going to start getting blocked here. I mean, the step readout doesn't have anything it can do. It's a glorified lumber camp right now.
Yeah, at the moment, not really too efficient. The archers are doing some damage there as well. Actually, Marine Lord, he just got a lot of kills.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
There's no upside. Like, he has a step readout, but it doesn't do anything. It is legitimately there to gather wood, and he can't even touch the wood. That's ridiculous.
That's just Eugene. Maybe a second outpost could have helped, but just like that, Gabe's gonna get called.
The counter to the Mongol greed. This is it. This is a pristine example. I remember we went over a few Imperial Rush builds. Marino was even in the chat at the time. He said, I think the only counter to this is you have to all in it before it snowballs. And he just proved that perfectly.
I'm not even sure about that. Like, if Anaton just kept the army in the back, he could have definitely dealt with the small force that Marine Lord sent out. The age up time was in his favor, but yeah, in the end, Marine Lord, he does have the Pro Scout, he does have the Deer. His economy looking super, super solid here. Even though towards the end, like, all of his villagers were kind of idled there around the food, he still had like 3,000 more food gathered there. Wait,
yeah, I think
that's the total resource. More like 2,000.
Okay, yeah, that's chill. I think the crux here is for this strategy to work, you need a good gold spawn. I don't think you can ever get away with it with those type of gold spawns. It's the luck of the draw sometimes for Mongols. Is why we usually just see them take a super aggro focused approach. But just great understand by Marine Lord. He even had that outpost early on, kind of preconceiving the idea that this would happen. And I mean, yeah, Magadai, great at sniping villages, but you just see they don't stand up to a straight-on fight like this at all. They just got melted.
Yeah, on top of that, Marine Lord, he did have the blacksmith upgrades, at least the tier 1 blacksmith upgrades. Meanwhile, Anaton didn't have pierce armor or pierce damage.
See, that step readout didn't even stand a chance to live in this game, but a quick game number 1, and we're already getting ready for the second. House of Lancaster up against the Ottomans. We talked about
so
this.
we are getting some points of interest there.
Yes, and we talked about the fact that House of Lancaster probably doesn't want to have to build Dark Age units here. I mean, manors are locked behind Feudal after all.
Yeah, still, it's definitely a nice thing to have. What you can do instead, like, instead of going for the points of interest for the wolves, you can go for the Lancaster Castle close-ish towards your
you nudge it towards
the trade cavern.
The merchant camp.
The
the merchant camp. Yeah. The merchant camp.
Because your gold is already in range of the TC.
Yeah, and the point is, if you take the risk to put it outside the base, you can secure merchant camp and the stone, and then you build the manors stacked behind. The trade-off there is you will be outside a TC range, and if this is a spear rush, if you get scouted doing that, your opponent could just beeline towards you. We're going to find out how this one's going to cook up. We've got Ottomans, a civ that looks phenomenal on a map with so many points of interest. The Marine Lord chooses good old House of Lancaster and gets forced into what is becoming possibly my favorite Dark Age meta ever in Age of Empires 4.
Barracks coming in from both players here, so Marine Lord does opt to play for the Spearman on Spearman wolf race, let's call it. I mean, it makes a lot of sense with the House of Lancaster still, because sure, you don't get the early discount on your barracks that you do with the Ottomans, but you still have 50 more wood compared to other civilizations, like the English.
It's not just that. You also have 20% more food gathering rate on cheap. So
that's true.
Yeah.
So just got to get one of those wolf camps, and like age up is fairly quick.
Mm-hmm. Also, just your ability to blob spears at equal pacing, even superior in some cases. And at the beginning will definitely at least have more spears coming. Marine Lord? Usually you think about what, like 4 spearmen here is good enough with Sin to burn down the points of interest to secure the merchant camp.
Yeah. If you pull the scout, 3 is enough as well, or good enough timing-wise. But then you kind of like sacrifice a little bit when it comes to being able to scout cheap.
I do wonder, like, I think this is actually a good map for Abbey of Kings. It's very short.
You say that for every House of Lancaster.
And the one that I'm right in is the one that everyone will remember.
if you say it often enough, there is gonna be that time when it's gonna work.
Yeah, you know,
Everybody's gonna remember you for it.
like for example, if you like enter every Iber game going, this is going to be a fast castle into castle drop in the enemy base by using industry wing, so he builds it fast, and it happens, like you're a god, you know. There was a guy in Dota 2. I always remember this for. Eventually backfired when some commentators kept proving it, saying he was wrong, but he would guess what was going to happen 10, 15, 20 minutes ahead of time. You never remember the times he was wrong, because if he was right in Dota 2, like predicting what's going to happen even 5 minutes in the future is crazy. And if he was wrong, that's when we got what we called backpedal Kyle.
That's a nice one. Oh, wait. No, never mind. Rowan's gonna take a
No,
while.
yeah,
but
it's 5 minutes.
What if they didn't take a while, but they do take a while?
What
you know,
if
the way
my
it's
mum was a
going,
car,
like-
you know? Like,
Yeah, but the way this is going, Dark Age might actually last a while.
that does favor Ottomans with the Vizier points, especially Imam.
Yeah, if we get to the point where the Vizier point comes in, right, it's still a while out.
That was a good micro, by the way. Anatan just plucks one for free.
Yeah.
I do not like the look of this right now from Marine Lord.
Yeah, I mean, this is a rough one for him right now. He doesn't have too many like bonuses when it comes to the Dark Age Spearman, and he knows that the longer this goes on, the like worse it gets. As soon as the Vizier point comes in, there is no way for him at all whatsoever to play Dark Age.
I think like this though, he can at least pin reinforcing troopers. Problem is, not quite able to pin him against the gold there to guarantee the kill. He is continuing this though, but look at the macro. Marino's really not that far away.
Is he gonna get it?
He does.
Oh, Anaton gets it just in time.
The other one hasn't been burnt though, right? So he could play back towards that and try to gamble on it. Yeah.
It looks like he's just going for his age up though.
Yeah, he can
has
still
started gathering gold.
hunt for it with these spinmen is the point. You know, we saw earlier today, Beastie was able to beat, was it 4 spinmen with 1 scout by throwing 1 torch. And, oh wow, look at that. An innovative build that I've never seen before. Wow, House of Lancaster is such a diverse Civ.
The Civ hasn't even been out for a month, KP. How can you already like be bored from this landmark?
I don't know, like I mean,
This is still very new, fresh, and exciting.
if I wanted to see this build from Lancaster, if this was what I wanted when I signed up for Age of Empires 4, I would have just installed City Skylines.
Also a good game.
It is a good game, but like, you know, it would be nice if Lancaster had to take risks in their
It would be
games.
nice if City Skylines had medieval units with which you can fight as well.
Yeah, or like just a sudden wave of wolves comes out of nowhere and starts killing you.
Marino doesn't see it.
He's yoinking. Can he yoink?
gonna be too late.
It's going to be way too late. Yeah. No, come on. Can charge in? Oh, he's using the scout to get close. He yoinks it.
Wait, you got it! Again!
That was sick. He used the charge in to guarantee the gap close. And Anatan, he's not going to run a scout into 6 spears. That's suicide.
Yeah, Anaton, he cancelled his like torch throw animation at one point.
Yeah, he got in his own head, like the fake pump. Oh, God.
Yeah, exactly that. The job's coming in for both players. Anaton's going to be a little bit quicker though, so we'll be able to get the hardened upgrade in earlier. But Spearman on the retreat. Number starting to get kind of low.
A little bit
We do have the
awkward.
Vizier point in. What are they going to use for? Okay, we do have the double Imam play, but Anaton somehow needs to get his Spearman back if he wants to heal them.
This is, yeah, so like if Anatan really wants to make this play work now, it's now a case of you essentially have to build into Sipahi archers, and usually that can work. But the difference here against House of Lancaster is you're also going to need Rams. It starts to sound pretty expensive at that stage.
Yeah. First Manor coming in now, and Marine Lord with that one single wolf camp now has already enough gold for the upgrade to be making even more manors.
You sound so excited about that.
I love manors, man. They're so good and very good. Yeah.
By the way, can I just like, Can I just be the one to say it's racially profiling? That, like, the devs assumed that, like, British people... Oh, yeah, they really like their manners.
Oh, no.
They have such good manners.
No,
That's
no.
bad-mannered. Oh, my God. They're meant to survive until range units. How is one already dead?
I mean, that's the thing, right? Imams, they're not dervishes. Dervishes wouldn't have had that problem.
Anastan's just getting outplayed.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to, like, categorize this. This is just raw out-micro right now from Marine Lord.
He's doing a phenomenal job.
He's also blocking him from getting the merchant scam. This is where I do feel bad for Anno, though. It is the archer shots from the manners.
At least he's healing it up again. But yeah, the healing is really slow. This was a dervish. This would be not so slow.
Also, keep in mind, a dervish would heal himself, whereas this imam now feels lost without his life partner.
Exactly.
We were gonna save the world together. Heal everyone.
It's gonna be manor number 3 and 4.
Okay, so Alatan's win condition surely doesn't lie in Feudal Age anymore. Is he really going to try to burn this?
Imperial?
Oh, honey. That's a tanky building.
Yeah, but at least he's gonna be able to heal the units. They get low.
Yeah, but there's yeoman now.
Now there's a Yemen now.
They take so long to kill.
That's
Soon,
what
TM?
plus 500 HP does to you.
Wait, okay, this is bold with the villager. He's going to force him to dive. Remember, there's more manners behind this, so this starts to hurt. Oh, God. Yeoman. Oh, he gets into the choke points. The supply can't hit him there. You just want to do this one thing. Just if you could just do this, you at least feel good about the game.
Let me get this manor down.
It's like, you've got so many more manners. Let me kill this one.
Come on, one more torch throw. Don't want to let it repair it.
That imam is a giant liability. Don't expect to see him back anytime soon. So you'll get the mana, but it comes at a high price. That imam cannot remotely think about participating in fights anymore.
That's true. Minus 300 resource over Marine Lord. I'm just kidding. It's already paid off for itself.
How many died diving that?
Too many. And yeah, I mean, building was up for, what was it, 3 minutes? It paid for itself after 2.5.
Now we got Yeoman to easily sweep the spearman. Spy count, I'd normally say big enough, but he's so close to the base. Yeah, and look at that. Yeoman, they just slip on by. Now you're going to find yourself starting to dive underneath the Lancaster Castle. You need to kill 2 Yeoman for it to be a good trade.
And goes down as well.
To the final bowman! Yep. I mean, this is just surgical right now. What other word could you use for what Marine Lord's doing? I mean, yes, we can talk about mana spam being OP, really strong, but even from an early point
the
before he
micro
had
on the
them,
units.
yeah.
It's really good. And there it is, number 6. Manor just got rebuilt again.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Wait, oh my god, Anathan's actually going siege engineering. My brother in Christ. Wait, that's not it. My brother in the Prophet. Is this really how we want to go down on the Ottomans? I guess he doesn't have any other choice at this stage.
At least it doesn't feel like he feels like it. Oh, we're getting the... Yeah, there it is. Leving coming in as well. It's Leviosa.
No, it's Levi Lancer.
Levi Lancer.
All 8 of them. But don't worry, Anatan has got military schools, right?
Surely it's gonna help. It's gonna be enough.
Alright, you know what? I don't think anyone would have complained about Yeoman if they were called Yeomancers. Because then the name is so epic, you're like, yeah, I mean, like, Necromancers are dangerous. This is fine. That's my hot take. Missed the
We're getting a good amount of archers. At least the Demi-Lancers barely do any damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just like a spearman on horseback that you can't kill. Those are, like, spearmen have never cost Anatan anything important in this game.
Nah, never. That's a good amount of archers now.
Yeah.
At least the Yeomen don't have like broken attack range like longbows.
Yeah, but it's fine because now I'm going to go into my base and I have like these archers. They can't move, but they have like 1500 HP. Oh my god,
And
it's,
sure,
it's
Anderson has a
Sentinels
merchant,
from
but-
Age of Mythology.
Oh, never mind. The deer, they gotta get raided.
Yeah, are they though? Like, the archers aren't here. They're on a coffee break.
I mean, not those deer. I mean,
Oh no,
Anderton's deer.
you mean the Demi-Lance Stars. Stop it, Marine Lord, stop it.
Stop it, Marino. Stop.
Oh god.
And there it is.
Actually, this
that's
is it.
relatable.
It's always this. I'm telling you, this detail, these things are the thing that just gets everyone out of the game.
Oh, suddenly getting these 8 knights in. Yeah, it's pretty good.
It might not be as
It's
good
a
as
pretty
French
good thing
knights,
to
but
have.
you have like as many of them as a French player would at the same time.
It achieves the same amount of pressure that 3 knights would.
I think the thing that's underrated is the bulk. Because it's so many, as you just saw there, he couldn't just go, oh crap, I'm being raided, let me just walk away. No, he got body blocked and surrounded, and then he has to run around and get clubbed. So compared to like a standard 2 or 3 knights, instead of it being like, oh yeah, I took 9 damage from each of these, it's more like 18 because they strike twice. So yeah, really powerful timing. And sadly, no Abbey of Kings because Marine Lord wants to win. What lame-o. Like, can you imagine wanting to win, Crackety?
Imagine that, dude. Imagine that. Upcoming match, we're gonna have Holy Island, Order of the Dragon up against Zhuji's Legacy.
And now, I love this comment about Marine Lord and the name. Appropriate. We are going to find out if he is going to be Lord of the Marine, because next up is going to be Holy Island. But yeah, like, not to discredit Marine Lord on this victory, right? Like, Lancaster, I think this build is really frustrating, hard to break for a lot of civs. Other civs break it really easily with certain strategies, but like, it is kind of very civ dependent, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
Marine Lord won this before that point. He played
Definitely
really
feels
well
like
on
it.
the micro.
Yeah, the Spearman micro was really good. Getting that wolf camp, it made such a big difference here as well, I want to say. Just getting that bonus 150 gold. Like, not only are you getting 150 gold, but you're also taking it away from your opponent in a situation where I feel like if Ottomans got that plus 150 gold, Anderton could have potentially played for a fast castle age push, but not having that 150 gold suddenly makes a big, big difference.
And I like that you bring it up like that, because that's the interesting thing. If he had chosen not to interrupt the play, it's minus 150. The fact he did, minus 300. But you feel like you need to because there's 2 of them. That's the key detail on this map, I think. It forces your hands in a lot of ways unless you've got a very clear idea of an advantage for quick feudal. And it's very reminiscent of relics in that way. If you don't have a plan for the relics, it used to be it's minus 80 gold. But nowadays, most civs are castle rushing looking for relics, so it's actually a 160 swing. And I do believe, yeah, don't worry, production's just making us have a heart attack. We are back. I literally went to check the stream. I was like, not again. So
Yeah, same.
So Holy Island's interesting actually because Marine Lord done something I think very unexpected with that Chinese pick opener. When you look at his draft, the pick you'd expect to see here is China, right?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, Order of the Dragon is also, like, by now firmly established itself as a hybrid/water civilization.
Yeah.
We do have the tuning pack where the gilded crossbows aren't gilded Juganus, so...
Why?
It's,
It's so appropriate. Gilded Chuganu versus Chuganu. It's daddy versus his children. It's fun.
Yeah, sure. I mean, just having those gilded crossbows that shoot faster than archers with...
That's not
3
true.
times the damage?
A gilded archer shoots quicker. Okay, for those that don't know what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
gilded archer does.
For those that don't know, gilded crossbowmen may have had a teensy-weensy unintended buff when they reworked animations to make crossbows wind cleaner. To the point that they were attacking at 1.25, which is like quicker than archers. Archers are 1.6. Anyway, we don't have to worry about that. Probably won't see crossbows. I'm sure this will be decided by water. Ha ha ha. By the Marine Lord himself. 2-0 up. Looking for the clean sweep up against Anderson. We hop into Holy Island. Order of the Dragon versus Shushin. I mean, this is the map, it feels like, that Anatan drafted for.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, Jushi's Legacy, it's like one of, if not the go-to civilization on Watergrant. He also did have Japan available to himself, so does definitely have that. Well, he did make a choice. He did make a choice in the end. Jushi's Legacy, that's gonna be his play here, though. Both players opening up with the dock early on, to be expected.
Yeah, and to that point, Shushi and Japanese, you go back just a few months, they were easily considered the kings of Helan. They're the two most desired picks. English was up there with them as well. So it definitely felt like Anno had the strategic awareness with his drafting to try and take an advantage there in Helan. But I think All the Dragon is one of those kind of crazy civs that can trip you up a little bit occasionally. The thought process is when it's about raw economy, OTD does reasonably well, so boats, there's no disadvantage there. And then there's if you can sneak a unit. If you can get, for example, a Gilded Archer or a Gilded Horseman, the damage they can do on land and how hard they are to kill can just win a game.
Yeah.
I am excited, by the way. I am looking forward to demos failing.
Yeah, it's something that couldn't get fixed with a tuning pack, so it's
here to stay, baby.
Got to play around it. Yeah, it's gonna be something that players are gonna have to play around, and means that demo ships, they're a sword that can cut two ways.
I like that.
Probably can cut one way harder than the other.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather see the eventual outcome be that they don't hurt your own boats more. But for those who don't know, there was a slight feature that slipped through with demo ships. They now hurt your own boats. So you have to be very careful about where you position them. Very unlikely we're going to get that classic 8-10 demo pump where it's a Congo line. Because if you do that, you're just going to force a chain reaction.
Yes. True. Demos not only do damage to other ships, but also to other demo ships. So, yeah, you can just blow up all your own demo ships with that.
You can make it look very pretty.
Scout just hitting that villager means that the villager is going to be low HP. Means that maybe he's going to have to get pulled back, replaced by another villager. Will cause some idle time. We're not already on that second dock now.
What did Anatan do instead? Because he didn't do the same harassment, which is a little bit surprising. I guess it's an Order of the Dragon villager. You're not really going to scare him off before he builds 2 docks, right?
Oh, looks like he's just going to use his scout now against the scout from Marine Lord.
Okay. It should be enough to force him away. Obviously, you're eventually going to want to pull that villager back anyway after the second dock, because if any land unit comes through, you're just dead. I will kill him soon. And I love that. That one little shiv means that Marine Lord can't just turn and trade with the scout.
Death in 1 million strikes.
Only 1 million? I had a bidding
Scouts,
of 2
yeah.
with these guys.
Scout just suddenly starts counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I think Scout should actually just have to make the most pathetic grunt noise when they swing. Like watching someone who has literally 0 muscle density play tennis. I just realized some people are probably in a room alone right now watching this because, gaming nerds, and their mum or their relative or their wife may have just heard those groans, so I do apologize.
Turn up the volume. Surprise your neighbors.
Wow, he really, really watches tennis deep into the night. Meditation garden now coming in. That is a terrible meditation garden. Oh, God.
It's getting the stone in. Stone, gold, and...
Are you
bit of the
going
wood.
to defend this on this
I
map?
mean, he must have done the math, right? Like, the numbers are literally being shown to him, and he decided, yeah, this is good. I mean, okay, yeah, never mind.
Yeah,
That
I was
way
waiting for him to show because this is the reason why Shushi looks so good on this map, because the meditation garden, it feels hard to not get 100 plus.
Yeah, this is way better. This is like that episode from Parks and Recreation where they have a burger show-off and people were just immediately, yeah, this is way better.
He's like, what? You're right, this wins.
Yes, sir.
So Marine Lord has a total of 0 boats so far. He took the more greedy route, it seems.
All right, we do have the archer ship out first. We do also have a demo ship in production for Anaton here. That's, yeah, I mean, it's risky. Granted that Marine Lord is opening up with his own archer ship as well.
You know, I just realized we're no longer going to get people hiding demo ships in their fishing boats.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
God.
would be quite devastating.
An archer ship has arrived to try and cause devastation. We already have an archer ship out from Marine Lord. So Springer will be able to poke a little bit, but it's very difficult with the fishing boat pull to actually kill it before reinforcements come out. Have we got any desire to try and switch Chiku into land? Because I think Anatan historically has been a big fan of actually just rushing into a production building on land and building 4 or 5 things like Chiku.
Marine Lord's actually the first one to have an archer range up here.
I love this. It's smart because you can basically trade taking no damage against Chuk, which is the go-to opening for Shushi.
Alright, Springle ship coming in now as well. No Hulken yet, but we do have the repair potential. And repairs coming in quite quickly.
Now we just need that demo, and the game will be over. Please don't lose an extra boat. Okay, archer ship's gonna be able to counter
Anna.
Wait, that villager. Oh, how is the? It's a gilded villager. It should not be that close to death. What? The scout has just been
That's
tennising.
been working for a while.
Yeah, another demo.
Oh no, he cancelled the the attack. Oh no, he cancelled the movement speed.
Oh. No. And you have no land
And now
units.
the archer as well.
Yeah, I'm going to paint a worse picture.
And there's the wing villagers.
I'm going to paint an even worse picture. Check Anatan's vision. His scout is still attacking that villager. He's not going to see the gilded archer ahead of time. On 7 HP. Oh, that guy should retire from tennis.
Oh my god.
Demo's at least going to get a strike in, it seems.
There he goes.
Maybe. Possibly. Yeah, he does get the kill.
Yep.
And Gilded Archer is attacking the Meditation Garden right now.
All right, okay. That's better.
Yeah, I'm going to show you a landmark who the daddy is. I tennis too.
That's right.
I tennis harder.
Watch me throw wooden sticks at your building.
I'm disturbing the peace.
I am the peace. Not really.
The boats are now in pieces, so let's get another start. I mean, Anatan does have the military lead in water right now. Just a case of whether he can do anything with it before this Gilded Archer does something. Because, you know, he's right now just 4,975 shots away.
He's making...
Oh, God.
Anton, he's making only Springle ships at the moment.
I mean, he feels like he's kind of losing. He has got them limping along right now. A good split. Marine Lord, it's in the name. He's living up to it. Lord of the Ponds.
The Dock Baron.
Wait, would we call this a marine? This is like a. Does it feel like a marine to you? Or is that false advertising?
It depends on the scale of Age of Empires 4, right? It's all over the place anyways.
I mean, it feels like a marine in that like it leads out into a bigger ocean of water, probably. Maybe. Possibly. Definitely.
Anton, he's been making these Springle ships only with taxation gold now for a while, but it's gonna run out soon.
And if you don't have gold for Springles, you also don't have gold for Chuk. Horsemen would be feasible on land. Like, at some point, this Gilded Archer is become a nuisance. And are you kidding? Look at Marine Lord's production.
No.
It's just, he's defending water, and he's building a military force on land that I don't see how Anatan easily beats.
Yeah.
Let's at least have the outpost
Wait,
up.
Marine Lord pulled back, so he's getting gold again.
So I think he's waiting for the spears because he's assuming horsemen, which does make sense. As we can see, Anatan doesn't care for land. Who needs the land when you can have the sevens? But the one sea, there's only one.
I like how players are consciously just making a note of the demo ships and just making sure that it's nowhere near their main fleet.
Hey, can I be with you guys? What's that? Like, is that gunpowder? Yeah, it's totally safe. You got the fire next to the gun. It's absolutely fine.
Oh, this is mine. I brought it from home.
Yeah, it's like I've tested it. Have you? Because that looks like it's meant to be like a bomb. Yeah, like I tested it on paper. Can I come with you guys? No. Don't ever come near my kids again. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh no. Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
What?
Yep. Yep. That's it. Yep. Makes sense. Reasonable crash out. GG gets called. Marine Lord with a clean sweep. Man, these were surgical games, but man, that demo ship there at the end.
What?
The harass on land at the same time. The distraction coming in.
I can't believe how simple he made unraveling Anatan look. I mean, I know Marine Lord is a master of it, we know, but...
And this isn't an offense to Anatan, this is a praise to Marine Lord. He made him look like he just started playing the game. Like, the way he just made that distraction look so simple to get the maximum impact was disgusting.
My god. That was absolutely insane. Absolutely insanely cleanly played. Like, that Order of the Dragon game... Damn. Crazy.
I'm speechless. Like, yeah, here we go. Little Wally walked in to deal with the gold workers. He even pulled the... Look what... That's the small detail that matters. He pulled the demo back so that when Anatan looked at this fight, he didn't see it. So he goes back in. He's like, yeah, that's fine. Just gonna... Like, I'll focus on dealing with your land. And then this. Genius.
Oh, man.
Absolutely genius. Oh, Marino can now... I'd be proud he made me scream like a girl. But anyway, that happened. That... Wait, what was it you said, Crackety? Something like, yeah, there'll be like a 3-hour set and an hour-long game. And
Well... I'm gonna say it again next time, and the time after that, and one day it's gonna be right.
You're learning. There we go. It's all about the low percentiles. That's what hypes people up. Blimey. But no, incredible dominance at Marine Lord. And I think these two have still been scrimming together, so in some ways maybe like a little bit to be expected, I guess, if one player just has the other's numbers. And Marine Lord, I don't think too many people are surprised by this outcome, not because Anatan isn't talented, but like we know what Marine Lord's like when he gets into hunker down mode, and the people that are expected to kind of floor him are, you know, Beastie, Vortex, Luciferon, Anatan, a potential contender in there. But like we know, for example, the Beastie front, there's obviously questions that have to be answered deeper in the set of like, has he been able to keep up because by his own admission, not enough time to practice. You know, Anatan's, I don't know. I think I remember when we interviewed him, because you might remember that interview from the first EGC tournament when he like realized how well he was doing, and he described it as like he wasn't meant to be in the tournament, and it was almost like I think I described it as it's unshackling, and I'm wondering if like there is any element of now I think we kind of expect Anatan to do really, really well, but I don't think you should feel bad about this. It's Marine Lord.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, it's Marine Lord, and for one, Anatan's also like practicing a lot with Marine Lord, and just something else to say, like Marine Lord has been putting in the hours for this tournament. Like, absolutely has been putting in the hours. The amount of custom games that this guy has been playing recently, that's a lot of time. A lot of effort being put into the game, and it shows. And just not playing ladder at all kind of gives you like a clean and focused image of the meta when it comes to tournament maps, and that just kind of shows here.
Yeah, I think everything expected from the Marine Lord set. Maybe some surprises elsewhere. I'm definitely excited to see like how people like me and Micah kind of align as the days go on. But folks, I think that's going to bring us to a close. We're just prepping for someone to raid. That is all our official sets for the day. Turns out Luciferon versus Wham was actually going to run longer than this. Oops, can't predict them all. But some epic series. If you haven't checked the VODs, definitely go back and have a look. That second series of the day, in particular, a phenomenal one between Beastie and Vortex. I peg it as series of the day, actually. Even the opening one was quite exciting. So plenty of things for you to sink your teeth into. And then, of course, the action continues tomorrow. That's right. Going to be spoiling you the next several weekends because EGC is back with historically the most successful format that has been ran. So hope to see a lot of familiar faces in the coming days. But we're going to get ready to raid through. I think we're just deciding who. I mean, like, I'm biased, so, like, if they ask me, I say we raid the guy who has more tournament winnings than Marine Lord. And Beastie combined.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Oh, there we go. I win. Oh. All right, guys, we're going for it. We're going to rock it. We're going to sock it. We're going to send it over. We've got someone new in the directory who's been learning Age of Empires 4, so I want you to go big and go and support him. It is Moo Dota. That is not Moo who spams Delhi and you maybe don't like him on the ladder. This is a new Moo. He has been focusing on team games, but this boy is a well-accomplished name for the Dota 2 scene. He's got a taste for the RTSs, so go give him some fun, go give him support, as I know you will. And yeah, no, I'm not even kidding. He literally has almost $1 million in prize pool earnings, so big boy numbers. Maybe one day we'll see him making some money in the EGC, but have some fun with him, and we'll see you tomorrow when the Elite Classic 3 continues.
See you then.